Section 1 of The Rookeries of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Peter Yearsley. The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beams. Preface. The idea of the following work took its rise from the publication of 2 articles in the pages of a periodical, and part of the following paper has already seen the light, but it has been increased to about 6 times its former dimensions, since it was determined to issue it in the shape of a volume. The editor of the periodical alluded to wished me to furnish him with some results of my experience among the working classes, and I was not sorry that an opportunity was afforded me of speaking of a subject I had so much at heart. For about 10 years I have laboured as a clergyman in densely populated districts, having previously been employed in the country. I have known and pitied the wants of the working men, or rather I have grieved over their wrongs. Patient they are, and tolerant, despite a few noisy demagogues, for the most part loyal, feeling keenly the injustice done them, yet hoping for better times, alive to any act of kindness, and, despite some grumbling, clinging to and loving warmly their native country. They are not known as they should be, but in the opinion of those who are not acquainted with them, the many suffer for the errors of the few. It will be asked why the light and trifling tone adopted in many parts of this work, when the subject demanded gravity and reverence. I can only answer, I wrote thus in compliance with the wishes of the editor of the periodical I have alluded to. He told me, from experience, that no one would read dry disquisitions, or ponder on figures, however accurate, unless relieved by something of a lighter cast. I had with me an essay I had written on the subject of the working classes, which I showed him, and he assured me that, although he coincided with the opinions expressed there, it was useless to publish it in the shape it then wore, and hence the commencement in a different tone of the present undertaking. A magazine or a review might circulate with safety that which to issue in a different form is a bold undertaking. I wrote then anonymously. I now write as a clergyman. I trust I shall not, after the explanation I have given, be accused of writing irreverently. Had I ever contemplated in the outset such a work as this, it should have been more in accordance with the gravity of my profession. The volume, after all, is a piece of patchwork. It was written at intervals very hastily, for I had little time. The duties of my calling, if not as arduous as the labours of others, occupy at least the greater portion of the day. Of late, through the illness of my colleagues, my leisure has been much abridged. I may be told that the lighter portions of the work might have been recast, and the remainder less hastily written, but popular attention is now awakened to the condition of the working classes. The seed Arnold planted is germinating, but cruel winds may blast it. To use another figure, I felt that the only chance of success for so imperfect a sketch was to catch the attention of readers at the flow, and not at the ebb. I wished to be first in the field, for some giant may arise after whom an audience would be hopeless. I felt I owed a debt to those amongst whom I laboured. It was not sufficient to tend them in their sickness and to plead for them in my public ministry, but, if any would listen, to tell the naked, unvarnished tale. In common with all men who thought, I was much impressed with the French Revolution of 1848. The social condition of the poor had a great deal to do with it, and the anxious question was asked how far the state of our working classes resembled that of the ouvriers of the French metropolis. The following pages may throw some light upon this subject. In my own too short and too rapid continental trips, I had observed the dwellings of the poor, and in Paris especially, the appalling contrasts between poverty and wealth. And though we have much to be thankful for, I doubt if even St. Antoine could exhibit a rookery like that of Church Lane, St. Giles's. But I will not trespass further upon the patience of my readers. If any should encourage this my work, to them my warmest gratitude is due, and if others are inclined to be justly severe, I would pray them to consider that, as charity is never wanting to the defects of a maiden speech, a maiden essay may find some forbearance at their hands. London, February the 1st, 1850. The Rookeries of London, Section 1. God made the country, and man made the town. Rookeries! What? The chapter of a treatise which ranges from flower gardens to forest planting. Something on the picturesque, yet not, according to Le Nôtre, capability Brown or Repton of dilapidating memory. Rookeries! Gentle reader, what are they? You have perhaps lived in some back settlement in a village among the fens, the borders of the Bristol Channel, if you will, Lincolnshire, Romney Marsh, a place deserted by all but farmers, their labourers, and the solitary curate, men adscripti glebae, men whom you are disappointed not to find web-footed, and you think of rook shooting in merry May, the farmer's preserves, which he guards so jealously. Or you get sentimental and sigh over the first page of the new novel. It was a sultry evening, not a breath of wind to stir the trees, the silence only broken by the cawing of the rooks, as the youthful brood tried to flit upon trembling and uncertain wing from one lofty elm to another. And you begin to have visions of the long-drawn avenue, that prototype of the Gothic cathedral, its branches arching over your head, and the Elizabethan mansion, with its dark red brick, its turrets, its gables, its bay windows, with their latticed panes, its tall and fantastic chimneys, its lacework copings. You think of that noisy and not very beautiful aviary of untuneful birds, which old custom, whose very dust we dare not but venerate, still loves to keep up. It accords somewhat, perhaps, with the sombre, thoughtful, massive character of the nation, the discordant note, and the funereal plumage, and the dark and shadowy elms in which the birds build, the church near at hand, all bespeak a people thoughtful and reserved. How different the light chateau and the sparkling fountain, the untrimmed lawn, the hedgeless fields, the merry groves, the Lombardy poplars planted parallelogram fashion, and the gay terraces, parterres, and statues of our neighbours over the water. But though the subject is inviting, we will not deceive thee, gentle reader. Our hearts are elsewhere. What? Nothing then from White's Selborne, or Buick, Stanley, Wilson, or Jess, or the 101 books which teach Englishmen how many of God's gifts lie undiscovered around them? Nothing about the scenes which railways are sweeping away, such as Howitt or Charles Lamb or Washington Irving would have loved to describe. But, says the man of science by our side, perhaps the writer is going to propose some theory to account for the falling sickness which the rooks in Doctors' Commons are said to be affected with, on which a grave gentleman who has tenanted a first floor there, almost since St. Paul's was built, has composed a learned treatise, little knowing that a well-skilled bowman, what does Homer call them? Lurked in the garret, the deadly foe of those ancient heritors, and the bolts twanged, not like Apollo's, and, though in the neighbourhood of priests, not for a priest's sake, and the worthy senior put down to cruel fate, or phenomena, which, strange as they were, he would assign the mischief of an urchin parchment spoiler. Note. But, says the man of science by our side, we find in Mr. Hone's everyday book, some years ago there were several large elm trees in the college garden, behind the ecclesiastical court in Doctors' Commons, in which a number of rooks had taken up their abode, forming in appearance a sort of convocation of aerial ecclesiastics. A young gentleman who lodged in the attics and was their close neighbour frequently entertained himself with thinning this covey of black game by means of a crossbow. On the opposite side lived a curious old civilian, who, observing from his study that the rooks often dropped senseless from their perch, or, as it may be said, without using a figure, hopped the twig, making no sign, nor any sign being made to his vision, to account for the phenomenon, set his wits to work to discover the cause. It was probably during a profitless time of peace, and the doctor, having plenty of leisure, weighed the matter over and over till he was fully satisfied he had made a great ornithological discovery, that its promulgation would give wings to his fame, and that he was fated, by means of these rooks, to say volito vivus per ora virum. His goosequill and foolscap were quickly in requisition, and he actually wrote a treatise stating circumstantially what he himself had seen, and in conclusion giving it as the settled conviction of his mind that rooks were subject to the falling sickness. End note. Verily, gentle reader, we will make a clean breast, and didst thou but travel far in our company, it would not need. We have so long dwelt among bricks and mortar that we scarcely recollect the native colour of a rook, nor the distinction set forth of yore so pompously between him and his cousins, the crow, the carrion crow, the Cornish chough, and the raven. By the by, what say the Germans, those great enemies of comfortably established theories, to this distinction? Is it a myth? Whence comes it? Who is its father? Nor, in truth, treasuring a wholesome and self-correcting memory of the dignity of our calling, dare we linger with thee on this ground. True, thoughts of Rookeries recall, if not old Saxon times, yet times when we Anglo-Saxons were one people, ere the first and second Charles had driven out the stern republicanism destined to bear such fruit in the next century, ere the traveller's gig broke down in a Cheshire village, and a night's lodging at the hospitable home of a stranger gave him a bride, and that bride gave the world George Washington, ere, in a word, the Anglo-Saxon name, language, and strong, old, manly spirit had become common to vast nations in both hemispheres. Nay, we believe Queen Bessie's age and mansions, the very paintings of the pleasaunce, and the starched ruffs of the gallant company, and their formal tire, are yet household gods in many a home far from the fatherland. They have a charm even for our transatlantic brethren, and they learn thus to love the olden time and the old country. Neither, most metaphysical reader, will we break a lance with thee, and trace in lofty terms the distinction between words univocal, equivocal, and analogous, unfolding the vast mystery by which one word fits two heads, like a hat which the master has cast off, deigning to accommodate itself to the bumps and sinuosities of the man's pericranium. And yet we may not smile, we have heavy thoughts at heart. Seeking, albeit, to forget them a while, we have tried to force a laugh just to cheer us on to the work, knowing that in sober truth the chariot wheels must drive heavily ere we have done. We speak not of some scene which, like Charlton House, calls up our country's homes, their very sombre tints glad to us in childhood's memory. Footnote: Charlton House, Sir Thomas Wilson's residence near Woolwich. End footnote. But we speak of human beings, not houseless, and yet if the climate were warm and dry, and the skies less cloudy, it were better to breathe the pure air of heaven than the thick, steaming, fetid atmosphere which feeds masses in our towns and cities, which, robbing the bond-servant of his health and strength, and too often of his life, robs him, while living, of his birthright in the air God gives him, and the light which comes from heaven, which aids the ravages of the fever it has produced, which quickens the seeds of consumption, and yet deprives the patient of all that can alleviate disease, which takes from the strong man his heart to think and to do. Scenes where childhood's innocence is only a name, and the soothing autumn of old age the winter of discontent. We speak of human masses pent up, crowded, thrust together, huddled close, crammed into courts and alleys where, as by a fatal attraction, opposite houses grow together at the top, seem to nod against one another, conspiring to shut out the little air which would pierce through for the relief of those beneath. We speak of men and women sleeping in the same apartment, whom, in some cases, not even the tie of relationship unites, of a married couple with their offspring who have already come to the age of maturity, with a common dormitory, and we ask, if a malignant spirit wished to demoralize the working classes of the country, he could find a plan more congenial to his wishes. We speak of stories piled on stories in the older part of our towns, not each floor, but each room tenanted by a family, in some cases the dormitory of several occupants thrown together in the chance scramble for the night's lodging, each swelling the gains of some middleman, whose heart is seared by the recollection of his own poverty, and who learns to grind as he was once ground by others. We trust to the hands of the most ignorant and most injured, a power which even the best and wisest can scarcely wield as he should. We put an engine fitted with momentous powers into the hands of one trained to abuse it by a long course of oppression which, under the name of custom, eats into men's hearts insensibly, and gradually changes their nature, against which they first rebel, then bear with, then submit to, then acquiesce in, then adopt, then exercise, to the injury of their brethren. But of this we will speak anon. The middleman and the broker are persons whom we must sketch at length when we have proceeded further. Rookeries they are, if rooks build high and lie thick together, young and old in one nest, and colonies are wedged up, not so much because of connection between families, as by common wants and a common nature, and yet with their fierce discord and occasional combats. The tenants of these rookeries, like the birds from whom they take their names, have much in common. Want, recklessness its offspring, pariahs, so to speak, of the body social, a distinct caste, yet not bound together otherwise than by common wants, with their jealousies, discords, and antipathies, as if it were not too true of them as of others, a man's foes may be they of his own household. Yet whence come these rookeries? Were they prison colonies, safety valves, so many Alsatias necessary for the wants, tolerated as the least of two evils by the authorities of all towns of above a certain population, allowed to fester so they did not infect, upon sufferance because they had their use, poisoned wells, yet girdled round by certain barriers which confined the pestilence within a given circle? Were they formed by some greedy speculator or needy adventurer? Are they modelled after a common type, or indeed modelled at all? Have they grown out of the wants, or were they shaped by the policy of the age? Are they peculiar to London, to England, to Europe? Are they the sinks into which, as Tacitus says of Rome, everything bad and vicious flows? Is vice alone the bond of union among the inmates? Or, as says the proverb, is it necessity which makes men acquainted with strange bedfellows in haunts like these? Do these rookeries obey some general law which assigns to a given number of people a certain pariah class which, in its proportion to the other divisions, shall not vary, so that you cannot diminish them, or give them better dwellings, or fix the cubic feet of air each man shall inhale, the area he shall occupy, the amount of light which may safely be placed at his disposal, with something like a reference to what God intended for all his creatures, and of which they who would rob their fellows must do so at their peril. Are these rookeries entailed on us as by a law of our being, so that you allow men to build huts without the commonest comforts, without drains, without water, shut out almost from the air which feeds existence, and the light that comes down from heaven, and rest contented because you know the hovels will not want tenants, and that there must be human beings whose necessities such dens will supply? Is it that men are created for this state of social isolation, that they come into the world, like the hero of the Greek drama, to fulfil an hereditary curse, destined, ere they are born, to a condition from which no human institution can shield them? Is it that by a perverse adherence to the errors of their forefathers, men cling to these colonies, when others better adapted for their comfort are ready to receive them? That these strongholds of corrupt antiquity yield advantages which decent habitations could not supply? When you plead for these anomalies, do you plead for some mysterious privilege which they alone appreciate who enjoy it, so that your efforts, if called forth, and your energies, if taxed in their behalf, must be abortive? End of section 1. Section 2 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beames. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Section 2. Now, gentle reader, I first thought of giving thee some statistics on these points, of sitting down to a sort of per and contra, but then I recollected that the most perfect collection of reports ever placed within the reach of the political economist, the Poor Law Annual Reports, are now being sold for waste paper. I had a vision of thee shutting the book in despair, as though I would send thee to school again. We will at least defer this till we are better acquainted. Still, we may ask how these rookeries grew to their present size, or degenerated, if you will, to their present abuse. The subject is not without its interest. This vast Babel, or Babylon, as Cobbett called it, the Great Wen, whence came it? What changes has it seen? Rather, more strictly, from what beginnings did these rookeries grow to their present size? Do you mean to tell us, the reader asks, that the poor are worse lodged now than they have ever been, or only comparatively worse? Because it occurs at once to us that there were plagues, periodical pestilences, making vast inroads, carrying off perhaps 10,000 men at a time, so that the Great Plague of 1665, which is supposed to have killed about 80,000 people, was only the last of a series, so that the disorder, the sweating sickness, was fatal to thousands, and returned, as West Indians tell us the yellow fever does, at intervals, not fixed indeed, yet not varying much in their length. From this it is argued that London must be more healthy than it was, for such things are almost unknown among us. The cholera in 1832 only swept away 6,000 out of a population of nearly 2 million. The last ravaging disorder of which we know, the jail fever, has long left us. Smallpox, that scourge of our countrymen, an 100 years since, is much mitigated, seldom fatal, promptly dealt with, easily warded off, and yielding readily to the remedies applied. Men gladly infer, it is a sort of opiate to our consciences, that there is less physical suffering among the poor than formerly, less both absolutely and relatively. We think this is an error. Let us look back then, and see how men were lodged of old, and at the same time, for it strictly falls in with our subject, let us glean what information we can respecting those plague spots which still remain, which, under the name of Rookeries, are so unenviably notorious. We will not suppose, gentle reader, that you need to be informed that a great city may present many objects of interest, may be, if you will, on the whole architecturally grand, and yet this very grandeur be only the screen of its deformity. Witness in Paris, for instance, the centre of modern civilization, the back streets in the very neighbourhood of the Louvre and the Palais Royal, with its shelving pavements, the gutter in the middle, their narrow streets, no place for foot passengers, the lamps depending from ropes, and making you think you still hear the cry, "Away with him to the lantern." Look at the neighbourhood of the Pantheon or the Luxembourg. Or again, in Brussels you walk through the beautiful squares in the neighbourhood of the park, and are delighted with the space they occupy, the lofty rooms in the houses, the evidences of luxury and wealth. You marvel at that combination of architectural beauty, the Grande Place, with its Hôtel de Ville, the mansion which commemorates the cessation of the plague, and others. Yet scarce have you turned from a spot that interests by its historical, equally as its picturesque, associations, scarce ceased to revel in the departed glories of Austria and Spain, when narrow streets and fetid gutters poison at once the air you breathe and the thoughts you have evoked. Thus, too, in London, during the Plantagenet dynasty, we are feasted with accounts of the shows and processions, the houses decorated with banners, the conduits running with wine, the gorgeous masks, the figures of angelic beings who greeted the sovereign, and we infer from these stories not merely the riches of the people, but the splendour of the city in which they dwelt. Yet, till within 250 years from the present time, the houses were for the most part built of wood. The nobility and the sovereign alone seem to have used a more durable material. The streets were narrow, the buildings, with their pent houses or projecting first story, overhanging the causeway, each story, in fact, projecting further into the street than that below it. The roads were neglected, abounded with ruts or holes, were generally narrow and unsafe. On this subject we may refer to the great antiquary Stowe, who himself lived in the reign of Elizabeth. He says, "The houses in the cities and towns were built, each story jetting forth over the former story, so that when the streets were not very wide, the people at the top of opposite houses might not only talk and converse with each other, but even shake hands together." The proclamations hitherto published, says an old writer, to prevent buildings on new foundations having proved ineffectual, another proclamation was made this year to enforce the said acts, but this not being regarded, the matter was taken into consideration by the Star Chamber, and about the year 1606 many persons were censured for not regulating their buildings according to the royal edict. To prevent decay of wood, it was enjoined that all persons should build the fronts of their houses either with stone or brick. We can scarce bring ourselves to believe that 300 years since houses were generally built of wood, because so few specimens are in existence, and yet in foreign cities many of the buildings are 4 and even 500 years old. But we must recollect that the Great Fire of 1666 commenced in the neighbourhood of the Monument, and extended nearly to Temple Bar, and that even those streets which were not burnt down were affected by the change which took place. Wooden houses are still to be found in the neighbourhood of the Minories, and in some old towns, Bristol, Winchester, and others, they are frequently to be met with. Building with brick only came into general use in the early part of the reign of Charles I, and was, in fact, introduced by the Earl of Arundel, who found that the custom prevailed in Italy, where he had been staying for some time. An inventory of the furniture of Skipton Castle, the famous mansion of the Earls of Cumberland, is still extant. This was made in the year 1572. Yet in this great castle there were not more than 7 or 8 beds, nor had any of the chambers chairs, glasses, or carpets. Strutt also tells us, speaking of that age, that the taste for elegance among our ancestors was very different from the present, and, however extravagant in their apparel, banquets and train of attendants yet follow them to their houses, and their furniture is plain and homely. Carpets are articles of comparatively recent date. The palace of Henry VIII was strewed with rushes rather than carpeted. The floors of the houses generally were thus covered. In many cases the straw was suffered to remain a long time. Bones and the refuse meat were plentifully scattered about, and became embedded in the straw, and the general want of cleanliness which prevailed, and the insufficient supply of water, coupled with the narrow and badly ventilated streets, produced the frequent plagues of which we hear so much. The walls of our palaces were decked with tapestry from the looms of Arras, but this was the covering which concealed their inequalities, whilst it could not keep out the wind which penetrated through the crevices. Splendour there was indeed in the age of the Field of the Cloth of Gold, but comfort there was none. Cleanliness was too often sacrificed. In few houses were chimneys found, the fires being kindled by the side of the wall, and the smoke permitted to escape through the windows. The pallets on which men slept were of straw, and round logs for pillows were in general use. We do not say there were no rookeries then, but rather that they were common, the distinction between the dwellings of rich and poor not so obvious. The lower part of Holborn was paved in the reign of Henry VI, 1417, and in 1542, in the 23rd of Henry VIII, Stowe tells us that High Holborn Street, leading from the Bars towards St. Giles's, was very full of pits and sloughs, and perilous and noisome to all who repaired and passed that way, as well on foot as on horseback. Stowe also tells us that in the 3rd year of Henry VII, the citizens caused their streets to be new paved, because the king and queen were to make their public entry through the city. Neither were there any lamps put up on dark nights, and the steeple of Bow Church being furnished with arches and lanterns, it was meant that these should be glazed and the lights in them placed nightly in the winter, whereby travellers to the city might not miss their way. Many edicts were passed from the time of Henry VIII to the Commonwealth, which forbade the erection of more houses in the suburbs of London, or at least encumbered the permission to build with so many conditions that it became inoperative. London increased, it is true, yet not in consequence of the encouragement, but rather in spite of the resistance of the authorities. We need not to be told that such a prohibition multiplied buildings within narrow spaces, and whilst it made ground dear, so it confined a dense population within narrow limits. In these early times water was also scarce. The inhabitants were obliged to fetch their water from conduits which were erected in various parts of the city, or else to purchase it of water carriers. Several attempts were made at different times to supply the city with water, but the expense and labour frightened those in power, and the effort was abandoned. Public fountains were the only cisterns, of which there were many. An old print representing Palace Yard and Westminster Hall gives us a sketch of the fountain which was intended for the use of the inhabitants of that district. Just as in foreign cities, especially in the German towns, the inhabitants derived their supplies from these conduits, which are constantly kept running for the use of the citizens, few, if any, of the continental cities being supplied with water, as we are, by pipes communicating with their houses. Few who have not heard of the New River, and those who know the classic neighbourhood of Sadler's Wells, may recollect the public house with a picture of Sir Hugh Middleton for its sign, a grave and reverend senior in the rich dress of the age of James I, bearded and bedizened as became a citizen of the ancient times, chain of office and laced ruff bespeaking civic dignity when it was wont to be valued by the best that the city bred. Few, perhaps, know that London is more indebted to this good old man than to any of its benefactors. He it was who in 1608 began the good work, and in 5 years that immense canal called the New River was completed, and London ever since supplied with water. Rushes exchanged for carpets, wood for brick, the spare conduit for the ample reservoir. Who shall deny the efforts made for our sanitary well-being? We do not deny that the inhabitants of the metropolis are favoured, that they enjoy advantages denied to the citizens of foreign communities, that the ravages of pestilence are less felt here than in the great cities of Europe. This is not the question before us. But, we ask, has the improvement in the condition of the poor kept pace with that of the middle and higher classes? There are no houses, none even in Rookeries, without chimneys, though 300 years ago they were comparatively scarce. But then firewood was cheap, and so were cattle, and the diet of the labouring man consequently better than at present. It was the boast of Sir John Fortescue, speaking of these times, that the English lived far more upon animal diet than their rivals the French, and to this cause he ascribes their strength and courage. The people generally suffered through bad drainage, wretched roads, unhealthy houses, and want of water. The rich were victims as well as the poor, for we are told that the accession of James I was quickly followed by a destructive plague, the spreading of which was highly accelerated, doubtless, by the narrowness of the streets and the crowded state of the houses. Yet every extension of the suburbs seems to have been resisted by successive administrations. These anomalies have been in a degree removed. Improvement has swept on with mighty strides. Pity that there should still remain the monuments of this olden time in the Rookeries of London, that the close alley, the undrained court, the narrow window, the unpaved footpath, the distant pump, the typhus or the Irish fever, should still remind us of what London was once to all, what it still is to the poor. The opulent and the great, we are told, hastened from the town when the plague was announced, satisfied that its ravages would soon be felt amongst them. Note: the opulent and the great, we are told, hastened from town. The court, during the grievous sickness of 1665, resided at Oxford. Defoe says, "The court removed early in the month of June and went to Oxford, where it pleased God to preserve them, and the distemper did not, as I heard of, so much as touch them. The Inns of Court were all shut up, nor were any of the lawyers in the Temple, or Lincoln's Inn, or Gray's Inn, to be seen there. Whole rows of houses in some places were shut up close, the inhabitants all fled, and only a watchman or two left. The very court, which was then gay and luxurious, put on a face of just concern for the public danger. All the plays and interludes which, after the manner of the French court, had been set up and began to increase among us, were forbid to act. The gaming tables, public dancing rooms, and music houses, which multiplied and began to debauch the manners of the people, were shut up and suppressed, and the jack puddings, merry andrews, public shows, rope dances, and such like doings, which had bewitched the poor common people, shut up their shops, finding, indeed, no trade." Among the provisions made to prevent the spreading of the infection are the following, which might be usefully applied should the cholera again afflict us: "That special care be taken that no stinking fish, or unwholesome or musty corn, or other corrupt fruits, of what sort soever, be suffered to be sold about the city, or any part of the same. That the brewers and tippling houses be looked into for musty and unwholesome casks. that no hogs, dogs, or cats, or tame pigeons or conies be suffered to be kept within any part of the city, or any swine to be, or stray in, the streets or lanes, but that such swine be impounded by the beadle or any other officer, and the owner punished according to act of common council, and that the dogs be killed by the dog killers appointed for that purpose. Men of substance generally left town. A singular anecdote is told of a nobleman who was about to quit London. The hall was strewed with packages, and the master of the house was executing some business in a room adjoining, when he heard his black servant asking why the family were about to leave town, and on being informed that the plague was the cause of their departure, he said, "I have been told that the white man's God lived everywhere. Now I find that can't be true. Master's God does not live in London, or he would not be in such a hurry to be gone." The nobleman was so struck by this speech that he countermanded the preparations for his journey, and remained in London till the cessation of the plague. In 1 week, we learn from Defoe, there died 12,000 people, and in a particular night, an eminent physician tells us, 4,000 people died. End note. The poor, with an accuracy which startles, can now tell the spot which fever, when it comes, will occupy. A fetid odour has long warned them that a nucleus will not be wanting, that neglect has spared materials for disease. And if we wonder that of old enactments should enclose, as within a prison wall, the space already occupied by buildings, in these days the poor man dare not carry away the dust heap which offends the nose and disgusts the eye, lest he should be punished for breaking the parish contract with him who is pledged, but is slow, to remove it. He must wait till the heap is large enough to justify the dustman's interference, to make it worth this functionary's while to send a horse and cart for its removal. We justly reckon our coal beds as a great source of national wealth. The iron and coal of England are more available advantages than the gold of Peru to the Spaniards who first discovered it. Yet in former times coal was used but sparingly. Large forests, as in France, supplied fuel for the wants alike of rich and poor. Note: we justly reckon our coal beds as a great source of national wealth. It was formerly thought to contribute much to the preservation of the healthy and good air of the city, that nothing was burnt in it but wood and charcoal, even in trades that used great quantities of firing. But about the latter end of the reign of Edward I, brewers, dyers, and other artificers, beginning to use sea coal in or near the city, several prelates, nobles, commoners, and others, inhabitants of the villages of Southwark, Wapping, and East Smithfield, complained thereof as a public nuisance to the king, who prohibited burning sea coal by proclamation, which, being disobeyed by many for their private lucre, upon a second complaint he issued out a commission of Oyer and Terminer to inquire of all such as burned sea coal against his proclamation within the city or ports adjacent, and to punish them for the first offence by large fines, and for the second by demolishing their furnaces, kilns, and so on, wherein they burnt the said coals. For this end also provision was formerly made against stinks and annoying smells arising from killing beasts in the city, which was once thought to have occasioned a grievous plague in the reign of Edward III, who sent his command to the authorities to suffer no butcher to kill his cattle nearer the city than Stratford or Knightsbridge. Seymour. Query: could this command be put in force against the present conservators of Smithfield? End note. We are thankful for the treasure which we not only possess, but none so amply enjoy. Yet its use is not without some drawbacks. Not merely that our public buildings are spoilt by it, but that it clogs and darkens the atmosphere. It creates an incessant demand on the cleanliness of the poor, It adds much to the unhealthiness of their dwellings, so that even rookeries are blacker still, and another coating of coal smoke is added to the dingy hue which is their congenial colour. This evil, were we in earnest, we might remove, and effect a positive saving in the consumption of coal. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beames. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Section 3. We pride ourselves upon our superiority to foreigners. We conceive that London is better lighted, paved, drained, and supplied with water than any city in the world. It is interesting, and strictly bearing upon our present subject, to inquire how and by what steps such improvements were effected. Our ancestors certainly endeavoured to root out colonies of evil-disposed persons, or at least to destroy their haunts. Strype, in 1723, describes Whetstone Park at the back of Holborn as being noted for its once infamous and vicious inhabitants, which some years since, he says, were forced away. On this ground, from lying waste was frequently the scene of low dissipation, houses were first erected by Mr. Whetstone, a vestryman of St. Giles's, and from him it obtained the name of Whetstone Park. Strange comment this of the quaint historian, that this benevolent or speculating vestryman should have destroyed this haunt of vice, and erected houses which we may suppose were intended as an antidote to the evils described, and yet that not 2 years since a most fatal epidemic broke out in this very place, which puzzled all the doctors. The place is now inhabited by some of the lowest characters in London, and we may almost believe old Stowe when he tells us that so narrow were some of the streets in ancient London that people could shake hands across them. For this, if anywhere, might be done in the street called Little Turnstile, which is just at the back of Whetstone Park. The following anecdote will show that much remains to be done for the habitations of the poor. When Charles II was restored, the early attention of the legislature was directed to the lighting and cleansing of the streets, repairing the highways and sewers of the capital, the salutary effects of which were gradually communicated to St. Giles's, and the novel exhibition was seen of candles or lights in lanterns. These were directed by the Act to be hung out by every householder from the time of its becoming dark till 9 every evening, from Michaelmas to Lady Day. We smile at the contrast between our gaslit streets and those dim beacons of the nights, but are our courts and alleys in all cases as well cared for as were the streets of our ancestors, even in the time of Charles II? A change has come over us. The rich have room, have air, have houses endeared to them by every comfort civilization can minister. The poor still remain sad heralds of the past, alone bearing the iniquities and inheriting the curse of their fathers. With them time has stopped, if it has not gone back. Worse fed? Are they better housed than their fathers? Worse paid? Do they breathe a purer air? Regent Street attracts the eye. Rookeries still remain. Westminster, at once the seat of a palace and a plague spot. Senators declaim where sewers poison. Theology holds her councils where thieves learn their trade. And Europe's grandest hall is flanked by England's foulest graveyard. We are much interested to inquire from what beginnings the London rookeries sprang. Various causes combined to produce them. Many of them were, from the first, intended for the occupation of the poor. In the parish of St. Pancras, you have streets of the class rookery which cannot be 50 years old. Small houses are now building which will soon become rookeries. Agarstown, in that immense parish, contains a squalid population, originally a band of settlers, who seem, as they would say in America, to have squatted there, and now it is almost impossible to remove them. In other districts, rows of small houses are constantly erected. The ground about them is not drained, and they are as so many depots for the investments of money by rapacious speculators. These houses are badly built, mere lath and plaster, built, we should think, by contract solely as a profitable investment, with an evident desire to evade the provisions which the legislature at last has been forced, from a sense of decency, to enjoin. The recklessness of poverty, the greediness of avarice combined. What pledge have you that such dwellings shall serve more than the temporary purposes for which they were erected? But then the size, expense, means employed should be fixed by Act of Parliament. Dilapidated houses, insecure dwellings, such as do not answer the purpose proposed, such as will not bear the strictest examination, should be condemned by a committee appointed for the purpose. A wholesome check would soon be imposed upon the heartlessness of capitalists, and poverty protected in spite of self. The new Building Act perhaps may have mitigated some of the evils arising from these sources, though it has not destroyed them. A large class of the genus Rookery are very ancient houses, deserted by those to whose ancestors they once belonged. The tide of fashion, the rage for novelty, the changes of the times have also changed the character of the population who now tenant those buildings. Thus, in the dingiest streets of the metropolis are found houses, the rooms of which are lofty, the walls panelled, the ceilings beautifully ornamented, although the gilding which encrusted the ornaments is worn off, the chimney pieces models even now for the sculptor. In many rooms there still remains the grotesque carving for which a former age was so celebrated. You have the heavy balustrades, the wide staircase with its massive rails, or as we now call them, banisters. You have the strong doorway with its carvings, the large unwieldy door, and these features of the olden time, in keeping with the quaint and dust-stained engravings, which seem to have descended as heirlooms from one poor family to another. The names of these courts reminding you of decayed glory, Villiers, Dorset, Buckingham, Norfolk, telling of the stately edifices which once stood where you now breathe the impure atmosphere of a thickly peopled court. A street now remarkable only for its narrowness and dirt is called Garden, because once there was a garden there. Some term of chivalry distinguishes another, some article of dress, now in disuse, a third. Some alley without a pump bears the pompous name of Fountain Court. The houses themselves are in keeping externally with what we have described of the interior. The dark red brick, the pillars with their capitals and quaint figures, speaking of art called forth by wealth and taxed to produce novelty, to stamp on the building in which he lived the rank of the owner. In other parts of London, groups of small houses with their background of courts and alleys have been erected upon the site of large gardens, which formerly were the pleasure grounds of stately mansions, till within 200, I might almost say 150 years since, one side of the Strand consisted of the houses of the nobility. Of these mansions Northumberland House is the only remnant. The grounds extended to the river, and the famous Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, the courtier in the time of Charles II, pulled down the magnificent house in which he lived, and the site of it, together with the gardens, is occupied by streets which bear his name and title. Some of these are rapidly degenerating, and will become rookeries, if no change takes place in the social condition of the poor. The beautiful Watergate, seen from the river, was the entrance to the grounds. In some instances the spacious house remains as it was, the gardens belonging to it being covered with wretched tenements where the poor dwell. Such are the general features of London rookeries. We may, however, be interested in inquiring how any particular nest of these buildings grew to its present size, or became appropriated to its present use. Men generally connect St. Giles's and Seven Dials with squalid misery and a degraded population. Most people suppose that extreme poverty and abject distress are confined to this spot, and that pauperism in other parishes is merely comparative. In this view, to omit mention of the Minories, Saffron Hill, and other notorious plague spots, we may safely assert that very few parishes in London are without these haunts of destitution. The most aristocratic parishes, as they are termed, have their share. The largest and handsomest streets have a background of wretchedness, are too often, but so many, screens for misery which would shock the mind and make men avert their gaze, could they indeed see them as they really are. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beames. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Section 4. It is good to have something definite to fix on in an inquiry like this. We will therefore begin with the parish of St. Giles. In an ancient plan of London, drawn by Agasse and republished by Vertue in 1748, we have the following information. The part of the north-west suburbs of the City of London, since called St. Giles's in the Fields, was, about the time of the Norman Conquest, an unbuilt tract of country, and but thinly scattered with habitations. The parish derived its name from the hospital dedicated to the saint, built on the site of the present church by Matilda, Queen of Henry I, before which time there had only been a small church or oratory on the spot. It is described in old records as abounding in gardens and dwellings in the flourishing times of the hospital, but declined in population after the suppression of that establishment, and remained but an inconsiderable village till the end of the reign of Elizabeth, after which it was rapidly built on, and became distinguished for the number and rank of its inhabitants. Mr. Dobie has brought together in his very interesting History of the Parishes of St. Giles's and St. George's, Bloomsbury, published in 1834, many particulars respecting the state of this parish. We hear, as early as the reign of Henry I, of the Hospital of St. Giles, established for the reception of those afflicted with leprosy, a disorder then prevalent. We next learn that the gallows, first set up in Smithfield, was removed, in the reign of Henry V, to St. Giles's, that place being then on the outskirts of London. The famous Lord Cobham, the great patron of the Lollards, and indeed one of the foremost of them, was executed here after much barbarous treatment, in the year 1418. It is scarcely necessary to remind the reader that Lord Cobham was closely connected with the Hussites, or followers of John Huss of Bohemia, who was so cruelly put to death in spite of a safe conduct from the Emperor. It is Stowe, we think, who mentions the gallows standing at St. Giles in Felde. When the hospital was suppressed, this parish, called of old the very pleasant village of St. Giles's, was built over, and a cluster of houses erected there. In the reign of Elizabeth, mention is made of thick forests extending from the village of St. Giles's westward towards Tyburn. There was also the great Black Forest of Mary la Bonne, into which the Queen used to send the Muscovite ambassador to hunt the wild boar. Stowe, in an account which he gives of the Lord Mayor visiting the conduits at Tyburn, tells us that, on this occasion, before dinner, they hunted the hare and killed her, and thence went to dine at the head of the conduit. There was a good number entertained with good cheer by the chamberlain, and after dinner they went to hunting the fox. There was a great cry for a mile, and at length the hounds killed him at the end of St. Giles's, great hallooing at his death, and blowing of horns. The hospital, of which such frequent mention occurs, had been suppressed in 1547, but a considerable portion of the wall which surrounded it remained in 1595, after which it was nearly demolished, and residences were built on the east and west ends towards the year 1600. Holborn, as early as 1595, had extended so far westward as nearly to join St. Giles's Street, which itself also was increasing rapidly. "On the High Street, Holborn," says Stowe, "have ye many fair houses builded, and lodgings for gentlemen, inns for travellers and such like, up almost, for it lacketh little, to St. Giles's in the Fields." Mr. Dobie tells us that in Aggas's plan a considerable space of fields and gardens extended from St. Giles's Hospital wall to Chancery Lane eastward, with scarce a house intervening, if we except a few scattered buildings opposite to what is now Red Lion Street, and again some few at the north end of the present Drury Lane, now Broad Street. From thence southward till we come to the north end of the Strand, 2 or 3 houses in Covent Garden, Drury House at the bottom of Drury Lane, and a few scattered dwellings towards the south east alone indicate that this portion of London was inhabited. Cattle were seen grazing where Great Queen Street now is, and the few houses in the neighbourhood were surrounded by fields. In the reign of James I, Drury Lane, which had been previously a road to the Strand, was built on, and in 1628 the whole number of houses rated amounted to 897, and more than 20 courts and alleys are mentioned by name. Soon after this, mention is made of the erection of 56 houses, which, it is supposed, were inhabited by people of rank and wealth. Thus, more than 200 years since, a nucleus for rookeries was formed in these very courts and alleys. They must have been built as dwellings for the poor, and we are not surprised to find that the larger houses in the vicinity were gradually deserted by their inhabitants as the tide swept westward, whilst at the same time we ceased to wonder at the size, internal decorations, and external ornaments of many of the houses now tenanted by the very refuse of the population. In the reign of Charles II, part of Great Queen Street in this parish was completed, and contained many mansions of the nobility. Mr. Dobie tells us that the famous Lord Herbert of Cherbury, the father of what are termed the English freethinkers, resided here, and died in 1648. This is the nobleman of whom Walton speaks in his Life of Herbert, telling us, together with many other particulars, that he was a man of great learning and reason, as appears by his book De Veritate, and by his History of the Reign of Henry VIII, and by several other tracts, although Lodge says of him, "Of that anomaly of character, by the abundance and variety of which foreigners tell us our country is distinguished, we meet with none more striking than Lord Herbert, wise and unsteady, prudent and careless, a philosopher with ungovernable and ridiculous prejudices, a good-humoured man, who even sought occasions to shed the blood of his fellow creatures, a deist with superstition too gross for the most secluded cloister." We are curious to inquire where such a man lived, and there is reason to believe that he resided at the south side, near Wild or Wilde Street, and died there in 1648. There is yet standing a very fine old dark red brick house, the front well ornamented with carving, and, though it has been somewhat defaced, still giving us a fair sample of the residence of an opulent man 200 years since. which is believed to have been the residence of this eccentric individual. Inigo Jones was the architect of this and 14 others built in the reign of James I. Some fine specimens of his style still remain in Lincoln's Inn Fields, and the piazza in Covent Garden owes its origin to this celebrated architect, whose beautiful plan of Whitehall is still extant, and may be seen in the lobby which leads to the banqueting house. The Dukes of Ancaster and Newcastle for some time occupied houses in Lincoln's Inn Fields, and there are several very large mansions yet standing, though now divided into chambers, some of them with handsome stone fronts, the interior as well as the exterior of which are well worth inspection, being very spacious, lofty, and well carved, with large halls. The back of this mansion of Lord Cherbury is surrounded by some of the lowest houses in the parish of St. Giles, and Great Queen Street still seems to preserve some share of its ancient importance, while the surrounding neighbourhood has gone fast to decay. In the reign of Charles II, the place, afterwards called Seven Dials, was erected in expectation that it would soon become the abode of the gay and wealthy. Soho Square and Covent, or Convent, Garden were then the residence of the aristocracy. Thus, in the Spectator, Steele, the writer of the second paper, tells us that Sir Roger de Coverley, a baronet of good fortune and ancient family, lived in Soho Square, which is in the immediate neighbourhood of Seven Dials, and a spacious house, now occupied by Mr. Hayes the dentist, still retains on its façade its name, Carlisle House, having been, a century or more since, the residence of the Earl of Carlisle. In the gardens, where now stands a statue of Charles II, were the effigies of 4 river gods, and a fountain which was destroyed because a little boy was drowned while playing there. The neighbourhood was also occupied by stately mansions, some remains of which still exist in Gerrard Street. During some part of the last century we have been told Lord Lyttelton, concerning whom the famous ghost story is related, lived at number 35 in this street, and the celebrated Kit Kat Club was held nearly opposite, and George II, when Prince of Wales, lived in a large house in Leicester Square, which stood on the spot now occupied by Miss Linwood's exhibition. The statue in the middle of the square, which has provoked so many witticisms, being a representation of that monarch, or, as some say, his father, and once was richly gilt. Thus Monmouth Street, a famous rookery, where cellars are tenanted by the poor, and which is noted for second-hand apparel, was so called from the unfortunate Duke of Monmouth, the natural son of Charles II, who was executed after his failure at Sedgemoor in the reign of James II. He had a spacious mansion in Soho Square, we are told, called Monmouth House, not far from this street, which was named in compliment to him. In the 6th year of the reign of Queen Anne, the whole parish of St. Giles, except the neighbourhood of Bedford Square and what is now called Bloomsbury, was covered with houses. The south-east side of Tottenham Court Road, the very spot where the Rookery, lately pulled down, stood, the 7 streets diverging from the 7 Dials, the east side of Drury Lane to Prince's Street, thence to Wild Street, must be attributed to this period. Some had been in existence previous to, none may be assigned to a later date than Queen Anne's reign. In the days of the Commonwealth, an attempt was made to promote the better observance of the Sabbath, and victuallers were interdicted from opening their houses on Sunday. 7 Dials, even then the resort of questionable characters, became the rendezvous of what a quaint writer calls oppressed tipplers. Footnote: 7 Dials, even then the resort of questionable characters. Strype, writing in 1720, thus speaks of this neighbourhood: "And on the west side there was a place with a building called Cock and Pye Fields, which was made use of for a lay stall for the soil of the streets, but of late built into several handsome streets, and so neatly contrived that every street in a straight line fronts the dial placed in the midst, which is raised on a high pedestal or pillar. These streets are thus named Earl's Street, Queen Street, White Lion Street, and so on. End footnote. There is also in existence a roll of the names of those who were fined for these excesses under the statutes framed by the Protector's government. Many were the publicans who endeavoured to evade, and found it to their interest to dare, the penalties of the law. Of this mention is made in an ancient play, which represents those times and the customs which prevailed. The famous Evelyn, the author of the Silver, says in 1694, "I went to see the building near St. Giles's, where 7 dials made a star from a Doric pillar placed in the middle of a circular area, said to be by Mr. Neal, the introducer of the late lotteries, in imitation of Venice, now set up here for himself twice, and once for the state." The Doric pillar was afterwards surmounted by a clock having 7 dials, and hence the name by which this neighbourhood is known. About this time the suburbs of the metropolis were much increased through the settlements of about 14,000 French Protestants, who fled from France when Louis XIV revoked the Edict of Nantes. Many hundreds of these refugees fixed their abode in the neighbourhood of Long Acre, the 7 Dials, and Soho. The district thus named, we learn from Brayley and others, was formerly known by the name of the Cock and Pie Fields, and noted for the assemblages of idle and dissolute persons. At length, in the reign of William III, Mr. Neal took the ground and completely metamorphosed this sink of filth and iniquity. On the side of Wilder Street, or as it used to be called, Welder Street, once resided the respectable family of the Welds of Lulworth Castle. Bainbridge and Buckeridge streets were built prior to 1672, and derive their names from their owners, who were men of wealth in the time of Charles II, as Dyot Street does its title from Mr. Dyot, a man of consideration in the same reign. It was inhabited till within these few years by Philip Dyot, Esquire, his descendant. On the spot occupied by these very streets, in fact formed out of these very streets, was the famous Rookery, pulled down to form a continuation of Oxford Street. It appears that this was, from a comparatively early period, the resort of the Irish, and the place they first colonised. It has long been remarkable for poverty and vice. Until a recent period, St. Giles's and St. George's, Bloomsbury, were one parish, and we may conceive what an alteration has taken place, and how many houses, once inhabited by the rich and noble, are now the dwellings of the poor, when Strype, speaking of Great Russell Street in 1720, calls it a very spacious and handsome street, inhabited by the nobility and gentry, especially on the north side, as having gardens behind the houses, and the prospect of pleasant fields up to Hampstead and Highgate, inasmuch as this place is esteemed the most healthful in London. In its passage it saluteth Southampton House, Montague House, and Thanet House, all these the seats of noblemen. But for stateliness of buildings and curious gardens, Montague House hath the preeminence, as indeed of all houses within the cities of London and Westminster. Thanet House, the residence of the earls of that name, was situated opposite the notorious Dyot Street, and was subsequently divided into 2 spacious houses. In this street stood that Montague House of magnificent proportions, which was purchased by Government to receive Sir Hans Sloane's collection, and which afterwards became the British Museum. The gardens, which were laid out in the French style, are still remembered by some of those now living, and in them were several jets d'eau, as well as those formal parterres so peculiar to the last century, and within 50 years of this time the noble residence of the Duke of Bedford in Bloomsbury Square was taken down, the materials sold, and Russell Square and the neighbouring streets erected, where before were the gardens attached to the mansion. The additions made during the last 50 years to modern London have in many instances taken the place of the pleasure grounds once attached to noble mansions. Within the last 30 years the neighbourhood of St Pancras Church consisted of brick fields, and a large nursery ground occupied the space now converted into a pleasure garden fronting the church. Had any well-considered plan been pursued, dwellings fit for the proper accommodation of the poor might have been built instead of the very recent rookeries, which have been erected within a few minutes' walk of the church. Upon the most selfish calculation of private advantage, the interests of the landlord might have been better served, a scandal avoided, and an impetus given to the great cause of bettering the condition of the working classes. The subject of dwellings for the labouring poor does not seem, until within the last few years, to have occupied the public mind. Men who were content themselves to live in narrow, badly drained streets, in houses which seemed almost to touch those opposite, who thought it no injustice to confine felons in jails where fever was their constant companion, where even in the very courts both judge and jury became the victims of infection, could scarcely be very solicitous about the lodgings of the poor. There must, for many centuries, have been districts thickly inhabited by the refuse of the people, pauper colonies, if you will, not so large, perhaps, or so general as at present, but yet wanting in few of their evils. Highwaymen, about the middle of the last century, infested the metropolis. Men were robbed in the very streets, whilst the suburbs were notoriously beset with them, even in the daytime. Footnote: Highwaymen about the middle of the last century infested the metropolis. Men were robbed in the very streets, whilst the suburbs, and so on. The Prince of Wales and Duke of York, about 50 years ago, are said to have been robbed in the neighbourhood of Berkeley Square as they returned home in a private carriage. In the time of Charles II, the daring Colonel Blood attempted to carry off the famous Duke of Ormond, attacking and dragging him out of his carriage in St James's Street. It is said by old farmers who knew the suburbs 50 years ago that the decrease of highway robbery is to be attributed to the use of banknotes instead of gold, which used formerly to be the medium of exchange to a much greater amount than at present. End footnote. The trade must have been a thriving one, and candidates for its honours and emoluments not few. We read in Smollett of gaming houses frequented by these worthies. Hogarth has a print of one of them. There must then have been retreats for such jailbirds, where they could bury themselves and lie snug till the hue and cry was over. Drunkenness has been ever, we fear, a national vice with us, and the existence of poor laws from the time of Elizabeth would teach us that overpopulation is not the only source of want or the only check to employment. All these things presuppose poor, and rookeries the dwellings of the poor. In Smollett's novels we read of one of his heroes whose rescue from the hands of the soldiers was attempted by two tatterdemalions from the purlieus of St Giles's, and between them both there was but one shirt and a pair of breeches. Allowing for exaggeration in this sketch of 1740, we have the place and the class which we are at present describing. These rookeries, then, were the haunts of crime in days of old. Are they more select now? Or do you suppose that they only conceal the accomplished felon, that the labourers amongst whom he takes shelter for a while connive at his hiding place merely from mistaken compassion? Do you suppose that such a man can live among them without a fellow feeling between him who hides and him who is hidden, that the plague spot does not spread, and that the very sight of the excesses in which one so abandoned revels when his trade is flourishing has no temptation for him who by hard labour can barely earn a precarious subsistence. Or suppose that felon colonies were tolerated among us, not penal places of banishment, but licensed Alsatias, and that thus the dwellings of the industrious poor were separated by a marked line from these gulfs of infamy, would not crime be fostered of itself by the very recklessness which rookeries produce, if they who make a gain of the necessities of the poor break one of God's broadest commandments? Will the victims be more fastidious? You reduce men well nigh to the level of the beasts of the field. Can you expect them to be careful of nice distinctions, or not to glide by the slippery gradation of habit from less to greater delinquencies? Ere we carry on the historical picture, a few remarks cannot be out of place. There were plague spots in former days, and a population dangerous alike to the state and themselves, because, with the exception of the Gordon riots 40 years later, no popular commotion took place. It is argued that the danger of fostering such a class is exaggerated, that life and property are still secure, though men like these remain, that by speaking of such haunts as these you cannot alarm selfishness, though there is a strong argument addressed to the conscience of the legislature. We are not quite so certain that even the first assertion is true. St. Antoine, the St. Giles of Paris, contributed her hoards in the Revolution of 1789. The Bastille was reared amidst her precincts, and was the first victim of revolutionary fury. We say not that these divisions of the body social originate popular disturbances, but they are the fuel on which agitation feeds, ready to take fire the moment the flame is kindled by the great party feuds. 100 years ago the distinction between rich and poor was not so visible, the middle class so large and so wealthy. Now a gulf yawns, is daily growing wider, and we may fear that at no distant time the legend of old Rome may be here brought to pass, the chasm opening only to close, because filled up by the best and choicest the country breeds. You have put the weapons into these men's hands, have taught them, educated them, given them a free press, free to licentiousness, the parent of sedition. They meet, discuss, harangue, plot, combine, wait their time. England's domestic difficulties, her foreign embroilments, a crisis in her councils, a split in her parties, will alike evoke ready instruments to do by violence what should have been done by a paternal government. Let us resume the thread of our narrative. How did this centre of wretchedness and poverty grow to what we now see it? It is now well nigh a penal settlement, a pauper metropolis in itself. When did it become a recognised refuse quarter? How increase to its present proportions? St. Giles's, we are told in Charles Knight's interesting account of London, was in the time of the Commonwealth for the natives and naturalised of Alsatia, and the sanctuary, what the hills in the south of Scotland were for the hill folk among the Presbyterians, a central point where they could meet, and from the elevation of which they could timeously descry the approach of danger, and in whose channelled sides were rare dens for skulking, doubling, and throwing out their pursuers. Favoured by natural position, the blackguardism of St. Giles's was only increased by harsh treatment. It was pounded into tougher consistency. In the year 1740, and for some time after, it was the resort of the celebrated Thoreau, who commanded a French squadron which committed some depredations on the coast of Ireland and the Hebrides in 1760. This man seems to have been an apt specimen of the half-smuggling, half-gambling, living by their wits population who made St. Giles's their rendezvous at this time. That there was a celebrated person of this name living at the time, who, being in the service of France, did great injury to our commerce, is proved by an extract from the British Traveller, which was published in 1779. The annalist is speaking of an expedition fitted out by the French, and says the command was given to Monsieur Thureau, a person of obscure birth, but possessed of such abilities as would have done honour to the highest station in the navy. It was supposed that the squadron was intended for making a descent on Scotland. Footnote: Smollett gives the details of this expedition, and speaks of the number of prizes Thureau captured, for in these minute circumstances the historian was at home. When he sketched the characters of sovereigns, he betrayed his ignorance of his craft. End footnote. A club, we find, from the same account, was held in Seven Dials, and consisted wholly of foreigners, chiefly of Frenchmen. From first to last, then, St. Giles and that district appears to have been the resort of the lowest characters. The scene of some of Hogarth's most celebrated prints lies in St. Giles's. Thus his picture of Gin Lane has for its background the church of St. George, Bloomsbury. The date is 1751. When, says Hogarth, these two prints were designed and engraved, the dreadful consequences of gin drinking appeared in every street in Gin Lane. Every circumstance of its horrid effects is brought to view in terrorem. Not a house in tolerable condition but the pawnbroker's and the gin shop, the coffin maker's in the distance. St. Giles's then was not in any degree behind what it is at the present day, if we may take this and other prints as fair types of its appearance, for the present church often forms the background, or is introduced in the distance, into his paintings. The houses seem as mouldy and dilapidated, more so even than they are at present. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beames. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Section 5. The sketch we have thus far given will describe in what way the most celebrated rookery has grown to its present size and condition, a condition not likely to be improved until the subject of dwellings for the poorer classes really engages the attention of our rulers. One remark we cannot forbear. The finest squares of the metropolis are comparatively of modern date. Grosvenor, Hanover, and St. James's, not 200 years old. Barely, perhaps, 150. The parish church of St. James was built by Sir Christopher Wren, and some of the carving of the interior is by Grinling Gibbons. We know that these renowned individuals, architect and artisan, flourished towards the close of the 17th century, the church itself having been finished about the era of the Revolution. The square near it dates its origin from the same period, and Hanover Square was coeval with the introduction of the reigning family. Yet the haunts of poverty have been, in many instances, what they are for more than 200 years. These squares have been supplanted by new colonies of aristocratic buildings, whose sites are supposed to be better, more airy, laid out on a more commodious plan than were those which were wont to be in vogue. The citizen spends his first surplus on a country house, though for the greater part of the day he toil in London, his family have the benefit of pure air, country scenery, and a detached abode. Whole streets, once residences, are now warehouses, counting houses, and places solely for business. Footnote: whole streets, once residences, are now warehouses, counting houses, and places solely for business. Let the antiquarian, if he wish to put this to the test, take a walk down to Mark Lane, and inspect some of the houses in that street, especially 32 and 33, not merely the outside, but the court, into which he will enter through a beautiful doorway, and then let him walk up the stairs of the house, now converted into sets of chambers. From the windows he will have a view of the neighbouring courtyards, in some of which are fountains. In one especially, a little more to the north, a fountain of very chaste design. He will then see that our ancestors displayed infinitely more taste in adorning their houses, both within and without, than we their descendants. There is also a fine old front to a house in Aldersgate Street, which report says was once tenanted by the Duke of Buckingham, the famous Villiers of Charles II's time. The reader may not be aware that in the beginning of the last century fountains were much more general than at present. There were two in Lincoln's Inn, one with the effigies of a mermaid, one in King, now Soho, Square, for river gods spouting water, one in the Privy Gardens near Richmond Terrace, one in the Temple, the remains of which are still visible, one in front of old Somerset House, and several behind the city halls and the old houses in that quarter. Montague House, since converted into the British Museum, was also celebrated for the jets d'eau and fountains of its gardens. The fine old mansion in Lincoln's Inn Fields, now tenanted by the Society for Promoting Christian Knowledge, belonged to the Duke of Newcastle of the reign of George II. End footnote. Why, because they are supposed to be too close for dwellings, and though the houses are often lofty and spacious with large courts in front, though they lodged our ancestors, though they are handsomely built, the very retail tradesman hurries from their neighbourhood to the country house or the Cockney villa. Time is lost in going and returning, though time, in commercial phrase, be money. The underlings in city establishments are left without the wholesome control of the master during the greater part of the 24 hours. Property is jeopardied, opportunities of correspondence lost, because it is confessedly worth the while of a principal to buy a portion of health at the cost of a portion of emolument, with risk and with certain loss. Rookeries still survive by their very isolation, by their retention of past anomalies, possessing still the errors and handing down the discomforts of our ancestors, sad memorials of the past. Meanwhile, when rebellion recruits her forces, she is fed by the denizens of these retreats. It is on record that during the combats in Paris last year, and on the famous 10th of April here, multitudes of strange figures issued from these lurking places, distinguished by their appearance from the rest even of the poor population. They bide their time. The agitator calls, and "they will come when he doth call." St. Antoine, riddled by bullets, still is. Shall we neglect our duty because St. Giles's, unscathed by war, crumbles peacefully beneath the hand of time? Yet let us not be ungrateful. The caricaturist may sketch the grotesque amidst their haunts, the antiquarian call up by the aid of their antique decorations the features of a bygone age. The legislature may banish to these dens the unconvicted criminal till his time comes, without the expense of transportation. The medical student study some strange type of disease amidst the remaining lazar houses of St. Giles. Happy age which is spared the task of providing for the teeming multitudes which are yearly added to its population. Happy country which denies its well-bred citizens the sight of countenances which might shock their delicacy, and of habits which might infect the rising scions of a higher caste, which girdles vice within a barrier none need pass, and confines destitution to dens few can investigate. Meanwhile, with a slight change, the words of the poet are verified in these neglected colonies. Aetas parentum pejor evis tulit, nos nequiores mox daturos progeniem vitiosiorem. End of section 5. Section 6, Part 1 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Section 6. Speak not to me of swarms the scene sustains. One heart, free-tasting nature's breath and bloom, is worth 1,000 slaves to Mammon's gains. But whither goes that wealth, and gladdening whom? See, left but life enough, and breathing room, the hunger and the hope of life to feel. Yon pale mechanic bending o'er his loom, and childhood's self as at Ixion's wheel, from morn till midnight, tasked to earn its little meal. Is this improvement, where the human breed degenerates as they swarm and overflow, till toil grows cheaper than the trodden weed, and man competes with man like foe with foe, till death that thins them scarce seems public woe? Improvement! Smiles it in the poor man's eyes, or blooms it on the cheek of labour? No. To gorge a few with trade's precarious prize, we banish rural life and breathe unwholesome skies. Campbell. If you have accompanied us thus far, gentle reader, whilst we praise your patience, we must endeavour to reward it. You will say you never knew even a rookery so long as ours. Though our forefathers were wont to estimate their importance in the social scale by the length of the avenue which separated their residence from the public road, and therefore in some degree by the size of the untuneful colony which built there. Witness the avenues of Longleat, Badminton, and others. Have we not beguiled the way by old-world stories about Inigo Jones and domestic architecture? Have we not traced rookeries to their very cradle when they were as babes in the wood? Have we not given the vendor of old clothes a patent of nobility? When he looks round on the massive stair rails, does not imagination picture the merry monarch handing down to her high-backed chair some cynosure of his court, some star from that galaxy who loved not wisely but too well, or leaning indolently on that very balustrade which now props shelves redolent of left-off garments? Be not ungrateful, then, companion of our urban walk. Have we not, for your sake, penetrated, at the risk of losing caste among birds of a higher feather, those dense nests tenanted by their sad-coloured inhabitants? Has not Holinshed doffed his antique garments, and Stowe spoken in tones of our times, for your sake? And when we told you that the gallant Monmouth lived, and the gay ones of the age ruffled, where now savoury but amphibious pies perfume the atmosphere of Seven Dials, did you not cry, with the poet, "Stop, for thy tread is on an empire's dust"? Confess, learned student of the law, we have beguiled the way, of old so dreary, between Leicester Square and Lincoln's Inn, and that the dark office seems to lose a portion of its grimness, because old Inigo spent his skill on it, and the noble and the gay once tenanted it. But still, for we love to be consecutive, what has all this to do with rookeries? Much, indeed. We do not say with Fadladine of side-aching memory that, to understand what a rookery now is, it is necessary to consider all the rookeries that ever existed. Yet we like to know something of their birth, parentage, and education, and we don't know how otherwise to meet the objection that these haunts are peculiar to our times, and therefore a disgrace to our boasted civilization. We like to know for what particular offences the justice and the wisdom of England thought proper to consign to dark and comfortless dwellings the poor for whom religion bids us care, and in whose preservation is preserved a nation's well-being. at what particular era the custom was introduced, whether refractory barons inflicted confinement in such tenements as a punishment on the commons who supported the sovereign, or whether, when cities and boroughs first achieved municipal privileges, they thus tamed the spirits of rude retainers. We cannot thus look into the manners, habits, useful arts, and domestic comforts of an age without being led to make comparisons between other and our own times. We cannot trace rookeries to their source without asking whether the interval was so great between the different orders of society, whether the improvement manifest among the wealthier has penetrated to the poorer classes of society, whether enactments in more despotic times achieved reforms which public spirit should now accomplish, whether with the monopolies granted to towns were associated obligations to their poorer brethren. When we last journeyed together, I think we had pressed the inimitable Hogarth into our service, and he had illustrated Seven Dials for us, as it was some 80 years since. Gin Lane, with its background of tottering houses, its coffin-maker, its spirit shops, for in that innocent or Saturnian age gin palaces were not, and that self-same spire which is still, amidst even such a neighbourhood as this, an omen of better things, are pictured so that these times may know the scene. Close at hand, the Rookery, but 4 years since, still was. We doubt whether some traces of it may not linger yet. True, a strange cento of architectural caricatures has arisen on the spot, as though some master in the craft, being asked to furnish a medley of designs, had sent the crude exercises of his different pupils, instead of sitting down himself to the work, as if some lofty spirit, indignant at the absurdity which conceived such a combination, had borrowed a builder's scrap-book in lieu of tasking himself to a labour he loathed. And yet there were still, a few months since, some crumbling houses, their windows mended with old clothes, bearing evident marks of the once famous Rookery. Let us see, then, what this colony was, and how far the neighbourhood has benefited by its removal. Charles Knight thus describes it: "Here is the genuine and unsophisticated St. Giles's. Its limits are not very precisely defined, but we shall not be very far from the mark if we describe it as the triangular space bounded by Bainbridge Street, George Street, and High Street, St. Giles's. It is one dense mass of houses, so old they only seem not to fall, through which narrow and tortuous lanes curve and wind. There is no privacy here for any of the overcrowded population. Every apartment in the place is accessible from every other by a dozen different approaches. Only at night, when they are asleep, and not always at night, can their redundant numbers find room, for so long as they are lively enough to turn and be aware that anything presses them, there is squeezing and jostling, grumbling and cursing. Hence, whoever ventures here finds the streets, by courtesy so called, thronged with loiterers, and sees through the half-glazed windows rooms crowded to suffocation. The stagnant gutters in the middle of the lanes, the accumulated piles of garbage, the filth choking up the dark passages which open upon the highways, all these scarce leave so dispiriting an impression on the passenger as the condition of the houses. Walls of the colour of bleached soot, doors falling from their hinges, doorposts worm-eaten, windows where shivered panes of glass alternate with wisps of straw, old hats, and lumps of bed-ticken or brown paper, bespeak the last and frailest shelter that can be interposed between man and the elements. Shops are almost unknown, in the interior of the district quite unknown. In this desolate region many of the windows announce lodgings at threepence a night, and the transient population is almost as numerous as the regular indwellers. Thus far the modern Stow, but before we enter further into detail, we would premise somewhat in explanation. Know then, gentle reader, that much of what our friend describes is seen only by night. True, by day there are the dingy alley and the thievish-looking population, women with their bloated faces, and men who fill every intermediate occupation between greengrocer and bird-catcher. True that thieves lurk here, these very employments being in many cases but semblances worn to conceal a less reputable calling. Dog-breakers, dealers in birds, marine storekeepers, men whom indolence and dissipation, unfit for more regular employment, throng these haunts even by day. But night alone witnesses the real condition of our rookeries. Then the swarm of beggars who have driven their profitable trade return to their lair. Trampers come in for the night's lodging. The beggars' opera, as they were wont to be called, then open their doors to those whom necessity has made skulkers or outcasts, so that not in St. Giles's alone, but in most London parishes, are rooms where chance lodgers are gathered at nightfall. These are crammed by those whom poverty assembles, and the landlord derives a large revenue from the necessities of his customers, so that you cannot judge by the daylight aspect of the rookery what face it wears by night. You would be startled to witness the crowding of inmates, even in favoured localities. To see the industrious mechanic, his wife, and 5 or 6 children huddled into a single apartment, by day the common sitting-room, by night the common dormitory. You would be startled to find that such is the rule among the working classes, the meed of honesty and diligence, so that it has few exceptions. But in the genuine rookery, even this remnant of decency, this slender rag, which yet betokens a lingering regard to the proprieties of social life, is removed. Men and women are brought together in the same apartment, whom no marriage tie unites, and who have no other bond than that of common want, so that, because all are taken in who can pay their footing, the thief and the prostitute are harboured among those whose only crime, perhaps, is poverty, and there is thus always a comparatively secure retreat for him who has outraged his country's laws. Sums are here paid, a tithe of which, if well laid out, would provide at once a decent and an ample lodging for the deserving poor, and that surplus which might add to the comfort and better the condition of the industrious finds its way into the pocket of the middleman. We do not aim in this sketch to describe minutely the condition of those who inhabit rookeries, and have therefore contented ourselves with few details. We must otherwise, in the cause of truth, enter upon inquiries whose results are too disgusting for our pages. Such descriptions very properly fill the reports of sanitary commissioners, for if they were left out, many an evil would go unchecked. The Times newspaper has, with a laudable boldness, told the naked tale, and thus, in the following pages, though much to the uninitiated may seem exaggeration, 1/10 of the nuisances which disgrace rookeries has not been enumerated. If any interest should be awakened by this imperfect sketch, the means are ready at hand to satisfy inquiry. Yet still a few facts, and they not the most startling, may prepare us for further investigation. And as we have derived them from official sources, we are less likely to be misled. In the report of the Statistical Society we have the following remarks respecting the district visited by its members, which was one of the most densely populated in St. Giles's. The inhabitants may be classed as follows. First, shopkeepers, lodging-house keepers, publicans, and some of the under-landlords of the houses, who make a considerable profit by letting the rooms, furnished and unfurnished. Second, street dealers in fruit, vegetables, damaged provisions, and sundries, sweeps, knife grinders, and doormat makers. Third, mendicants, crossing sweepers, street singers, persons who obtain a precarious subsistence, and country tramps. Fourth, persons calling themselves dealers, who are probably thieves, and the occupants of houses of ill fame. Fifth, young men and lads of ages varying from 10 to 30, known as pickpockets and thieves of various degrees. About 1/2 of the inhabitants are Irish, chiefly natives of Cork, who for the most part have been long resident in London. About 1/8 are of Irish descent, born in England. The remainder consist of English, some of whom have been in better circumstances. The last remark must be taken with some allowance, because of the obvious difficulty attending such classifications. You are much struck in visiting the rooms and houses where the poor live by the absence not merely of the comforts, but almost the necessaries of life. Take, for instance, a family consisting of man and wife and 5 children. They are lucky if they have 1 bedstead and 3 beds. In many instances there are no bedsteads. In some cases, in the worst districts, straw furnishes the bed, and the day clothes the covering by night. The houses of the poor are, for years together, guiltless of paint, and even whitewash, cheap as it is sparingly laid on. The inmates suffer much, too, from want of water, with which these courts are very inadequately supplied, even when it is turned on, and this takes place, in many instances, only twice a week, though the companies have a plentiful supply at command. And few investments have turned out so profitably as those made in the shares of these different societies. Note: the inmates suffer much, too, from want of water, though the companies have a plentiful supply at command. In the second report of the Health of Towns Commissioners, we have the following interesting information, which shows how much more careful our ancestors were than ourselves. It is, however, apparent on a review of the course of legislation on this subject that the most serious attention was given to works of drainage from the earliest period of our constitutional history. The earliest fundamental provisions have been based on the footing that such works, as well as measures for the maintenance of the free flow of running waters, were of general public and national, rather than of exclusively local, consideration. It is held by the first legal authorities to be one of the prerogatives of the Crown to issue commissions for the protection of the population by the enforcement of proper works of drainage, and this prerogative appears to have been exercised by the issue of special commissions, as well after as before the passing of statutory provisions on the subject. End note. Few perhaps are aware of the facility with which water may be obtained by means of artesian wells. When these are sunk, as in Trafalgar Square, chiefly for ornamental purposes, the expense is serious, because steam is employed to raise the jet d'eau. But this would not be the case did we merely require water for the supply of the houses, fire mains, pumps, and so on. Note: few perhaps are aware of the facility with which water may be obtained by means of artesian wells. Dr. Buckland has entered the lists on this occasion, but has been ably met by Messrs. Easton and Amos, whose answer we subjoin. To the Editor of the Daily News. Sir, we have perused with regret the reports of the remarks made by the Very Reverend the Dean of Westminster at the Hanover Square Rooms, and at the Institute of British Architects, upon the wells supplying the Trafalgar Square fountains and the public offices with water, and our regret arises from the reflection that these reports should attach his respectable name to a series of mistakes which a trifling degree of inquiry would have prevented. The Very Reverend Dean, after giving a definition of an artesian well, and affirming that, although many wells in London are so called, not a single real artesian well exists within 3 miles of St. Paul's, goes on to observe that, so far from the wells in Trafalgar Square being artesian wells, the water does not rise within 40 feet of the surface, that it is pumped up by means of a steam engine, that the requisite supply of water could have been obtained at a much less cost from the Chelsea waterworks, and finally that the same water is pumped up over and over again. Now, we are certainly unable to contradict the statement that the wells are not artesian wells. This may or may not be the case, as we are perfectly indifferent to the etymology of the word artesian. But in this instance the Dean is made to fight a shadow, for neither the Commissioner of Woods nor ourselves have ever called these wells artesian wells, by whatever name the public may have chosen to designate them. There is consequently no attempt at deception of any kind in the case, as the language of the very Reverend Dean would seem to imply. We turn to the comparative cheapness of the mode adopted and that proffered by the Chelsea Company. In this case, a plain statement is all that is required. When the question of the supply of water to these fountains first came before the Government, the Chelsea Waterworks Company, which was at that time receiving a large rental for the supply of the public offices, was applied to for the purpose, and we believe their demand was higher for supplying 2 1-inch jets than our charges have been for supplying 2 2-inch jets, carrying, be it observed, 4 times as much water, and as many of the public offices as used to pay the company about £1,000 per year. With regard to the assertion that the water is pumped up over and over again, we beg to say that for the last 3 years we have been pumping from 300 to 400 gallons per minute from the well, the pumps originally fixed having been superseded by pumps capable of raising this quantity, not a drop of which has ever been returned to it. The only foundation existing for such a statement is that the water supplied to the fountains, after doing duty there, is allowed to run back into a catch well or reservoir near the works, from whence it is again pumped up to be again used in playing them, a plan which is obviously very much cheaper than any by which the Chelsea or other company could possibly supply them. We have now erected a large engine at those works, preparatory to supplying the palaces, public buildings and barracks round St. James's Park, the Serpentine and the Hyde Park cavalry barracks, and it will be found when this is done that a saving will be effected in the annual expenditure for water equal to a large percentage on the capital laid out. A considerable portion of the Dean's address is stated in the report to have consisted of remarks on what is designated the fact that all the so-called artesian wells require incessant deepening, and that in a case where the water now stands 60 feet deep, it would be 120 feet deep in the year 1875, 25 years hence. Now, what are the facts in the Orange Street wells, which supply the fountains in Trafalgar Square? Why, that the water in the spring of every year rises higher than it did in 1844, when we first established the works. We lower it slightly in the summer and towards autumn, but it has always returned to its original height in the following spring. Indeed, in April 1847 it rose 2 feet higher, and should we have a wet winter with snow, we have no doubt that it will rise several feet higher in April next than it did in 1844. We have in fact in our London chalk basin something better even than an artesian well, as described in the report, namely, an always existing receiver for the rains of heaven, which cannot fail so long as these rains themselves do not fail, a fact which the Dean, as well as so many others, have wholly overlooked. We can safely affirm that the practical experience we have had during the last 27 years in sinking wells and supplying towns from the chalk formation has led us to results very different from the theory devised by the Reverend Dean as regards the quantity of water obtainable from that stratum. In 1844 we entered into a contract with Her Majesty's Commissioner of Woods and so on for erecting the waterworks in Orange Street for a given sum, taking on ourselves all risks of supply and so on. We should be willing to enter into a similar contract to supply every house in London with 40 gallons of water per day from similar wells for 10 shillings per year, and pay 5% on the capital expended. In our opinion, London will never be properly supplied until each house is furnished with spring water for beverage, as well as with that less pure supply now afforded, which may be employed for sanitary purposes. We are, sir, your obedient servants, Easton and Amos. Grove, Southwark, December the 5th, 1849. The intervention of the Crown was often urgently sought for the public protection against the injurious encroachments of private interests upon the great public watercourses, for mill power or for fishing weirs. The 16th chapter of Magna Charta is a defence of the public rights against the growth of such encroachments. The 4th statute of the 25th year of the reign of King Edward III, chapter 4, provides for the putting down of mills, weirs, dams, and other obstructions, and commissions appear to have been issued from time to time to see the execution of the laws provided therein. A commission was issued in the 3rd year of Henry IV for providing the means of conveying pure water to the inhabitants of Kingston upon Hull, as well as for draining that town and removing impure sea or marsh water. End note. The Committee of the Parishioners of St. James, Westminster, have put forth a report upon the subject of supplying that parish with water from artesian wells. In the words of the memorialists, from a source so pure and abundant as the basin of the chalk formation under the London and plastic clays, over nearly the centre of which the entire metropolis is situated. With this view, the report continues, the attention of the Commissioners was first given to the quantity which could be obtained from the chalk under these clay beds, from which formation large and continuous supplies can alone be depended on. Footnote. Dr. Buckland has lately reopened this question, although many whose premises have been supplied with water from artesian wells think he has decided upon a too superficial inquiry. The matter may be considered ad hoc sub judice. End footnote. The report affirms that the quantity of rain which annually falls upon the exposed surface of country surrounding London, where it is received and afterwards percolates into the chalk basin, forms such a supply that after allowing 1/3 for evaporation, it is infinitely more than adequate to the consumption of the metropolis, and is derived from a source which is inexhaustible. It would require 13 hours pumping each day to supply all the houses in this parish, population 37,000, with 200 gallons each every weekday, 1,000 gallons of water being lifted per minute, or about 12,064 hogsheads daily, a quantity only equal to that now about to be obtained at the works in Orange Street, Leicester Square, for supplying the fountains in Trafalgar Square, the Serpentine, palaces, government offices, and so on. The expense of purchasing 2 sites, erecting engines, sinking wells, and laying about 12 miles of main pipes through the several streets, and so on, with attendant contingencies, would not amount to more than £30,000, as estimated by an eminent engineer. Then follow the items of the estimate. To pay the interest due upon this sum, and provide a sinking fund for the payment of the debt, £1 5s. per house would be required, less than half the present average charge. The memorialists confidently calculate that the entire debt would be liquidated in less than 20 years, and a sum would annually revert at the end of that time to the parish for sanitary improvements. We should bear in mind that this report has received the sanction of an eminent engineer, that artesian wells have been sunk in many places with the best effect. A company has just been formed, having for its object to supply London with pure spring water from wells to be sunk in the chalky strata near Watford. The reservoirs are proposed to be placed at such an altitude above the metropolis as to ensure a constant supply of water by high pressure to its inhabitants, without employing cisterns. Mr. Robert Stevenson's two reports of 1840 and 1841 on the means of obtaining a better supply of water have just been reissued. Lengthened experience, says the journalist, upon the London and Birmingham railway works led him to conclude that chalk is the great water-bearing stratum underlying the London clay, and from which all the artesian wells, directly or indirectly, draw their supplies. That below the level of its natural drainage of the country, the chalk is charged with an enormous quantity of water, which may be obtained with extraordinary facility by pumping. He then shows that a supply can be obtained from the springs of the chalk near Watford, whence it would be conveyed to London. Thus, says he, you would have spring water already naturally filtered, in preference to that which has been drained from a portion of the earth's surface. You would make use of an enormous reservoir which nature has supplied us with in the chalk, and this at a spot where no existing interests can be injured, in a situation whence the supply to London may be conveyed with facility and economy. We may not know sufficient of the subject to pledge ourselves to every word of this report. Perhaps such plans need further trial before they can be generally sanctioned. One thing, however, has been confidently affirmed, that London is built over a chalk bed, and is supplied, by its very position, with ample reservoirs of water, that it has the means in its own hands of ridding itself of the monopolies which have enhanced the price of the supply they afford, and made it in proportion scarce. In many courts in London, water is only turned on twice in the week, and then in limited quantities. The cistern supplies the whole house, consisting of 10 or 12 rooms, and sometimes includes between 40 and 50 people. This water is far from pure, the pipes frequently running by the side of drains and sewers, in some instances is derived from the Thames, the dirty condition of which is well known, and has frequently been mentioned in the public journals. Baths and wash-houses have been introduced sparingly, with the best effects, in some of our crowded districts, yet the intervals are many and far between. Those who have known the poor for any length of time can scarce describe the extent of benefit conferred on them by these establishments. Alas, too often did the consumptive patient lie on his bed of sickness in the common lodging-room, whilst wet clothes were suspended on strings stretched across the room. He inhaled the damp air, which affected even the strong and healthy, made the room feel unnaturally cold, and his disease was aggravated. Now, for a small sum, the poor may be supplied with soap, with water, with the means of drying their clothes, at a smaller cost than if they still were tied to the old system, with all its annoyances and dangers, a penny an hour being the sum usually charged for the materials needed. These establishments are valued, as they should be. At the baths in Whitechapel, from the 26th of July 1847 to the 31st of December 1848, 75 weeks, the total number of bathers was 81,694. The receipts, £914, 19 shillings and a penny. For the next 43 weeks, the numbers 100,023, the receipts £1,293, 10 shillings. End of section 6, part 1. Section 6, Part 2 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Baths and wash-houses for the labouring classes. Returns. Relative to the working of the public baths and wash-house. Model establishment. Goulston Square, Whitechapel. Bathing Department. Date 26th July 1847 to 31st of December 1848, 75 weeks. First class, cold, 3d, 1,866. Warm, 6d, 15,840. Second class, cold, 1 penny, 9,896. Warm, 2d, 54,092. Sexes of bathers: men or women not stated. Children not above 8 years old, not exceeding 4 bathing together, not stated. Total number of bathers 81,694. Receipts £914, 19 shillings and a penny. Date 1st of January to 27th of October 1849, 43 weeks. First class, cold, threepence, 2,713. Warm, sixpence, 25,706 and a half. Second class, cold, 1 penny, 7,816. Warm, twopence, 62,849 and a half. Men, 94,450. Women, 4,241. Children, not above 8 years old, not exceeding 4 bathing together, 1,332. Total number of bathers, 100,023. Receipts, £1,293, 9 shillings and 11 halfpenny. Totals: first class cold, 4,579. First class warm, 41,546 and a half. Second class cold, 17,712. Second class warm, 116,941 and a half. Total number of bathers, 181,717. Receipts, £2,208, 9 shillings and a halfpenny. Weekly averages of the foregoing return. Date 26th of July 1847 to 31st of December 1848, 75 weeks. First class cold, threepence, 25. First class warm, sixpence, 211. Second class cold, 1 penny, 132. Second class warm, twopence, 721. Sexes of bathers: men, women, not stated. Children, not stated. Total number of bathers, 1,089. Receipts, £12, 4 shillings, no pence. Date 1st of January to 27th of October 1849, 43 weeks. First class cold, threepence, 63. First class warm, sixpence, 598. Second class cold, 1 penny, 182. Warm, twopence, 1,461. Men, 2,196. Women, 99. Children not above 8 years old, not exceeding 4 bathing together, 31. Total number of bathers, 2,326. Receipts, £30, 1 shilling and 7pence. Return showing that since the whole of the baths have been brought into use, the number of bathers have been greatly on the increase. June 1848, 4,840. June 1849, 19,211. Increase 14,371. July 1848, 7,934. July 1849, 16,441. Increase 8,507. August 1848, 6,030. August 1849, 19,831. Increase 13,801. September 1848, 4,885. September 1849, 11,440. Increase 6,555. October 1848, 3,486. October 1849, 6,364. Increase 2,878. Totals: 1848, 27,175. 1849, 73,287. Increase 46,112. Washing Department. N.B. This department was opened gratuitously to the very poor during the prevalence of the epidemic. Return of the number of washers and dryers, and the time occupied. Date 1849, 30th of April to the 27th of October, 26 weeks. 1 hour, 304. 2 hours 1,234, 3 hours 1,359, 4 hours 1,309, 5 hours 586, 6 hours 412, 7 hours 194, 8 hours 156, 9 hours 88, 10 hours 45, 11 hours 7, 12 hours 1. Total number of hours washing and drying 21,424. Total number of washers 5,695. Total number of dryers 5,695, showing upon an average 3 hours and 45 minutes as being the time occupied by each woman in washing and drying the clothes of herself and family. 5 Exeter Hall, November 1st, 1849. We subjoin the reports from the baths established in St. Martin's in the Fields. St. Martin's in the Fields, Laundries. Return for the week ending November 17th, 1849. Day of the week. Open 11 hours every day. Monday, 1 hour, 5, 2 hours, 13, 2½ hours, 7, 3 hours, 4, 3½ hours, 1, 4 hours, 1, 4½ hours, 2, 5 hours, 1. Total number of hours washing, 82. Total number of washers, 34. Receipts, no pounds, 8 shillings and 5pence. Tuesday, 1 hour, 3, 2 hours, 13, 2½ hours, 10, 3 hours, 12, 3½ hours, 1, 4 hours, 3, 4½ hours, 5, 6½ hours, 1. Total number of hours washing, 134½. Total number of washers, 48. Receipts, no pounds, 14 shillings and 8pence. Wednesday, 1 hour, 12, 2 hours, 37, 2½ hours, 8, 3 hours, 15, 4 hours, 4, 4½ hours, 2, 6 hours, 1, 7 hours, 1, 8½ hours, 1. Total number of hours washing, 197½. Total number of washers, 81. Receipts, £1, no shillings and 5pence. Thursday, no washers. Friday, 1 hour, 8, 2 hours, 35, 2½ hours, 13, 3 hours, 25, 3½ hours, 3, 4 hours, 2, 4½ hours, 1, 6 hours, 1, 7 hours, 1, 8 hours, 1. Total number of hours washing, 226½. Total number of washers, 89. Receipts, £1, 3 shillings and 11pence. Saturday, 1 hour, 5, 2 hours, 20, 2½ hours, 3, 3 hours, 5, 3½ hours, 2, 4 hours, 1. Total number of hours washing, 74. Total number of washers, 36. Receipts, no pounds, 7 shillings and 6pence. Totals, 1 hour, 33, 2 hours, 118, 2½ hours, 4, 3 hours, 61, 3½ hours, 7, 4 hours, 11, 4½ hours, 10, 5 hours, 1, 6 hours, 2, 6½ hours, 1, 7 hours, 2, 8 hours, 1, 8½ hours, 1. Total number of hours washing, 714½. Total number of washers, 288. Receipts, £3, 14 shillings and 11pence. Total number of washers from commencement, namely October the 9th, 1849, to December the 30th, 1849, 3,368. Total receipts, £45, 19 shillings. St. Martin's in the Fields, Baths. Return for the week ending December the 30th, 1849. Monday, 384 bathers. Receipts, £6, 7 shillings and a penny. Tuesday, Christmas Day, no bathers, no receipts. Wednesday, 271 bathers. Receipts, £4, 13 shillings and 3pence. Thursday, 278 bathers. Receipts, £4, 15 shillings and 5pence. Friday, 113 bathers. Receipts, £2, 5 shillings and 2pence. Saturday, 335 bathers. Receipts, £5, 13 shillings and 9pence. Sunday, 43 bathers. Receipts, no pounds, 9 shillings and 8pence. Total 1,424 bathers. Receipts £24 4s and 4d. Total numbers from commencement, namely the 24th of January to December the 30th, 1849, 189,789. Total receipts £2,837 4s. End of section 6, part 2. Section 7 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beames. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Yearsley. Section 7. Nor should we wonder that such dens as we have described exist, that several persons unconnected by birth or even by similar occupation are massed together in the same room, for the independent labourer, the artisan, the mechanic, seldom rent more than a single apartment for themselves and their family. Below them in the scale of society are several degrees. The man of uncertain occupation, the beggar, the thief, the felon, each a grade in itself, and that grade distinguished not only by more reckless habits than the one above it, but also worse clothed and lodged. But, you say, the rookery is no more. A spacious street is in its stead. Shall we not laud the philanthropy of the age? The poet would say, the cup of retribution was full. Rookeries had their day. A kindlier spirit breathed through the nation. At one blow this hideous den was felled to the ground, and in its stead a street of palaces arose, as by an enchanter's wand. All very pretty to read. It sounds mighty well. We don't know which we shall most admire, the plaster or the red brick, the pugnacity of the architects who built in juxtaposition the three rival chapels, or the pugnacity of the congregations, who jostle one another in envious emulation, as though one form of worship could only exist by throttling the other. But seriously, you will ask, do we deny that an improvement has taken place? Suppose the proto-Bainbridge could rise from his grave, would he not be thunderstruck at the change? Seriously, do you mean to say that the removal of the rookery is not a benefit, and the building of New Oxford Street a blessing? Doubtless as an experiment, as a step, it has its value. Rome was not built in a day. Lord Carlisle, or any other woods and forests, must go through his accidents as a child, ere he break his leading strings as a man. A nuisance is no more, granted. A pest house is destroyed, granted. But will you tell us that any poor man has benefited by the change, that any section of the working classes has reaped an advantage, that any band of ruffians are dispersed, that middlemen have felt a mortal blow, that rookeries have vanished, that vagabondism, pauperism, alms-asking, or any other unlicensed trade has been broken up? We think not. Only half the work is done. There must be poor, and they lodged and fed. How or where, the legislature must provide. You have not destroyed several species of the genus rook. God forbid you should think of it. But neither have you converted them. They, the flesh and blood, the mind and soul, the unfeathered bipeds, still are. You have only destroyed their homes, and as policemen are unfavourable to street dormitories, and London stones not beds of eiderdown, and frost and snow, contrary to the creed of the King of Bantam, rail things, these people must lodge somewhere. No act has passed to turn Whitehall banqueting house into a refuge for the destitute. Utilitarian as the age is, it still chooses to commit Mr. Vernon's bequest to the oubliettes of the National Gallery, rather than to fit them up with straw for the houseless, and although the Plymouth Brethren still exist, they have not yet consigned their attics to the poor. So that, to make a long story short, the rookeries which are still uninvaded are crowded, were even before they were thronged, and in many cases the number of inmates each house contained is doubled by this wholesale dilapidation. You have driven away the tenants of the Rookery only more thickly to people other colonies, to increase the gains of the landlord, to raise rents, to abridge the space men retain, and the air they breathe. We take the following from the report of a committee of the Council of the Statistical Society of London. The Council consider that a main cause of this evil is what are falsely called improvements, which have recently taken place in this part in the formation of New Oxford Street. It would seem to raise a suspicion of the sanitary value of that kind of improvement which consists in occupying, with first or second-rate houses, ground previously covered by the tenements of the poorer classes. The expelled inhabitants cannot, of course, derive any advantage from new erections, and are forced to invade the yet remaining hovels suited to their means. The circle of their habitations is contracted, while their numbers are increased, and thus a large proportion is crowded into less space. Church Lane consists of 27 houses. The Council proceeded in their examination from number 1 to number 18, passing over number 1 as a corner house and shop, and 11, 12, 13, 15 and 16 as lodging houses, and therefore no fair specimens of the ordinary population. The number of houses examined were thus reduced to 12, and the population of each was compared with that of the last census in 1841. The great increase of overcrowding since is exhibited in the following most remarkable table. Reader's note. The table consists of 3 columns, the first the house number, the second the population in 1841, and the third the population in 1847. End reader's note. Number 2, 33 in 1841, 61 in 1847. Number 3, 14 in 1841, 49 in 1847. Number 4, 27 in 1841, 61 in 1847, number 5, 35 in 1841, 47 in 1847, number 6, 29 in 1841, 32 in 1847, number 7, 29 in 1841, 62 in 1847, number 8, 13 in 1841, 48 in 1847, number 9, 25 in 1841, 26 in 1847, number 10, 17 in 1841, 13 in 1847, number 14, 17 in 1841, 19 in 1847, number 17, 12 in 1841, 26 in 1847, number 18, 26 in 1841, 17 in 1847. The increase of population in 12 houses being thus 186. Dividing the number of cubic feet of air in these 12 houses by the number of individuals found in them, the average supply for each individual was only 175 feet, while 1000 is the number deemed necessary for a single prisoner in England. The largest supply of air in these 12 houses was 605 cubic feet, and the smallest was as low as 52. The conclusion, one would think, is obvious. If you pull down rookeries, you must build habitable dwellings for the population you have displaced. Otherwise you will not merely have typhus, but plague, some fearful pestilence worse than cholera or Irish fever, which will rage, as the periodical miasmata of other times were wont to do, numbering its victims by tens of thousands. If you please to indulge your taste in architectural absurdities, we cannot help it, for our boasted freedom seems in this country to consist in letting abuses alone, and sanctioning anomalies in every department of the state. If you please to run up plaster caricatures, we cannot stop you. Our only hope is that the woods and forests may one day be sent to school to Mr. Barry, and that as these local habitations of diseased fancy are as short-lived as they are offensive, their place may one day be supplied by more tasteful structure. We must not omit, whilst on this subject, the notorious Saffron Hill, now divided and subdivided into innumerable courts and alleys. Note the notorious Saffron Hill. Strype tells us in his edition of Stowe, brought down to 1720, quote, "Saffron Hill takes its beginning at Field Lane, and runs northward to Vine Street. It is a place of small account both as to buildings and inhabitants, and pestered with small and ordinary alleys and courts, taken up by the meaner sort of people, especially the east side unto the town ditch, which separates this parish from St. James's, Clerkenwell, and over this ditch most of the alleys have a small boarded bridge, as Castle Alley, Bell Alley, and Blue Ball Alley. Other places on this hill are Bullhead Alley and Dobbins Alley, both very small and ordinary. Strangeways Street hath small houses, but something better than the alleys, and hath a passage by the bridge over the ditch. Lewis Yard, pretty, large, and airy, with gardens in the middle, and indifferent, well inhabited, the entrance to it down steps. Peter Street hath pretty good new brick buildings, especially the lower part by the ditch. Harp Alley, nasty and inconsiderable. Paved Alley, but mean, hath a passage up steps to Hatton Garden, and the entrance into it is but ill. Lamb Alley, narrow and ordinary, hath a passage into Scroop's Court, but this part is not properly Saffron Hill, but part of Field Lane, which said lane is already spoken of. Hatton Court, small and ordinary, and so on, and so on. Ely Court, very handsome, large, with new brick houses, and a freestone pavement, and well inhabited. This court lieth between Leather Lane and Hatton Garden, as likewise Ely House, Scroop's Court, formerly Scroop's Inn, and belonged to John Lord Scroop, after whose death it was let out to some sergeants at law, and then called Sergeants' Inn, Holborn, and upon their removal it was converted into tenements, with gardens unto them, since which, being old and the houses very much decayed, it is of late rebuilt with very good houses, and the place very much enlarged with the additional buildings, leaving yet a great deal of waste ground to be built on, which lieth behind Field Lane, which I doubt not in a short time will all be built into courts and alleys." End note. It is difficult to ascertain the precise period when it became a rookery, since many of the houses now used as lodging houses bear the marks of wealth, and were evidently erected with some regard to the comfort of their owners. The streets are narrow, but not more so than many of the lanes and thoroughfares belonging to the Inns of Court. And could you suppose the business of the courts transferred to Westminster? In 30 years' time, many buildings now leased at an extravagant rent might degenerate to the condition of Saffron Hill. The ground on which this rookery stands formerly belonged to the Bishops of Ely. The names of some of the streets, Vine Street and others, seem to indicate this. The gardens belonging to this mansion, as appears from the curious map published by Ralph Agass, occupy the present site of this district. They formed an irregular parallelogram, extending northward from Holborn Hill to the present Hatton Wall and Vine Street, and east and west from Saffron Hill to the present Leather Lane. But, except a line or cluster of houses on Holborn Hill, some of which belonged to the See of Ely, and were called Ely Rents, the surrounding grounds were entirely open and unbuilt upon. Ely House, indeed, we are informed by Brayley, or Ely Inn, as it was anciently called, stood on the north side of Holborn Hill, and was the town mansion of the Bishops of Ely. Its first occupier was Bishop John de Kirkby, who, dying in 1290, bequeathed a messuage and 9 cottages on this spot to his successors in the diocese. Footnote: the modern Kirby Street near Saffron Hill is evidently called after him, the K being omitted, a frequent Atticism. End footnote. William de Luda, the next bishop, annexed some lands and other dwellings to this residence, and in 1298 devised them to his see, on condition that 1,000 marks should be paid by his immediate successor towards the maintenance of 3 chaplains for the service of the chapel here. On the west side of Ely Palace are the remains of this very chapel, the present edifice, though well nigh rebuilt, retaining still some traces of its ancient glories, the tracery of the east window especially denoting the times of Richard II. Quote, Bishop John de Hottam, who died in 1336, enlarged this demesne by annexing to it a vineyard, kitchen garden, orchard, and so on, which he had purchased in 1327 of Henry de Grey, son of John de Grey, Lord of Ruthin. The good bishop little thought that the memory of his terrestrial paradise would live in the crumbling streets of a rookery, where it is unsafe to enter by night, and where day lends its light but to shock you by its revelations. Shakespeare refers to this mansion, with its pleasure grounds, in his Richard III, in which drama the Duke of Gloucester, at the council in the Tower, thus addresses the Bishop of Ely. My Lord of Ely, when I was last in Holborn, I saw good strawberries in your garden there. I do beseech you, send for some of them. In this passage Brayley remarks, as well as in most of his historical scenes, Shakespeare has scarcely done more than to versify the language of the chroniclers. Hall says that the Protector, after a little talking with the lords, on entering the council chamber spake thus to the Bishop of Ely, quote, My lord, you have very good strawberries in your garden at Holborn. I require you to let us have a mess of them. Gladly, my lord, quoth he, I would I had some better thing as ready to your pleasure as that. And with that, in all haste, he sent his servant for a dish of strawberries. A great feast was given at Ely House by the sergeants at law in November 1531, when 11 new members were added to their body. They kept open house for 5 successive days, and on Monday, November the 13th, which was the 4th and principal day, King Henry himself, with his Queen Catherine of Aragon, and the foreign ambassadors, were feasted in different chambers. In the 18th year of Queen Elizabeth, an important change took place at her mandatory request. She required the bishop who then inhabited Ely House to resign it to her favourite Hatton. The prelate objected, inasmuch as that he was only the tenant for life, and that he could not alienate the rights of his successors. On this occasion she is reported to have written the memorable letter, though one would hope, for the credit of the age, it is not genuine. Quote, Proud prelate, I understand you are backward in complying with your agreement, but I would have you know that I, who made you what you are, can unmake you, and if you do not forthwith fulfil your engagement, by God I will unfrock you. End quote. Bishop Richard Cox granted to Christopher Hatton, after whose family Hatton Garden was called, the gatehouse of the palace, except 2 rooms used as prisons for those that were arrested or delivered in execution to the bishop's bailiff, and the lower rooms used for the porter's lodge, the first courtyard within the gatehouse, to the long gallery dividing it from the second, the stables there, the long gallery with the rooms above and below it, and some other 14 acres of land, and the keeping of the garden and orchard for 21 years, Hatton paying at Midsummer Day a red rose for the gatehouse and garden, and for the ground 10 loads of hay and £10 per annum, the bishop reserving to himself and his successors free access through the gatehouse, walking in the gardens, and gathering 20 bushels of roses yearly, Mr. Hatton undertaking to repair and make the gatehouse a convenient dwelling. Successive bishops endeavoured to regain the property thus alienated, and suits were entered into by them with this view. During the protectorate of Cromwell, Ely House and its attached offices were appropriated by the ruling powers to the uses both of a prison and an hospital, and the crypt under the chapel became a kind of military canteen. Whilst thus occupied, and during the protracted suit for the redemption of the Hatton estate, which followed, the buildings were greatly dilapidated, and at length, being deemed incapable of repair, the entire premises were purchased by the Crown under the authority of an Act of Parliament, which received the royal assent in June 1772. The situation had been considered a proper one for the erection of public offices, but that design was eventually relinquished, and this estate was in consequence sold to a Mr. Cole, an eminent surveyor and builder. By him all the old edifices, except the chapel, were taken down, and the present Ely Place was built on the vacant ground about the year 1775. Grouse tells us that, quote, "This estate was greatly increased by different purchases, so much that in the reign of Queen Elizabeth the whole, consisting of buildings, gardens, pastures, and enclosures, reached to above 20 acres contained within a wall. During the Protectorate the greater part of Ely House was pulled down, the bishop imprisoned, and the garden covered with tenements, to the value of several £1000 a year, and Ely House reduced to a very dark and incommodious habitation, without any remains of its former splendour and magnificence, except its ancient chapel and hall. Hatton Garden, Kirby Street, Great and Little Cross Streets, together with Hatton Wall, all standing on the ground formerly belonging to this house." End quote. Gross, writing in 1773, describes part of the house as still standing, on the north side of Holborn, almost opposite to St. Andrew's Church, its entrance through a large gateway or porter's lodge into a small paved court. To the north-west of the hall was then attached a quadrangular cloister. Adjoining the north side of the cloister, in a field containing about an acre of ground, stood the chapel. The field was planted with trees and surrounded by a wall. There is a print of the building as it stood before the Act of Parliament was passed in 1772, and it may be found in the edition of Gross at the British Museum. It would seem that the money obtained by the sale of the ground still attached to the hall was applied, with other sums, to the purchase of a house in Albemarle Street, Piccadilly, which is now attached to the See of Ely, and on which is carved a mitre. Ely Place, then, would seem to have been a comparatively modern erection, yet we may not suppose that any part of the genuine rookery is of an origin so recent, for in Aggas's map, made in the reign of Elizabeth, there was a row of houses from Cow Lane to about Ely Place, whose backs were opened to the fields. Clerkenwell, which joins this district, had been, long before this, famous for its St. John's Hospital. Smithfield, previous to this, had a melancholy notoriety. The fires of persecution kindled, and the faithful martyrs perishing in the flames, connect its memory with some of the most touching records of our annals. Clerkenwell is not only referred to as a spot generally inhabited at this time, but part of it was the resort of thieves, loose characters, and desperadoes previous to this, for Shakespeare mentions Picked Hatch in his play of the Merry Wives of Windsor, and antiquarians tell us it was near Clerkenwell Green, the refuge of the destitute, the sanctuary of the disorderly. The great dramatist puts these words into the mouth of Falstaff: "At a word, hang no more about me. I am no gibbet for you. Go, a short knife and a throng to your manor of Picked Hatch. Go, you'll not bear a letter for me, you rogue. You stand upon your honour. Why, thou unconfinable baseness, it is as much as I can do to keep the term of mine honour precise." About this time, too, Ely House, with the bounds of it, claiming exemption from the Lord Mayor's jurisdiction. In 1567 Sir Roger Martin, Lord Mayor, came with his company into the parts about Ely House, this very Saffron Hill, and attempted to weigh bread, and to do his office among the bishop's tenants there, which they refused to suffer him to do, as being exempt from the rights and franchises and liberties of the mayor. After much dispute, the matter was referred to certain arbitrators, amongst whom were the celebrated Lord Bacon and the Earl of Leicester, of Kenilworth renown. They decreed that the right of the law, as far as they could yet discern, stood for the said mayor and commonalty, and that the said tenements, called Ely rents in Holborn, were and be within the liberties, franchises, and jurisdiction of the said city, for and concerning the matter in controversy. On the restoration of Charles II, the famous suit between Lord Hatton and the Bishop of Ely, touching the right of the See of Ely to these lands, commenced, and after being protracted many years, was decided in favour of the bishopric. Yet during its continuance, Lord Hatton, about 1662, began to build Hatton Garden, and 14 acres adjoining were covered with tenements, as they are now, so that succeeding bishops, whilst the suit was pending, were forced to enter their palaces by a back way, and several cellars under the rooms they occupied were in possession of tenants. Grouse, in the quotation we have given, supposes this building scheme to have been put into operation 10 years earlier. The discrepancy is not material. This part of the parish of St Andrews, Holborn, does not seem to have been affected by the Great Fire in 1666. In the previous year the plague had run its fearful course, and the whole parish suffered severely. Defoe engrafted fact on fiction in his famous narrative of this disease, but as he would not violate truth in local and historical details, we may fairly suppose that Saffron Hill escaped the ravages of the fire, which broke out the next year, more especially as Ely House was standing in 1760, not the least part of it, and the eastern window of the chapel still remains. Defoe says, "Had the seeds of the plague remained in the houses not to be destroyed but by fire, how has it been that they have not since broken out, seeing all those buildings in the suburbs and liberties, all in the great parishes of Stepney, Whitechapel, Aldgate, Shoreditch, Cripplegate, and St Giles's, where the plague raged with the greatest violence, remain still in the same condition they were before." If, then, parishes so near this rookery, and in so direct a line with it, were spared, we may conclude that Clerkenwell and Saffron Hill escaped, especially as the house where Cromwell long resided is still shown but a few hundred yards from the termination of this part of the parish of St Andrews, Holborn. We need scarce add that Cromwell died 8 years before the Great Fire broke out. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beames. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Section 8. Hatton, the antiquarian, writing in 1708, speaks of Saffron Hill, between Field Lane and Holborn Bridge, and of St Andrews, Holborn, as comprising Cross Street, Kirkby Street, Field Lane, part of Chick Lane, all Saffron Hill, Vine Street, Hatton Wall, and of the number of houses in the liberty of Saffron Hill as 819. The famous Gordon riots broke out in June 1780, and Newgate was burnt down. The people made a stand at the bottom of Holborn Hill, although they were soon dispersed, but not before they had done much damage, for a large distillery stood there, which was sacked by the mob, the vats were broken up, and their contents ran down the gutters at the side, and many of the mob lay down in the kennel and drank the raw spirits to such an extent that several were taken up dead. This scene must have taken place in the very neighbourhood of the rookery, and we cannot but suppose that the rioters were recruited by the denizens of these haunts. Note: the famous Gordon riots broke out in June 1780. Mr. Dickens has illustrated this period with his usual felicity. Lord George Gordon was a madman. Zealous as he was against popery, he died, we believe, a proselyte to Judaism. His followers, at the time he did so much mischief, were the refuse of the metropolis, ever ready for anything which promises a scramble. The Lord Mayor of the day was weak and indecisive. The riot seemed to take all the authorities by surprise, and to paralyse them. When the Cabinet Council was called, no one of the assembled ministers would sign the commission authorising the soldiers to act, alleging their scruples as to the legality of the act. George III is reported to have seized a pen and signed the warrant himself, as well as to have declared that he would head the troops which were sent to put down the rioters. In that very interesting book, Beckford's Travels, he speaks of having just left this scene of riot and disturbance behind. But a few days ago, thought I within myself, I was in the midst of all the tumult and uproar of London. This characteristic stillness was the more pleasing, when I looked back upon those scenes of outcry and horror which filled London but a week or two ago, when danger was not confined to night only, and to the environs of the capital, but haunted our streets at midday. Here, Antwerp, I could wander over an entire city without beholding a sky red and portentous with the light of houses on fire, or hearing the confusion of shouts and groans mingled with the reports of artillery. Many old people recollect the scenes which took place. The dead bodies of the rioters, we were informed, were piled against the bank, and 5 fires were seen at one time to blaze at different parts of the town. The greatest loss sustained was that of the famous Lord Mansfield's library, many of the books containing manuscript notes of inestimable value. There is a most interesting account of the whole affair in a letter of Sir Samuel Romilly's, published in his Memoirs, and dated from his chambers, 7 Gray's Inn Square. In the burial books of St. Bride's, Fleet Street, is the entry of 2 deaths, 2 youths, one of them a sweep, who were killed when the mob attacked the Fleet prison. Mr. Dickens uses the novelist's licence when he extends the ravages of the rioters to Essex. Lord Mansfield's house in Bloomsbury Square was burnt to the ground, the Fleet prison and Newgate much damaged, the former, we believe, entirely consumed. End note. The distiller had incurred the displeasure of the mob because he was a papist, and they were hounded on to deeds of atrocious violence by the cry of "No Popery." Within the memory of many now living, the object of this attack was residing at Mitcham, Surrey, where he is said to have reached a good old age. A heavy fine, we believe, was levied on the City of London, from the proceeds of which they who suffered from the riot were indemnified. This district has seen strange scenes then. The imagination paints its infancy in glowing colours. The lordly bishop, some mitred abbot, perchance, with his stately palace, his garden, through which the impetuous river rushed in its course to the Thames, a pleasant place for the eye to look on, its tier of terraces and goodly trees, its aviaries, its fountains, its sculptures of fantastic and grotesque forms, its oratories, perchance shaded from observation by hanging groves, and then the long retinue, the train of attendants, the pomp, the state, the portly form, which seemed to mock the accents of humility the lips repeated. Yet with all this, the large charities which graced the old faith, and the crowds of poor, whose wants and sickness alike were tended, and the learned clerks whom the prelate sustained around him, the goodly company, who, under his guidance and beneath his roof, went forth on errands of health to the body and of comfort to the soul. And then the scene changes, and there is the Lord Hatton, Elizabeth's Chancellor, with his train of menials, and the ensigns of a judge's state, in days when the younger sons of decayed families were glad to discharge a menial office about the person of one whom the Queen honoured, and the open fields, on the edge of which stood Ely House, ringing to the cry of hounds, or where the gay train pursued the sport of hawking, and the pleasant village of Islington in the distance, where men went to breathe the pure air of the country. But now squalid misery and crowded courts, the Black Ditch and the mouldering Rookery, supply the place once tenanted by forms the painter would love to depict, and by scenes which call up the merry days of good Queen Bess. The modern condition of Saffron Hill entitles it to high rank among the Rookeries of London. Such colonies there are, we need not repeat, in most parishes. St. Giles's does not stand alone, but Saffron Hill has strong claims to the second place. Perhaps for this it is indebted to Mr. Dickens. His researches have dragged it into light. Some of the scenes of his Oliver Twist are laid there. If we remember the poor friendless boys enticed into a den of thieves there. The place is connected in the minds of many with the disappearance of pocket handkerchiefs, and these thefts are, with them, types of greater iniquities. The famed Jack Sheppard had his lair there, and some few years since a thieves' house in West Street was the popular exhibition of the day. The veritable Saffron Hill is bounded by Ely Place on the west, Clerkenwell and St. Saviour's parishes on the east, on the south by Holborn Hill, on the north by Brook Street, generally called Mutton Hill. On the east runs a large sewer, commonly termed the Fleet Ditch, once so large a creek of the Thames that at high water vessels of small size came up to it a considerable distance, though more than 200 years since a protest was entered against its filthy condition, or rather its abuse. From the back of a cottage the writer was enabled to see the Fleet Ditch, a window opening on it. It is a most unsavoury black stream of some width. It does not so much flow as rush impetuously between the walls of the houses on each side. It is only visible from the back of these tenements. It carries, along with its current, all sorts of refuse, corks and so on, floating on the surface. Its waters are dark and fetid, and it is difficult even in cold weather to stand a few minutes in the room when the windows looking down upon it are opened. In summer the inhabitants tell you the stench is intolerable. This may readily be supposed when a wide, deep, open sewer, momentarily recharged with putrid matter, is running just under the kitchens of the houses. Clerkenwell, in the neighbourhood, is famed for its printing houses, this district for several trades peculiar, we believe, to its precincts. In one street was an establishment where the skins of horses' legs were boiled and then hung up to dry, and other branches of commerce, not less redolent, were carried on not far off. Note: Clerkenwell, in the neighbourhood, is famed for its printing houses. St. John's Gate is the only remaining among the many gates of the city. Ludgate, Cripplegate, and others have long since been pulled down. It derives an interest from the fact that Cave, the original proprietor of the Gentleman's Magazine, lived there. There it was that he was sought by the great lexicographer, man of letters, Johnson, sought by the sage in his poverty, and there is a touching story of the literary Leviathan being regaled by his patron at some public house hard by, where he was introduced to some penny-a-liner of those days, whom Cave represented as a very great man. Oliver Cromwell long lived in a house still shown in this parish, and the registry of his marriage is still preserved in the books of St. Giles's, Cripplegate. It is spelt Crummel. In this churchyard John Milton was buried, and there is a small tablet to his memory. Clerkenwell was a noted place in old times. The famous priory of St. John of Jerusalem stood here, founded by Indon Brisset, Baron, and Mary his wife, about the year 1100, near unto Clerk's Well, besides West Smithfield, which Brisset, having founded the priory of nuns at Clerk's Well, bought of them 10 acres of land, giving them in exchange 10 acres of land in his lordship of Welling Hall, in the county of Kent. St. John's Church was dedicated by Heraclius, Patriarch of the Holy Resurrection of Christ, at Jerusalem in the year 1185, and was the chief seat in England of the religious Knights of St. John of Jerusalem, whose profession was, besides their daily service of God, to defend Christians against pagans and to fight for the Church, using for their habit a black upper garment with a white cross on the forepart thereof. And their good service was so highly esteemed that when the Order of the Templars was dissolved, their lands and possessions were, by Parliament, granted unto these, who, after the loss of Jerusalem, recovered the island of Rhodes, but after the loss thereof, 1523, removed to the Isle of Malta, manfully opposing themselves against the Turkish invasions. This priory, church, and house of St. John was preserved from spoil or pulling down so long as Henry VIII reigned, and was employed as a storehouse for the king's toils and tents for hunting and for the wars. But in the third of Edward VI, the church, for the most part, to wit the body and side aisles, with the great bell tower, a most curious piece of workmanship, graven and gilt and enamelled to the great beautifying of the city, and passing all other that I have seen, was undermined and blown up with gunpowder. The stone thereof was employed in building of the Lord Protector's house in the Strand. That part of the choir which remained, with some side chapels, was by Cardinal Pole, in the reign of Queen Mary, closed up at the West End, and otherwise repaired, and Sir Thomas Tresham, Knight, was then made Lord Prior there, with restitution of some lands, but the same was again suppressed in the first year of Queen Elizabeth. Strype's edition of Stowe. End note. The rookeries of this district consist for the most part of lodging houses, where trampers and others of uncertain occupation are received. Several thieves live in the neighbourhood. In some of these receiving houses families are taken in. Others seem only intended for single men. The rooms are small and the beds closely packed. 2 bills were given as setting forth the charges and advantages of their several receptacles. The first is as follows: Cleanliness versus filth. Do you want a comfortable lodging? Then go to 8 Upper Union Court, opposite St. Andrew's Church, Holborn Hill, where you can be accommodated with a single bed at the low charge of 3d per night, or 1 shilling and 9d per week, a good fire and every accommodation. Please to notice the first lodging house on the left from Holborn Hill. Gas lamp over the door, opposite the public house. Another runs thus: The Philanthropic Lodging House, 11 Union Court, Holborn Hill. The above house is open for the reception of single men at the charge of 2d and 3d a night, fire for cooking and other necessaries provided. This house is opened for the purpose of providing a home during the coming inclement season for those who may be peculiarly situated. Here, as in most rookeries, are colonies of Irish. They seem particularly given to courts in which the only egress is a narrow alley. Many a cul-de-sac is there in this district, which the sons of Erin have chosen as their own. The arrangement of these lodgings is for the most part as follows. At the bottom of the house is a low, narrow cellar, the receptacle of all sorts of refuse. Over this, separated only by thin boards, is the common sitting room allotted to the lodgers, the flooring in many places much decayed, and not thick enough to prevent the evaporation from below ascending to this apartment. In this room, especially after nightfall, are gathered the motley groups whose necessities or whose evil deeds force them to take refuge here. Persons of uncertain occupations, trampers, beggars, thieves, are for the most part housed here. Even in the better part of the district the population is of a fluctuating character. Street singers, dogs' meat men, cross sweepers, a lucrative trade, pie men, muffin sellers, dealers in lucifer matches, watercresses, fruit and sweetmeats, cabmen, dustmen, bird stuffers, and a host of others who prefer a desultory occupation to regular employment, settle in this quarter. They who ply a regular trade choose out a home where they will soon become known, where they frequently live for many years, so that where the inhabitants of a district are migratory, there poverty and recklessness put on their worst garb. The bedchambers in which these lodgers for the night sleep are over the common room, and the tenants ascend by a ladder to a few small rooms where the beds are packed so close that there is only space to walk between them. We were informed that water is let on but 3 times a week in these courts, and then in limited quantities, so that there is much quarrelling and even fighting for the supply. Many ash heaps were found in different streets, and a bystander to whom we spoke on the subject told us that the dustman always left a portion behind when he came on his rounds, though he removed the rest, as though the size of his cart, not the amount of deposit, was the question he was most concerned in. Some of the inhabitants ran across the court without shoes or stockings, the windows in many places stuffed up with rags in lieu of the glass which had been broken. Field Lane in this district is a place of such bad repute that policemen are constantly employed in it. In one house are 4 rooms with shop and parlour. The latter is used as a kitchen, where the lodgers sit in the daytime and cook what they require. 2 of the rooms have 2 beds in each. In these rooms they take men and their wives, 2 families in each room, the double beds 6d. each. In 2 rooms they have 4 single beds in each, at 4d. each per night. This is a moral house. In another house there are 6 rooms. In the 2 front there are 6 double beds, 3 in each, paying 2d. each person. In the other 4 rooms are 10 single beds. 2 have 3 single beds, and 2 have 2 single beds in each. Charge 3d. per night. They receive none but males. This is a moral house. 2 houses are used by known thieves, and the police are very often there in search of bad characters, both male and female, also boys and girls. In another house they have 90 beds, single, for males only. They have none with more than 3 in one room. 2 houses are occupied by thieves, both men and women, 2 beds in each room. A woman was confined in one of these houses, with another family in the same room, which is not 10 feet square. On the same side, next door, are 2 houses in which they have 24 single beds, at 3d. per night each. This house is used by known thieves. In one of them are 3 beds in a very small room, so close that there was not space to pass up the side to make them. They were occupied by 6 females, paying 1 shilling and 6d. per week each. The persons in charge of the houses are not the owners, and are not willing to give any information, fearing it might be made public. The parlours or kitchens of these houses resemble the tap-room of a low public house. Some of the lowest characters in London, men and in some, men and women, sitting, joking and smoking, and using the most disgusting conversation. The city authorities, some years since, proposed to build a long street to connect Farringdon Street with Clerkenwell. After having erected a few handsome houses, obstacles were put in their way. The purchase of the houses in the line of road about to be made was not completed, and therefore the works were suspended. Strange that such a blunder should have been committed by men engaged in business. Yet how seldom do public bodies exercise a tithe of that foresight which would seem naturally to belong to them as individuals. The open space thus formed is the nucleus for an assemblage of ragged boys, and it is said that in the summer the poor often sleep under the arches which have already been erected. Such a street, if carried out, would be a great blessing to the neighbourhood. The inhabitants would never be at rest till the background of wretchedness was removed. If this wholesale clearance answered its end, other landlords would be tempted to build better houses in the place of the present dens, courts, and alleys. it would be letting the light upon Pluto's gloomy dominions. The astonished ghosts would vanish at the unexpected sight, and the spirits of pestilence, hunger, crime, and despair betake themselves to rookeries yet unexplored. Yet here again, as in New Oxford Street, we might stumble on the same dilemma. Unless lodging-houses were built on a plan like that of Bagnigge Wells Road, the neighbouring courts would be crammed. Plough and Plumtree courts in the same parish, Harp Alley, Churchyard and Cockpit courts in St Bride's, Crown Court, Hanging Sword Alley, and other plague spots worse than these, would be crowded with new inmates, room be economised, and rents raised to the gain of the middleman, the ruin of the poor. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beames. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Section 9. Up to this point we have had to do with genuine rookeries, rookeries which have begun so through the changing circumstances of the age, or through the abuse of former provisions for the decent lodging of the working classes. Men build small houses which are not drained, supplied with water, ventilated as they ought to be. These easily degenerate into rookeries, but they were not originally designed for this. They were, in advertising phrase, eligible premises, multum in parvos. But we now turn to a different part of the town, not strictly within the city boundaries, though not excluded from the bills of mortality, where rookeries wear a different shape. The houses are not particularly small, ill-ventilated, or crammed, but they are begirt with a set of nuisances sufficient to degrade them to the lowest state of habitable dwellings, so that rookeries may become fever depots through the avarice of speculators, who poison the water and pollute the air for the sake of an additional percentage upon the trade in which they are employed, much in the same way that wretches might be found who would retail poison, did not the legislature curtail the freedom of the subject, when he would be rid of the life which God gave him for a noble purpose. Tan pits, glue yards, the headquarters of some odoriferous traffic, subtract about 70% not only from the comforts but the necessaries of life. If air and water be essential for beings constituted as we are, rookeries in such localities become dens of pestilence, and the full pressure of poverty is here exposed by the loathsome dwellings to which it drives its victims. Men must be sunk indeed, desperate, reckless, past power of redemption, we had well nigh said, who could tolerate such a neighbourhood as the scene where we are to know the blessed influence of wedded love, and which is to be pictured in their children's memories as the place where they first saw the light. Suppose a man to marry, with some of the usual aspirations of his kind, with some love for and interest in the being to whom he is united. Allow him but the smallest particle of that romance which ought to gild unions such as these, how soon must he lose every finer feeling, how rapidly become demoralized by the loathsome attributes of a plague spot. Moralists have ever ranked among the great panacea of our kind the hallowed influence of marriage, how it destroys selfishness, what a stake it gives a man in the welfare of his country, how it opens the heart to the wants and feelings of others. What an object to live for! What benefit the country reaps from well-trained families! With what cheerfulness the man who is happily married goes to his daily work! What an aid to the sway of pure and sober religion these home sympathies are! How does the romance of affection give a delicacy to the thoughts and refinement to the taste! All is checked, rather distorted, in neighbourhoods such as these. We blot out from the catalogue of God's gifts to men the holiest, the most precious of earthly blessings. The body soon becomes enfeebled by inhaling a fetid atmosphere. Disease is generated, seizes hold upon some flaw in a weak constitution, makes one for itself in the stronger frame, and the mind sympathizes, is clouded, is driven to seek questionable relaxations, to purchase moments of forgetfulness in intoxication. The image the man has drawn of the partner of his life soon recedes before the figure of her who is a fellow sufferer with himself. The annoyances with which he is surrounded leave their traces in his family and his home. Childhood's innocence seems a fable in such haunts, wedded love a mockery, when poverty and custom assign for its enjoyments receptacles like these. Who shall say how much the crime which pollutes England is owing to our St. Giles's and Saffron Hills? How much to this the failure in our education schemes? How much to this the abortive efforts of churchmen and dissenters for the religious improvement of their fellow creatures? Can you think to lift a man's eyes heavenward when his vision is distorted by gazing ever on these subjects? To fill his heart with love who is reaping the fruits of a more than heathen avarice? To teach him reverence for human laws, when the only exercise of law which he knows is the protection afforded to plague spots and the victimizers of their fellow creatures? When it would root out the disease which decimates the poor, it is feebler than the child. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beames. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Section 10. The late visitation has brought to light many sores in the body corporate of London, and, thanks to the able articles in the Morning Chronicle, Bermondsey, a rookery quarter like those we have just described, has come in for its full share of infamous notoriety. Our attention has been directed to that parish by this able paper, and we have therefore wished to include it in our sketch, though we would much rather refer our readers to the articles themselves, which, we trust, will be published separately, and more especially to a tract entitled Jacob's Island and the Tidal Ditches of Bermondsey. Our plan has been hitherto to show how a rookery became what it now is, whether it ever knew palmy days, and what and when these were, because it is interesting to the mass to learn this, even if, in addition to this, it did not point out by what steps such changes were accomplished. Footnote. See Wilkinson's Londiniana Illustrata. End footnote. Bermondsey, then, is supposed to have derived its name from some Saxon proprietor, whose name was Bermund, the termination "y" or "I" in that language signifying water. This was added to denote the nature of the soil, and is frequent in the names of places whose situation on the banks of rivers renders them insular or marshy. King Edward was lord of the manor, as Harold had been before him, in whose time it was rated to the land tax, including the manor afterwards called Rotherhithe, at 1,300 acres. There were 800 acres of arable land, a new and fair church with 20 acres of meadow, and as much woodland as yielded to the lord's share in pasnage time 5 fat swine. Footnote. Pasnage or pannage is an ancient law term for the most of the oak and other forest trees used to feed swine. The time for receiving these animals into the woods and keeping them was from Holyrood Day, or 15 days before Michaelmas, to St. Martin's Day. Wilkinson. End footnote. The reputed annual value of the manor, or whole lordship, in the time of Edward the Confessor, was £900 of our present money, out of which the sheriff was allowed 20 shillings, or £60 of our present currency, for collecting the rents and paying them into the exchequer. The manor house, or palace, was given by William II in 1094 to the monks of Bermondsey. After its surrender to Henry VIII, it was granted by him to Sir Robert Southwell, who in the same year sold it to Sir Thomas Pope, by whom, soon afterwards, the ancient edifice was taken down and a capital mansion erected. Having been occupied by the Earl of Sussex and various owners, part of it, in 1792, was the property of William Richardson, and as late as 1821 of James Riley, Esquire, in whose garden at that time was an ancient wall with crosses and other devices in glazed bricks. Whether from its situation by the side of the river, or from what other cause is not mentioned, the ravages of the plague are stated to have been greater here than at Lambeth, although the latter was the more populous parish. In 1625 this distemper was most fatal, the number of deaths being 1,117. 20 bodies were frequently interred in one night. In 1636 died 203 persons of this disease. In 1665 263. The importance of this place in the olden time was derived from its famous abbey or priory, to which lands were attached, which were bounded by the Thames, and on which now stands the colony which is called Jacob's Island, and whose present condition is the subject of the strictures in the Morning Chronicle, for we are told that the prior and convent of Bermondsey had a park and other lands adjoining the banks of the Thames, called Rotherhithe Wall. This sustained so much damage in 1309, by a breach in those parts, probably a high tide, that they were exempted from the purveyance of hay and corn. The mill of St. Saviour, still the place keeps the name St. Saviour's Dock, was converted into a water machine to supply the inhabitants with water, and was on the 1st of June 1536 demised by the abbot and monks to John Curlew at the annual rent of £6, the value of 18 quarters of good wheat, and to grind all the corn for the use of the convent, which Curlew was to fetch home. The annual charge of the whole was computed at £2 3s. and 8d, which made the annual rate of the said mill amount to £8 3s. and 8d. Manning's, Surrey. An indenture was executed between Henry VII, the Mayor and Commonalty of London, the Abbot and Convent of St. Peter, Westminster, and the Abbot and Convent of St. Saviour, Bermondsey, for holding an anniversary in the Abbey Church of Bermondsey on the 6th of February, to pray for the prosperity of the King and his family, and to pray for the souls of the Earl and Countess of Richmond, the King's parents. The deed contained directions as to the manner in which this anniversary is to be solemnized. The Abbot and Convent of St. Saviour, Bermondsey, shall provide at every such anniversary an hearse to be set in the midst of the high chancel of the same monastery, before the high altar coved and apparelled with the best and most honourable stuff in the same monastery convenient for the same, and also 4 taps worth of wax, every one of them weighing £8, to be set about the same hearse, that is to say, on either side thereof one taper, and at either end of the same hearse another taper, and all the same 4 taps to be light, and burning continually during all the time of every such placebo, diriger, with 9 lessons, lauds, and massa of regni, with the prayers and observances above rehearsed, and immediately any of the same high masses singing and finished, the abbot of the said monastery of St. Saviour of Bermondsey, if he be present, and the convent of the same, and so on. The decree goes on to direct that in the absence of the abbot, the prior of the said convent shall go with his monks to the same hearse in a most solemn and devout manner, and shall sing Libera me de morte aeterna. At the dissolution of monasteries, that of Bermondsey was valued at £474 14s. and 4d. The waterside division of Bermondsey, or that part of the parish situate east of St. Saviour's Dock, and adjoining the parish of Rotherhithe, is intersected by several streams or watercourses. Upon the south bank of one of these, between Mill Street and George Row, stand a number of very ancient houses, called London Street. Of this locality as connected with Jacob's Island, we shall speak hereafter. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beames. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Yearsley. Section 11. In the year 1804 there were still in being many fragments of the venerable foundation of Bermondsey Abbey, probably more than of almost any religious edifice in or near London, owing, it is supposed, to its remote situation, which did not encourage the improvements generally so fatal to old buildings. The principal entrance, called the Gatehouse, was then nearly entire. It stood direct north and faced Bermondsey Church. An old stone wall ran eastward the whole extent of the churchyard. On the other side of this wall was a row of very old houses, whose stone-framed windows and style of building were witness to their antiquity. The great gatehouse and nearly all the ancient buildings, with the exception of 2 or 3 dwelling houses, have since 1805 been destroyed, and a modern street called Abbey Street erected on its site. The small portion of the Abbey walls yet remaining is on the south side, and a fragment of the same wall on the north side of Long Walk, the latter being a part of that which surrounded the conventual churchyard. There is reason to think that the monastic buildings were separated from the grange, which extended to the waterside, by a long brick wall. This grange or pasture is the site of the abominations we have undertaken to describe. The writer in the Morning Chronicle states that in the reign of Henry II the foul stagnant ditch, which now makes an island of this pestilential spot, was a running stream, supplied with the waters which poured down from the hills about Sydenham and Nunhead, and was used for the working of the mills that then stood on its banks. These had been granted to the monks of St. Mary and St. John to grind their flour, and were dependencies upon the Priory of Bermondsey, and what is now a straw yard skirting the river was once the city Ranelagh, called Cupid's Gardens, and the trees, now black with mud, were the bowers under which the citizens loved on the summer evenings to sit beside the stream, drinking their sack and ale. We have no doubt that the statement here made was founded on respectable authority, though we have not been able to find it. The paper to which we allude is so ably written, and with so much feeling for the poor creatures whose cause it pleads, that it should be read by all who feel an interest in the subject, and for this purpose has been published in a separate form. The writer of this work, as in duty bound, visited this district. The stagnant water which insulates this spot has no appearance of ever having been a stream, though doubtless it was so, but seems rather to have been a natural reservoir, where the water flowed into channels cut to receive it, and this idea is strengthened by the circumstances of the case. There is a large paper mill at a little distance from the spot, and on inquiry we found that the waters of the Thames were let into these tidal ditches, as they were called, 3 times a week. The form of the ditch is also quadrangular. To those accustomed to rookeries, the appearance of the houses is not worse than that which they generally wear in such localities. On entering many of them, as is often the case in old houses, you descend, and are thus made sensible that the floor is below the level of the ground. There is the usual amount of rickety furniture, with a ladder on which to mount to the bedrooms. But the houses are not inconveniently crowded, nor could we find that the rooms were tenanted by more than one family apiece. London Street is a curious assemblage of houses, and retains very much the same appearance as it did when it furnished a sketch in 1814 for Wilkinson's Londiniana Illustrata. The houses are evidently old, the first stories slightly overhanging the ground floor, but not so much as in many of our old towns, where these projections form penthouses. There is nothing particularly quaint and interesting about them. Hovels they were, and hovels will they remain until the day of their death. Still, The whole locality is curious because surrounded on four sides by stagnant water. Part of this channel must be artificial. It is not easy to learn when it became thus insulated. This quadrangular ditch is crossed by means of bridges made of wood, and the whole is separated from the Thames by a long row of large warehouses, which are the glory of that land. Paper mills, sufferance wharves, and other commercial enterprises have their emporiums there, so that you might pass along the district again and again without stumbling on this isolated rookery. We do not say there is nothing to startle a neophyte in the buildings of this place. There is much, but, unhappily, 10 years of experience in crowded districts of London have shown us many such sights. Chelsea, Whitechapel, St. Andrews, Holborn have many such rookeries. But here the parallel ends. There are peculiar nuisances in this spot which go far to justify the language used by the writer of the articles in the Morning Chronicle, and which he describes technically as perhaps a surgeon alone could do. These abominations we proceed to notice. Not, of course, that we can go into many details. The gentleman we have alluded to has done it much better than we could pretend to do. Done it, too, with a knowledge of the consequences involved in such neglect, and done it at a season when such supervision as he exercised involved the greatest results. He saw it while cholera was decimating its victims, making wholesale ravages. We now see it when frost and cold have purified the air, when what was a reeking flood of pestilence is now frozen over so that you might walk on it, when some slight attempts have been made to supply the wants of the people. Public attention has been called to the nuisances which, here, to the disgrace of our laws, still pollute this wretched district. The writer we have alluded to says, "The striking peculiarity of Jacob's Island consists in the wooden galleries and sleeping rooms at the back of the houses, which overhang the dark flood and are built upon piles, so that the place has positively the air of a Flemish street flanking a sewer instead of a canal, while the little rickety bridges that span the ditches and connect court with court and give it the appearance of the Venice of drains." This is indeed the source of all the disgust with which the visitor to these dens of wretchedness is inspired. This district, we have said before, is insulated by a quadrangular ditch. The very figure of the island tells you that such reservoirs must be stagnant, and stagnant they are until moved for a while by the tide, which does not, at each reflux, pour fresh water into them, but which at intervals alone, twice or thrice a week, is sparingly introduced, and checked again when enough is supposed to have been done for the purposes of those who are concerned in traffic. Meanwhile this circumambient pond is the common sewer of the neighbourhood, and the only source from which the wretched inhabitants can get the water which they drink, with which they wash, and with which they cook their victuals. And because habit reconciles men to any anomaly, in the summer boys are seen bathing there, though the Thames is not far distant, and offers at least a cleaner bathing place. Imagination will picture to itself much which we cannot describe, when we point to such a disgraceful condition of being as that entailed upon the denizens of Jacob's Island. We may well blush for the parish which can tolerate such a plague spot, for our country, whose insulted laws do not at once sweep from the face of the earth such a record of its disgrace. Is it indeed come to pass that men, women, and children habitually drink water whose ingredients decency forbids us to describe, that with no affected squeamishness we shrink from picturing that on which our eyes have rested, which courts no secrecy, and which is naked and open to all who would inspect it? not carefully fenced off, lest the indignant spirit of Englishmen should doom it to destruction, not carefully guarded, lest perchance some wandering Christian should denounce it as the future city of God's wrath, the Babylon of his country. Is it indeed come to pass that heavy taxes are wrung from hard-pressed industry, and the poor man divides his loaf with the tax-gatherer, and yet no shield is thrown between him and horrors like these? That fierce cabals agitate rival vestrymen, and some patriotic agitator, plethoric and bloated with good wishes for his country, wields his thunder, and yet no one is heard to decry these scenes, till at length a stranger comes and speaks, and men awake as from a dream, and go and see this new exhibition, and a few guineas drop in for the fund raised to relieve the poor sufferers, and then perhaps the wound will be scarred over, till when? Till it festers in some outbreak which shakes the nation. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beames. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Section 12. Yet, gentle reader, we shall be told we are romancing. We say, go and see. We then, says the author of the pamphlet, journeyed down London Street, that London Street we have spoken of before, the best specimen of rookeries, 200 years old and upwards. In number 1 of this street the cholera first appeared 17 years ago, and spread up it with fearful virulence. But this year it appeared at the opposite end, and ran down it with like severity. As we passed along the reeking banks of the sewer, the sun shone upon a narrow slip of water. In the bright light it appeared the colour of strong green tea, and positively looked as solid as black marble in the shadow. Indeed, it was more like watery mud than muddy water, and yet we were assured this was the only water the wretched inhabitants had to drink. As we stood, we saw a little child from one of the galleries opposite lower a tin can with a rope to fill a large bucket that stood beside her. In each of the balconies that hung over the stream, the self-same tub was to be seen, in which the inhabitants put the mucky liquid to stand, so that they may, after it has rested for a day or two, skim the fluid. We asked if the inhabitants did really drink the water. The answer was they were obliged to drink the ditch, without they could beg a pailful or thieve a pailful of water. But have you spoken to your landlord about having it laid on for you? Yes, sir, and he says he'll do it, and he'll do it, but we know him better than to believe him. Why, sir, cried another woman, who had shot out from an adjoining room, he won't even give us a little whitewash. We had scarce left the house when a bill caught our eye announcing that this valuable estate was to be sold. The inmates had begged for pure water to be laid on, and the rain to be shut out, and the answer for 18 years had been that the lease was just out. What a home for the future mothers of our working classes! You may talk of the oppression which preceded the outbreak of the first French Revolution. Was it greater than this? Men, compelled by their occupation to live within a given circle, thrust down, oft by poverty, the victims of commercial changes and the alternations to which traffic is subject, doomed to drag out their lives amidst scenes like these, as if the close room and the mixture of sexes were not enough, as if precarious wages and dear food did not bring their trials, but that these very rookeries should be blacker still, through the infamous neglect of the landlord on the one hand, and the grasping avarice of the trader on the other. What purpose does this tidal ditch serve? Between it and the river a paper mill is at work, yet it can scarce contribute to the power which such a piece of machinery requires. It would rather seem that the water of the Thames must do this duty, and that, after having answered such an end, it flowed into this reservoir at stated times. Staves also, we are told, are laid to season there, as if no place could be found for this but the source whence water is supplied for the necessities of human life. What a place, we say again, for the future mothers of the working classes, their nature hardened by a long course of oppression. For what oppression worse than this? They pinioned down, as it were, to the lowest conditions under which life can be sustained, their feelings outraged again and again, till every trace of delicacy is worn out, and yet a mother's teaching is among, if not the very first, of God's earthly blessings. Our future working classes, to derive their first impressions of the opening world, their first lessons in divine and human knowledge, from mothers thus debased, to live amidst such miasmata till they connect such poison wells with the state of being for which they were designed, or, if they think, are led by the very contrasts of the spacious warehouses around them to hate the country which gave them birth, and to trample on the laws under which such things still exist. Who lives on such gains? For whom is the spot which God created made a devil's world? Does government pay the expenses of the country thus? Are hospitals supported thus? Do we here behold in embryo the funds which strengthen the hands of the schoolmaster? And thus the specious, oft refuted sophism lends its colour to such abuse, that the end justifies the means. Not even this is the shield and defence of Jacob's Island. From the sufferings of the poor, small capitalists reap a reprieve from honest toil, and build up the income which feeds their indolence, their debauchery, or their avarice. And verily nature herself hath entered her visible protest against such cruelties, and hath lifted up a voice which speaks to those that will hear. The inhabitants, says our oft-quoted authority, show in their faces the poisonous influence of the mephitic air they breathe. Either their skins are white, like parchment, telling of the impaired digestion, the languid circulation, and the coldness of skin peculiar to persons suffering from chronic poisoning, or else their cheeks are flushed hectically, and their eyes are glassy, showing the heating fever and general decline of their bodily functions. The brown earth-like complexion of some, and their sunk eyes, with the dark areolae around them, tell you that the sulphuretted hydrogen of the atmosphere in which they live has been absorbed into the blood, while others are remarkable for the watery eye, exhibiting the increased secretion of tears, so peculiar to those who are exposed to the exhalations of the hydrosulphate of ammonia. Scarcely a girl that has not suffusion and soreness of the eyes, so that you would almost fancy she had been swallowing small doses of arsenic, while it is evident, from the irritation and discharge from the mucous membrane of the noses and eyes, for which all the children are distinguished, that the poor emaciated things are suffering from the continual inhalation of the vapour of carbonate of ammonia and other deleterious gases. Such a description as the one just quoted can only be appreciated by those whose profession leads them often to examine similar cases, but the most superficial observer will perceive an unnatural whiteness in the complexion, the scars of scrofula, and the sore eyes of the children. We are not describing some scene in distant lands, under a despotic government, but one taken from a district of what was wont to be called Merry England, the land of charity, whose plans for the welfare of our home population are an hundredfold, and from whose shores missions are sent year by year to distant colonies. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beames. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Section 13. Now, suppose a fire, one of the wasting fires so common to that shore of the Thames, to take place in this district, and because the houses are wooden and the bridges already rotting, it were to swallow up this Jacob's Island in its ravages. We know what a fire is, how for a while all aid is impotent. The image of a vengeance none can stay. Supposing the inhabitants could escape, a fire would positively be a blessing, in which philanthropy would rejoice and humanity hug itself. This greatest of earthly terrors, whose idea suggests desolation, the worst and fiercest instrument of destruction, with whose name men connect the immolation of cities, whose wrath consumed half London, entailing on us for the time the greatest national suffering England ever knew, would be a gift whose price we could scarcely tell, whose healing influence we could scarce enough appreciate. And if the inhabitants could be removed in time, an earthquake which swallowed up this hamlet of the plague would be a thing to be remembered with thanksgiving in the annals of our nation. We read with terror of the earthquake at Lisbon in 1755, yet if we accept the loss of human life, such a visitation here would be a mercy. Yet very, very deep-seated must be the disease for which such a remedy would be a cure. Very hard it is to write thus of any country, especially of one's own. What an accumulated mass of sin is connected with such doings and such endurance! How God's laws must have been put out of sight, done violence to, ere we dare write thus of any spot in the wide world he has made. With such ravages as those of fire we connect houseless families, their household goods destroyed, the memorials with which men remember their childhood consumed. Avarice groans over property consumed, and the hoards of capital wasted, and men stand panic-stricken at the brink of such ruin, as though the disaster had bereaved them of the power to think or to do, and we read of the citizens repairing, slowly, by years of painful toil and at vast expense, the damages thus incurred, and of the gulf which yawned during the lives of a whole generation ere the loss sustained ceased to be felt. Yet again, in Jacob's Island, such a fire, such wholesale conflagration, would be a blessing. It would untie, better than all the lawyers in existence, the knots which impede legislation, cut through, better than even the death of the owners of these districts, the meshes in which such property is tied up. Note: Jacob's Island. The line of the Thames which separates Jacob's Island from the river is bordered by capacious warehouses. The proprietors of these must often be rich capitalists, but we regret to say, and experience bears us out, that the owners of such premises too often confine their charities and their sympathies to the districts where their dwelling, not their warehouses, are situated. Many large mansions within 10 miles of London are tenanted by the principals of such establishments. There their benefactions enrich the surrounding neighbourhood, but surely districts like Jacob's Island deserve far more their care and attention. They can scarce purchase an immunity from superintending the interests of the many labourers in their employ, or by giving, at stated times, large sums to be disbursed among the charitable institutions in their home parish, rid themselves of still nearer claims. The trade of wharfinger is profitable. Men realise large sums by it, many the hands employed. Where do they live? Where must they live? Surely in the close vicinity to their work. End note. We should not then wait for leases to expire, for the capitalist would scarce value the lease of charred timber and crumbling skeletons of what once were houses. For gain's sake he would raise, under happier auspices, walls which age alone could acclimatise to the horrors which now are, and one generation at least be spared the disgust which at present it endures. Some opulent speculator might appropriate the ground thus cleared, and on the foundations of the past rear some vast superstructure to the genius of Mammon. Better so than that the poor should pay the penalty of ill-gotten gains, and suffer that capitalists should exhibit to the admiring gaze of their countrymen the pride of England's wealth. Let us rather, if we yet blush at our country's shame, repair the injuries which the poor sustain. Let us wipe away the blot which all may witness, and write at once the death warrant of Jacob's Island. We agitate for theoretical reforms, and a clever demagogue shakes the country with his statement of fancied injuries. He agitates for privileges which, like the relics in an Italian convent, are only to be discerned by the favoured few. If his indignant eloquence must have vent, let him employ it on wrongs like these. Of other rookeries we will not speak. The Minories may afford a study to the caricaturist, while the heart of the benevolent is smitten at the sight. Here wooden houses that escaped the fire still are. Shadwell, with its many receptacles for the vicious, where sailors are entrapped by the designing, and, fresh from a voyage in which they seem to have forgotten all they knew, are open to the tricks of those who live by the weakness of their fellow creatures. We will not pause to speak of St. George's in the Borough, with its back courts where the refuse of Ireland vegetates, of Kent Street, that thieves' district which years since drew forth the indignation of the topographist. But too many districts are disgraced by these pauper colonies, where the poor are wedged up as though space could not be found, or stories raised upon houses which now are. Sufficient has been done to set those at work who are willing to labour in this cause, to show what rookeries are, whether they ought to be, what they might be, were we in earnest for reform. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beames. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Section 14. Are you aware, then, we may ask the reader, that they who have no visible subsistence are numbered by thousands? The criminals who pass every year through the metropolitan jails by tens of thousands. That there are criminal districts in the metropolis, districts the hotbeds of particular crimes, so that one parish is a school for coiners, another for burglars, another for shoplifters, another for horse stealers. That parts of the metropolis, if mapped out by a moral geologist, would present as many varieties as a district in which the surface was in one place clay, in another chalk, in another limestone, in another gravel, and the like. Are you aware that more than 2 millions are maintained by the charitable resources of the country, or during their penal confinement? That many of these might be restored to independence if you could arouse them from the moral torpor of despair? That rookeries hide the listlessness of departed hope and the indolence of broken hearts? Compelled to herd with the worst of his species because he cannot afford better lodging, the honest artisan is tempted to forget the lessons of his youth, and forced into precarious occupation because his stated trade has failed him, he soon adopts it as his own. Do you think that vice alone is the parent of degeneracy, or that social evils result only from the recklessness of the poor? That recklessness itself is never the offspring of ill-paid labour and exhausted industry? that sickness has never thrust the ardent from the place his toil had won, or even change of fashion cast a blight upon the skill by which he earned his bread. And yet think not we are unthankful for the charities so liberally dealt out through this land. The sick are visited, the maimed and the cripple healed, the houseless sheltered, the prostitute reclaimed, the orphan housed, the idiot cared for, the blind taken in. Schools there are, waiting only for the sanction of a better system to instruct the nation. Hospitals, where skill is tasked and science lends her aid. Prisons, where a wise effort would reclaim those whom justice punishes. And, last of all, a poor law, whose shelter each may claim, not as by favour, but by right. Yes, the energies of this noble country need only to be roused, her eyes opened to the wretchedness she well might relieve. We want not so much larger resources, for indiscriminate relief creates more poverty than it dispels, but rather a better distribution of those resources. We want fellow feeling spread over the surface of the country, not confined to particular classes. We want those who at heart are just and generous to look into the anomalies they have oft sanctioned unconsciously among their own tenants, and to do that justice to their own dependents which the stranger, if he claimed it, would receive at their hands. We would that the country should rise, not to enact some new poor law, or swell the resources on which the existing one depends. We would diminish, rather than increase, the rates. They more than double the amount at which they ought to be assessed. We would deal a death blow to poverty by giving scope for honest toil, and raise men to independence by the honest pride which comfort gives, by a sense that labour earns the blessings which a father's love claims for his offspring. We may rail against rookeries as we will, we may club together to put them down, yet selfishness, when chartered or when not denounced by law, will be too powerful even for the strength of the many. We write no verdict against voluntary effort, but has it answered the purpose of legislative enactment? Have the efforts of dissenters and of churchmen combined provided for the educational or religious wants of the mass? Yet rivalry has not been wanting, the fierce conflict of opposite interests, the traditions of our great struggle in which the king was slain and the church dismantled, have bequeathed a portion of their bitterness to these times. Religious zeal and religious strife, two of the strongest feelings of the human mind, have not accomplished an end for which both contended, though on different grounds. Let the law, then, denounce rookeries, the law which the people may evoke, and which the legislature, the echo of the people's voice, will enact, which the righteous energy of a Russell would gladly sanction, the far-sighted prudence of a Peel assent to, and the indignant eloquence of a Disraeli demand. The great fire had scarce spent its ravages ere the nation was roused, even under the sensual indolence of a Charles, and after the exhaustion of a civil conflict, a grievous plague, and a devouring scourge. She arose as a giant to repair the damage which thousands had sustained, and remove the relics which the wretchedness of former ages had bequeathed. How many rookeries yielded up the ghost amidst the flames, or gave way before the destroyers, history stops not to tell. She is concerned only with the larger streets and the more public edifices which were consumed. Yet it would do the lawgivers of these times good to peruse the injunctions which were laid down for the rebuilding of the city. How, when men had just thrown aside a form of government which a successful revolution had achieved, they laid down minute laws, whereby, if the liberty of the subject was wronged, his life was extended and his comfort secured. Did we wield the rod of correction, for which our fingers tingle, this should be the wholesome sentence we would pass upon the indolence of lawmakers. They should be confined within the precincts of the British Museum, till they had learned by heart the rules issued and sanctioned for the rebuilding of the city. They should thumb old Seymour again and again, and under a self-correcting memory of the discipline, be once again restored to write the common sense and the common English of former times. Then Rookeries would disappear, not because an Act proscribed sellers, yet forgot to enforce the law it had enacted, but because when the sentence of their death was given, men were there to see it carried out. Still, let us not speak only of existing rookeries. Could you lay an injunction upon the builder, could you check his labours for the next 30 years, rookeries would still be formed, and streets rapidly degenerate. Bankruptcy, change of fashion, annual migration and emigration, decay, the adaptation of dwellings to the purposes of a public company, obnoxious sellers, change of habits, rise of new trades, would transform decent dwellings into rookeries. Yet a law should be hallowed not only by a sense of its use and its benevolence, but by the presence of officers. They are the visible forms of justice, and they would check these transformations. They would vindicate the claim of the poor to the air, the light, and the water which come direct from God. In their presence you could not confine 2 families to 1 room. You could not make a crumbling den pay the rent which a decent house does not require. You could not mix, without regard to sex, the members of different families. You could not break down with impunity the line which divides the artisan from the felon. At their bidding, dustmen would do their duty, and even water rate collectors recollect the meaning of value received. This is, however, a small part of their work. Population increases, and the working classes have not yet bowed down at the altar of Malthus. Marriage is still popular. The limits of the town will soon overleap the boundaries our fathers set, and London engulf within its circle the fields where childhood yet plays. Buildings will arise whose architects have taken a wholesome lesson from the errors of their forefathers, and luxuries which the unhappy past knew not be the inheritance of the present generation. Let us look well to it that rookeries do not mar our satisfaction when the delighted eye wanders over splendid squares and churches of mediaeval richness. Let not the abode of luxury be flanked by a background where vice riots allied with squalid misery, and the palace of the merchant stand in strong contrast with the hovel, him who is factor of that trader's wealth. We live in an age where heroes and hero worship are alike gone by. Our merchants are not Howards, our patriots Hampdens. Yet, if the large sacrifice be denied, let not the tithe which justice asks be withheld. The law we want might still wield a useful power. Rookeries, at least, would cease to be built afresh, and perhaps those which exist die out for want of congenial companions. They would soon be limited to certain districts which the poor would in time avoid, and thus languish because their occupation was gone. As the town increased, we should be comforted because its anomalies declined, and crime be on the wane because deprived of its hiding place. Some future Agar town be spared the pest which clung to it, and an infant Hampstead learn not its mother tongue from the groans of the poor. We confess then that rules are wanted to confine the evil within its present limits, if not at once to stay the plague, yet we fear the encounter. Interests, large and many, we say, are mixed up in this system. We shall have to fight the battle separately with each. They only who have warred against the selfishness and traditions of mankind, know the toil before them. Is it indeed so? We doubt it. The landlords whose interests are at stake in these rookeries are not very many. We speak of the landlords, not the middlemen, nor are their profits so large, for the excess of rent paid by the tenant rewards the trouble and swells the gains of those that intervene between him and the owner. Many, then, must be the houses, and extensive the plot of ground they cover, before an income swells into the dimensions which make it powerful, and through which the owner wields an influence to create alarm. The country magnate, whose interests you would evoke, and whom you fear to offend, owns whole streets, and thus, though his ground produces treble the amount it yielded a century since, the size of all the rookeries combined forbids that there should be many who thus unconsciously deal in things forbidden. You might provoke the hostility of some few. You would not dare the opposition of a large class, were rookeries at once swept away. End of section 15. Section 15 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beames. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Yearsley. Section 15. This is, however, the lowest line of argument, which we ought to be ashamed, in the face of higher motives, to adopt. Many pocket rents they scarce know from what source, because their fathers did so. Their steward is ignorant of the miseries of those whose landlord is his master, and it only needs to point out the sufferings their carelessness has entailed on others at once to end it, or if they still persist, shame must do what conscience cannot, and the law enforce what private interests forbid. Yet individuals are not alone to blame. These houses suffer from other annoyances which the law has entailed on them, and which, if you pass an Act of Parliament tomorrow to humanise within a given time all the landlords of London, would still remain. Nearly 800 houses in an aristocratic district of the metropolis suffer from want of ventilation, so that the political satirist has been found a true prophet when he wrote, "One for a tax upon the wind, Pitt only taxed the light, and one for an excise on mind, the intellectual sight." Many windows are stopped up that the landlord, I beg his pardon, the middleman, may escape the heavy pressure of the window tax. Yet here, according to the well-known adage, the raven escapes and the dove suffers. The houses in these districts have about them signs of a not venerable antiquity. They retain all past discomforts and are destitute of all modern improvements. They transmit the evils without the virtues of the age whose type they are, burdened with the taxes which blissful Eden knew not. Shifting sashes are seldom found, and, to use the words of a report on this subject, modern means of obtaining a supply of atmospheric air and producing ventilation are scarcely known, and very little appreciated by the poorer classes. A country gentleman of moderate income, once just trembling on the verge of squirearchy, one who is gradually working his way into that estimable corporation, has his house, containing 3 or 4 sitting rooms, 7 or 8 bedrooms, his laundry, his drying ground, his coachman's cottage, his ornamental, his kitchen garden, piggery, fowlery, doggery, stable, and so on, each a distinct province. Now, suppose population to be quadrupled, an invasion to take place, his house to be garrisoned, as many homes were in the Civil War, and suppose him and his family limited to 1 room, linen to be washed there, dried there, victuals to be cooked there, eaten there, family to sit there, sleep there, read there, dress there, and you have some faint idea of the discomforts of a poor man's dwelling. But, says Sterne, darken the little light which remains, reduce the 3 windows to 2, Bring the piggery, fowlery, doggery within 10 yards of the house, and even then, what is it to a rookery? You say I am supposing a case well nigh impossible, that, even if it were so, the trial would be so much the greater in proportion to the habits, education, rank, previous means of the person so affected. What, then? Do you think that no decayed gentleman has ever been obliged, in dens like these, to hide a broken heart? That ruin among this class is so very uncommon? Those who have visited rookeries have known too many parallels. But yet, concede that we have referred to isolated cases. Ask yourself, is the distinction between the small proprietor and the well-ordered mechanic so vast, the gulf which separates them so profound, that the one should be surrounded by most of the luxuries which the individual can enjoy, the other be destitute of most of the necessaries that life requires? Should this be so, when, if the mechanic be ingenious or fortunate, he may live to see his son High Sheriff of the county? We are not blaming any one class. Our aristocracy are not savage tyrants, but English gentlemen, kind, generous, delighting not merely to relieve the wants, but encourage the sports, promote the happiness of their tenants. Our merchants are not penurious traders, but rather an open-handed, open-hearted race. The bane of all this is thoughtlessness, and a clinging to old traditions. Amidst the homes of the aristocracy, Dorsetshire labourers are generating a plague, and Dorsetshire poverty has raised the county to the bad elevation of the prime nursery of crime. Note: Dorsetshire labourers. The amount of crime in Dorsetshire exceeds that of any portion of England of similar extent. Wages are lower, cottages more wretched, we might say fever more wasting, than in any other agricultural district of Great Britain. The letters of S.G.O. in the Times have made these things known. An attempt is being made to pull down cottages, and thus reduce at once the encumbrance of an ill-paid peasantry and the agricultural population. In one of the illustrated newspapers of the day is a series of prints showing what the homes of the labourers are. A more unfortunate weapon to be used against the protectionists can scarcely be imagined, for with all that a corn tax gave the landlords, they either could not or would not support the men by whom their lands were tilled. The change which has since taken place, even should it be proved to be really injurious to the landlord, only injures a small class comparatively in Dorsetshire. The labourers, in this county at least, cannot be worse off than they have been, and we regret to say that the landlords who have been attacked for this state of things have not come out of court as well as we could wish. They have substituted abuse for argument, and they failed to convince. End note. And the porters, mechanics, labourers, the very shopmen of the metropolis, waste out their lives amidst rookeries whose social discomforts demoralise their minds, whose polluted atmosphere ruins their health. Men are not worse than their fathers, but are they better? We have averred that the gulf is daily growing wider, which separates the higher and middle ranks from the working classes. Grant, if you will, that the wages of the working man are not in proportion lower than they were 100 years since. Still, the population is larger, competition greater, for then emigration was an evil which men tried to check. Goldsmith, in that model of political wisdom, The Traveller, laments over the countryman leaving the home of his fathers, as though the country were deprived of something whose services it might need. It would be difficult to prove that rookeries were crowded then as now, and the middle class knew not a tithe of the comfort they now enjoy. We wonder not that luxury should increase with wealth. Such has ever been the rule, though refinement in luxury has been also the first symptom of a state's decay. Yet when a particular class remains stationary, and in broad contrast with the advancement of all else but itself, then there is danger. Then there is a sore in the nation's body, which, would she live, must be healed. And these very evils, whose remedy we ask, or whose removal we cry out for, what are they but the abuse, the perversion, or the withholding of the very commonest, cheapest blessings which God has given to man? Blessings to supply which costs us nothing. The air comes fresh from heaven, the light science can neither create nor destroy, the water whose beds the hand above has hollowed, which he has inlaid with a cement, the natural receptacle of the stores they contain, those stores being inexhaustible. Once open the well, and it will ever keep running. Once unclog the avenues you have choked up, repeal the abuses you have made, and nature will itself supply our wants. When a committee appointed by a parish of note went their rounds, they declare that among the 800 houses they visited, not one single instance was found of a continuous supply of water by water companies, and although there did not appear to be an actual want of the article, yet the supply being intermittent and of short duration, does not maintain a sufficient quantity in the various, and sometimes very limited, receptacles found in poor dwellings, to meet the requirements of houses crowded with families, and to enable the occupants to assist in promoting health by cleansing their persons, as well as frequently washing their linen and scouring the rooms they inhabit. Yet, small as is the supply, even then it is not pure. An analysis would prove that it has collected many impurities in its transit. Its reservoirs are badly placed, and the pipes frequently in juxtaposition with the sewers, so that the supplies of the one and the outpourings of the other have been sometimes mingled. A gentleman hires a house, the landlord at once taking care that it shall be well lit, supplied with water and with air. Does the roof show signs of leakage when some August deluge sweeps away a house or two in Middle Row? The landlord repairs it. Has the water been turned off during the non-occupancy of the house? The landlord issues his sign manual, and obedient water rate collectors turn on the supply. It is part of the owner's duty to provide not merely that there should be water for all the purposes of cleanliness and comfort, but that the cisterns which supply it and the pump from which it is drawn are in working condition, that no giant nuisance shall rear its head in the vicinity, that no haunts of immorality should pollute the neighbourhood. Should the unconscious tenant enter upon a house, forgetting to make these inquiries, should he take a house upon trust, supposing that it was furnished with the comforts and free from the annoyances we have mentioned, and yet, after all, find he was deceived, the law would throw its aegis of protection around him, would compel the landlord to supply the comforts that were wanting, to remove the evils complained of, or else that his tenant should be released from his agreement. Such suits as these we have supposed are known to every lawyer, and numberless are the instances in which a respectable jury, instructed by those judges whom it is the high boast of England to rear, would grant the protection which the claimant had a right to ask. But were redress cut off in this quarter, do you think that no other means would be adopted to bring the landlord to his senses? The tenant would most probably quit the house, at some expense to himself perhaps, and at some annoyance, but then the place would be marked as a plague spot. It would not, as in the year of the fatal epidemic 1665, be lettered with the red sign which kept the neighbours at the distance, still it would be quite as much shunned. It would have the bad name attached to it. Other landlords in the neighbourhood would exalt the merits of their respective tenements by contrast with the condemned one, or if the annoyance were one which infringed the laws of morality, would readily join in removing that which tainted the character of the district. In the parish of St. James, Westminster, the report from which quotations have already been made states as follows: "Nearly 12,000 feet run of sewer must be built in this parish before every house in it can obtain the necessary comfort of distinct drainage, so that on an average computation 660 houses are still without this advantage, which under a well conducted management would have been obtained many years since, as the district has contributed the sum of £565,000 in sewer rates during the last 22 years. The committee also recommend that a proper representation should be made by the parish authorities to the Commissioner of Woods and Forests and to the official referees of the number of underground rooms let at high rents to poor persons, which are not agreeable to or in accordance with the provisions of the New Building Act as regards height, areas, or ventilation, so that persons letting such rooms for dwellings should be compelled to alter them agreeably to the said Act, or to submit to the enforcement of the penalty provided thereby, as it does not appear to be incumbent upon the district surveyor or the local authorities to put this law into operation. Finally, as the great majority of the houses which were visited are occupied by persons of the lower classes, opportunities were afforded to the visitors of judging of the moral and physical condition of the poor, and the committee feel that they should not be doing their duty if they did not call the attention of their fellow parishioners, and through them of Her Majesty's Government, to the great evils which exist among the lower orders of society, arising in a great measure from the fact that most of the houses inhabited by the poor are wholly unfit to live in. They are generally let out at very high rents, are without the commonest accommodation, devoid of the means of cleanliness, and injurious to health, destitute of all comfort, and even common decency is not provided for, while the frequent associations of both sexes and of all ages together in the same room presents a scene of gross immorality, and has a tendency to demoralize all the better attributes of mankind, to conduce to the nurturing and rearing up of a class of persons who must eventually defy all attempts on the part of the humane, the religious, and philanthropic to ameliorate their condition, or even of the law to coerce them into obedience, and will therefore destroy that moral bond of union between the wealthy and the poor, upon which the stability of well-organized society so mainly depends. We have already, then, disbursed sums quite sufficient to remove the annoyances and evils of which we complain. We assert again, in this country there is no want of generosity, of readiness to pay reasonable imposts. Who can doubt this when the rates of one parish for sewerage alone in 22 years amount to £565,000? Nevertheless, there is a sad want of management, of that prudence, economy, watching of details, and so on, which characterizes the expenditure of private individuals. We want an Act compiled and carried out by practical men who have added this principle to their present conventional morality, that the man who cheats the government or a corporation is as great a scoundrel as he who cheats the individual. After railway exposures, some will say this is too much to expect. We hope not, for the credit of the country. Yet what is the conclusion we draw from these statements? Is it not the old conclusion we have before stated, that if there were no middlemen between the landlord and the tenant, many of the evils denounced would cease to exist. There would be responsible persons at hand, men made responsible by the appearance of their names in leases and agreements, to set in order these abuses, men who could at once be appealed to, dealt with by the law, exposed for contumacy. It is the present system of letting which is in fault, which the legislature must amend ere the evil is dealt with at its root. Before we conclude our labours, we must describe the method now pursued of letting out lodgings to the poor, as well as the means by which rents are collected, because we are satisfied that very few know. Even some of the landlords themselves may be ignorant of the process, for ignorance alone can account for our apathy, or give a shadow of justification to our neglect. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beames. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Section 16. Yet hitherto we have considered rookeries as means of demoralising the present generation. We fear them for what they are, beds of pestilence, where the fever is generated which shall be propagated to distant parts of the town, rendezvous of vice, whose effects we feel in street robberies and deeds of crime, blots resting upon our national repute for religion and charity. Still they are dangerous, not on account so much of what they are as what they may be. They are not only the haunts where pauperism recruits its strength, not only the lurking places, but the nurseries of felons. A future generation of thieves are there hatched from the viper's egg, who shall one day astonish London by their monstrous birth. Suppose these haunts to increase, as poverty and distress ever have a tendency to do, in the proportion of 2 to 1 to the growth of the labouring classes, and what a prospect have we before us! The colony of Van Diemen's Land is a penal settlement, the number of its population 60,000, half of them convicts. Did you ever, gentle reader, attend a public meeting, or read a report of the state of things which prevails there, of the desperate immorality which, to name, would stain our pages? Can you contemplate the acting of such scenes here? Huge chimeras of crime, embracing in their outstretched arms districts not yet polluted, fresh supplies of the labour and industry of the country dragged down to this loathsome pit, fresh scenes of our country's nurture going forth trained in such schools to bear the name of England, such a leaven eating gradually into the heart of that race from which we recruit the trade, the agriculture, the army, the navy of Great Britain, vice making some further inroad, and crime not content with its present percentage. Among the more prosperous and thoughtful of the working class, marriage is a state on which prudence holds its counsel, and the future lifts up her mirror, and contingencies are considered, the family that may be, the expenses that must be, and thus the higher you go in the scale, the fewer these unions, the less productive the classes by which the strength and numbers of the people are best recruited. But the denizens of rookeries know not prudence. The future suggests no fears, because the past speaks of no comforts, the present of no hopes. They marry. Their condition, they argue, cannot be worse. It may be better. Or if marriage, as in very many cases, is dispensed with, concubinage is in its stead. Numerous broods of children are reared around them, to hand down at once their features and their habits. If a man in these haunts could dismiss the idea of a wife, yet he likes a companion and wants a servant to cook, to wash, and provide for his comfort, he supplies this want in the mother of his children. In the classes above him, men would rather want the comfort than support the burden of a partner, that partner, too, with the family she may rear in the distance. We may look then for a superabundant increase of the rookery class, with no corresponding growth of the industrious labourer, unless you check such increase by salutary laws which strike down the nests not where men, but rather human abortions, are produced. Grave must be the fears of the thinking man when he views the swarms of children who people the back alleys of London, when he thinks that each of these must be clothed, fed, and supported, and ought to be thus supplied by the wants of a class daily becoming, in proportion, less than it was. What new scheme shall the next generation put forth to provide for the wants of its teeming millions? Yet we need not anticipate, rather let us look at things as they now are. We were wont fondly to imagine that childhood's innocence was something more than figure. Manhood, goaded by want, learned strange trades, and plied strange traffic. But childhood at least had yet to imbibe poison. Crime must wait, thought we, till the powers of mind and body are developed, ere it can grasp its victim. It was reserved, perhaps, for the rookeries of our day, not to rear a few anomalous instances, but whole gangs of juvenile delinquents, to send forth children trained adepts in wickedness, these poetic innocents calculating chances of discovery, watching times and seasons for theft, conversant with the habits, scrutinizing the weak and unguarded points of those by robbing whom they must thrive, taught noiselessly to do their deeds of darkness, not singly, but in gangs, where concert aided the theft, where numbers made it difficult to trace the delinquent, so that hours, days, must have been spent to make them adepts in their calling, oaths of fearful import administered to bind them to silence, laws enacted to regulate these bodies corporate, the wires carefully adjusted along which the electric fluid passes, if we may be allowed the figure. Schools, in a word, formed whose task-book is the Newgate calendar. No one who knows rookeries will doubt this. A case occurred some time since which came under the writer's observation. A man and his wife died in cholera. Their only child was known as a boy given to petty thefts. He was very young. There was hope he might be reclaimed. He was placed with a respectable widow, to whom a sum was paid for his board. In the daytime he was sent to school. He had not been long with her before she missed some plate. She searched more minutely and found out the extent of her loss. A series of depredations had been carried on, and her little stock of valuables was sensibly diminished. Some of the articles were afterwards recovered from the pawnbrokers where they had been pledged. The boy was taxed with the theft, the poor widow, from mistaken humanity, not wishing to proceed against the offender. He confessed the theft, yet soon ran away from the tutelage under which he was placed, returning at times to annoy her. When she remonstrated with him, he said, "You had better take care, there are 40 of us, and if you offend one, you may calculate upon being annoyed by all." She was at first inclined to treat this as an idle threat, till some boys insulted her, called her names, and upbraided her, when she learnt that the youth who had been under protection was really one of a juvenile gang called the 40 Thieves, who were concerned in petty thefts in various parts of the metropolis. It is no uncommon thing for boys to stay out all night, and when they return not to be able to give a satisfactory account of themselves. Though their parents are honest, there is little doubt that they themselves have been entrapped by designing criminals, and made the instruments of nefarious practices. Thus the poor are often disgraced by their own offspring who have fallen under the evil influence of some professor of wickedness. Boys are easily tempted by some bait suited to their years, are initiated into the unhallowed mysteries of the craft, are taught to deceive by plausible excuses the vigilance of their parents. A poor man is bereaved of his wife by disease, is left with young children, his trade being one which takes him much from home. He leaves his children under the guardianship of a neighbour who has children of her own, and can feel no particular interest in the welfare of another's offspring. In the very rookery which he inhabits are people of questionable occupation, old and juvenile victimizers. What a tempting speculation to make these poor motherless children, such at least as are old enough, the means of carrying out their iniquities. These harpies know the occupation of the father. Daily experience teaches them to calculate the moment of his return. His habits are no secret, the dispositions of his family easily ascertained. They are tempted in their ignorance by a bait they cannot resist, and enter gradually on the course of crime. The writer has known more than one such instance, and has had reason to be thankful that refuges for the destitute afforded an asylum for those thus early betrayed. But too often, hard as it may seem to write such things, female children in haunts like these have fallen victims to the gross passions of abandoned men, when their tender age would have seemed to have put such dangers out of the way, and where their very ignorance was the cause of their fall. And recollect, the arrangements of rookeries foster such things. When distinction of sex is practically ignored, can you expect decency to survive? When the sexes are thrown promiscuously together, do you wonder at paradoxes in immorality? When vice bears with it little disgrace, can you expect the blush of shame? And where exclusion from society is a penalty which cannot be carried out, do you look for the virtues which are the growth of mingled fear and self-respect? And some speculator will talk in set terms about the danger of interfering with capital, as though this capital, by a native elasticity, adapted itself to the necessities of those over whom its influence extended. Much in the same way in which a novel machine feeds the steam engine with just so much and no more coals than it requires. Verily, men must have not faith, but credulity, reverence for great names, and the sway of large firms who will believe it. Confide in this, and the Stock Exchange shall discourse sublime morality, and the Bourse endow a lecturer to declaim against avarice. Confide in this, and the kitchens of the mansion house shall glow with the fires which cook the dinners of the poor, and the rafters of Guildhall ring with cheers from the denizens of St. Giles. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beames. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Section 17. Yet what shall we say to the juvenile depravity of rookeries? We do not deny that emigration will do much to thin them. New Zealand, a moral oasis in the social desert, climate, scenery, natural productions, large tracts of land uncultivated, a second England to be peopled, breathing time and breathing room afforded for our people for centuries to come. Yet has this scheme of emigration ever been taken up by the nation as a national duty or engagement? Have the poor rates been applied in the shape of an annual percentage in forwarding such schemes? With thousands willing to go, have you opened a vent for them in this direction? And if you had done so, is there no consideration due to the tens and hundreds of thousands who will even then be left behind? Some will tell us that the poor might be lodged within the same area as at present, and yet Rookeries be swept away. In Edinburgh and Paris you have houses 6 or 7 stories high. Such seems to be the rule in Antwerp and the old Flemish towns. Thus, where ground is dear, room is economized. The appearance of the dwellings thus elevated is much more picturesque. Height ever adds to the magnificence of buildings, and even on the lowest ground a change in this direction is desirable. But who shall measure such advantages with increased space and good ventilation? In the lodging houses in St. Pancras, the tenants do thus live on flats, to speak technically, and thus each family has 3 separate rooms at its disposal. We may not forget, whilst on this subject, the benevolent scheme proposed, by which labourers should be lodged in colonies distant 10 miles from the metropolis, to which they should go and return by railroad. Could such a proposal be carried out, and we pretend not to know how far it is feasible, their families would have the benefit of fresh air, country scenery, and all the invigorating influences of a rural residence. The pressure upon London would be relieved. The bloated rent rolls of rookery owners shrink again to their fair proportions. Nor would the time consumed in the journey be an object. Many labourers pass quite as much time on the road between their lodgings and their work as would be taken up in the rapid transit of the steam carriage. Yet with all this there are certain trades which necessarily confine the operatives to the spot where their work is obtained. Shoemakers, tailors, carpenters perhaps, must be within call, must have rooms where they can work, though it would scarce be correct to state that they could not ply their calling without absolutely living on the spot. Amidst the many ingenious devices of the day, there is room for a plan which would obviate this necessity. Now, supposing the panacea discovered, you would still have a large poor population around you, some from choice, some from indolence, some from habit, some because it was unavoidable, clinging to the metropolis, so that rookeries would still be an object for legislation, and juvenile delinquents still call upon the resources of wisdom and benevolence. But people are apt to be sceptical about this lamentation of ours over the early lost. Think we exaggerate to swell a page or point a paragraph. The following is an anecdote taken from the journal of one who conducted a ragged school. Finding it impossible to get the children to attend our school in the forenoon, we determined upon changing our hours to 6:30 in the evening. We commenced our new plan on Sunday, November the 26th, when we had upwards of 200 children and youths in attendance. Under all circumstances their behaviour was good during the greater part of the evening. About 10 minutes to 8 o'clock, however, there was a signal given by some of the boys, and instantly there was a move in all parts of the room, and a rush made to the staircase. The superintendent was amazed at this proceeding. Recovering from his surprise, however, he darted across the room, and was just in time to catch the last one ere he reached the door. 21 had already made their exit. The boy who was caught struggled hard to get away, and loudly cried, "Let me go, let me go!" But, holding him fast, the teacher replied, "When you have told me what this plot means, you shall." "I want to go to business," said the boy. "Business? Why, it is Sunday night." "Never mind, you let me go," continued the lad. The superintendent still held firm. "Well, I'll tell you the truth, sir. Do you see it is 8 o'clock?" The teacher looked at the clock and nodded assent. "Well, sir, we catches them as they comes out of church and chapel." A policeman now entered. "Where," said he, "did you get these boys from? They are every one of them convicted thieves." Where, then, are these ragged schools situated? For whom are they provided? Are not national schools sufficient for the population? British and foreign schools and other seminaries for the working classes? Why these ragged schools, whose name conveys something offensive They are situated, then, in rookery districts. Your Bethnal Green, St Giles, Saffron Hill, Minories, Bermondsey rookeries recruit their numbers. The back streets and courts behind Westminster Abbey, the Berwick Street district of St James's, though the school there rejoices in a more euphonious appellation, fill these receptacles. Banish rookeries, and ragged schools will be remembered in the chronicles of the past. They are so called because the children are ragged and dirty, a marked line between them and the offspring of the working classes. They pay nothing for their schooling. The penny a week, which in national schools keeps up the decent pretence of money paid for value received, is here unknown. The poverty or recklessness of their parents denies it. The working man would be annoyed if told that his child was educated by charity, his just and honest pride be wounded. Yet the lowest of the rookeries know not this feeling. It is something utopian, excluded by the stern and rigid poverty or the degraded condition of the parent. His child, he thinks, will there learn to read and write, will be out of the mother's way in the daytime, cannot as yet be more profitably employed, and thus, as it costs him nothing, he concedes as a favour the permission to educate one whose welfare should be his dearest wish. We say not it is always so. Doubtless in the worst rookeries there are some capable of, and still longing for, better things, and no nature so entirely corrupted but that a lingering feeling of remorse may still be left behind. Yet our ragged schools seek first to obtain pupils such as these, and were devised for the lowest of the population. Begging goes hand in hand with juvenile theft. Children, by the softness of their voice, the smallness of their figure, the innocence attributed to their tender age, are popular as mendicants. If the satirist of antiquity could say that we groan, as by the instinct of our nature, when the funeral of a young child passes along the streets, we cannot hear the cry of distress on the lips of the young, or see its tokens in their face without emotion, so that infants have been hired by beggars who had none of their own to aid the appeal made to the pockets of the charitable. Thus our rookeries are the refuges of mendicants, who there divide the gains of the day. In a town in Scotland, whose population is not much above 50,000, upwards of 200 children were supported solely by begging. The police knew that they lived on alms or thefts. Their condition was sad, and great the annoyance they gave to the inhabitants. When these children were at length convicted of some petty theft, they were removed for a few days or weeks to jail, and here methods for their reformation were adopted. Yet so short was the time for which they were confined, that the regimen adopted had not time to display its powers or work its changes on them. They rapidly fell back upon their old habits, till, after being imprisoned again and again, they were at length transported. To such a class our ragged schools supply the best antidote at present devised. Yet, whilst rookeries remain as they are, it must be uphill work. This class must be attacked by a combined effort, all the elements of reformation blended into the plan proposed for their relief. Rookeries there still will be, whilst rookeries are recognised as legal habitations into which even the schoolmaster of a ragged school cannot penetrate, and from which, when entrance is obtained, he cannot drag a 10th part of the younger inhabitants, and they who are brought forth are liable to a variety of calls which check his efforts and impede his schemes for their improvement. How long will he retain these children? Will their attendance be regular or at intervals? Will the parents put no impediments in their way? Have you calculated to what extent the lessons learnt at school are neutralized by the examples of the home? Recollect, these children eat, drink, sleep in the rooms their parents inhabit. In their sports they mingle with their neighbours. several of whom go to no school. They need education, we know, for the returns of prisons show how few of the felons have been humanized by early training. Some cannot read or write at all. Some even know not the name of the Saviour of the world. Few can read and write with accuracy, so that if education were still an untried remedy, it would be worth the trial. But should not the government carry out, in connection with the condemnation of rookeries, some scheme for the general education of the poor? Private schemes are cramped for want of funds. The design should be tried on a grand scale. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beames. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Section 18. Are you aware, gentle reader, of the snares laid to entrap these children, that they learn vice at penny theatres, which in their cases supply the desire felt by most of us for dramatic entertainments? Are you aware that several sweetmeat shops exist in the neighbourhood of Rookeries, where children are enticed to gamble for the tempting articles exposed on the counter? That one mode of carrying on such practices is this. A doll is fixed to a board, the body of which is hollow. Through the head of this figure a marble is passed, which, after circulating through it, falls into one of the many holes made for it in the board beneath. These holes are numbered, and according as he exceeds or falls below a given figure, the youthful gambler wins or loses. At first sight such a practice seems comparatively innocent, but too often, from the thirst for gaming in this small way, children rob their parents. Here again is felt the want of a public prosecutor. It is difficult to get anyone to give evidence in these transactions. The children do not like to do it, their parents shrink from it, and the shopkeeper carefully shields himself as much as possible from detection. How many are the children nurtured in rookeries, driven from their home by the cruelty and bad conduct of their parents, orphans, neglected children, and others? What becomes of them? They are taken into workhouses. But notwithstanding the care of those who have charge of such institutions, they are not adapted either for the instruction of the young or the reformation of the old. The schoolmasters of such institutions are seldom carefully selected, often very ignorant men, and the paupers too often try to demoralize the children whose age is considered mature enough to allow them to mix with the adults. You have your model prisons in the Isle of Wight, your Millbank penitentiaries, but you forget that more than half the mischief is done before the boy is admitted into these institutions. He has gone through a training which has implanted what you must now root out. It is scarce needful to tell you that the latter is the more difficult task of the two. Crime must have some sweets, some attractions, if, as is too often the case, people worship Jack Sheppard and Turpin as heroes, and romance has been called in to gild their career, and novels have been written whose chief interest is in the traditions respecting them, which have been revived to please the present age. These children have been already tutored under a system in whose annals these worthies are hallowed, and you have to grapple with the propensities already excited, rather than to mould and frame the virgin mind, so to speak, into the shape you wish. Your efforts are indeed most laudable, and God forbid that, with the beautiful teaching of Holy Writ before us, we should deny either a place for their repentance, or blot out the hope of their reformation. But why not at once put forth a comprehensive plan which nips the evil in the bud? Why not get for yourself the first hearing in the child's mind by teaching him before that mind be warped to crime? Instead of establishing more penitentiaries, raise schools suited to the class whom they must train. Call to your aid practical men, the magistrates, the inspectors of police, and others, who by daily experience know the habits of these children. Strengthen their hands as you might do by providing nurseries for those over whom their too prophetic eye sees hanging disgrace and ruin. When the father has paid the penalty due to the injured laws of his country and is transported, don't let his children be left to the tender mercies of his companions, but have the school ready to receive them. Let them there be fed, be clothed, be taught whilst the recollection of what their fathers were shall kindle the diligence and awake the caution of their master. Suppose an onslaught made upon rookeries, model lodging houses built, till rents were lowered, and the disciples of Mammon found that to build proper dwellings paid for the outlay. Even then you would want schools for the poorest class. The national schools would not meet the case of the destitute. These very establishments are stunted through want of funds. The nation, not yet half awake to the greatness of the mischief already done through want of education, and the still dangers in the prospective. We must forget our sectarian differences if we would dare call ourselves any longer a Christian people and save the nation from ruin, and if the ministry cannot get these sections of the Christian body to unite, may the day come round when a general system of training is enacted in spite of them. If rookeries are doomed, but half the evil is crushed, if a plan is not set on foot for the well-being of the junior members of these fraternities, do all you can, and there will still remain behind a great amount of poverty, recklessness, and crime. Lay every rookery low within the bills of mortality. Interdict them under the severest penalties, and still you will have room enough for all your wisdom and all your benevolence. The habits rookeries have stamped deep and burnt into the nature of those who dwelt there would still cause you anxious thought, though we might then hope that the crime of our land would not compel us to invade peaceful colonies, or to force rebellion upon our distant dependencies. Under the most favourable circumstances, the time allotted to the education of the poor is but short. 2 or 3 years, very often the utmost extent which circumstances allow of, for in many trades children are soon useful. In the trade of brick-making, young children are often employed, and during the summer months earn considerable sums. The poverty of their parents too soon withdraws them from our schools, their education but half finished, and many of them going out into the world scarcely able to read and write. How great, then, must be the drawbacks with the class we have described above, where they do not go to the school, but where the school must come to them, where they must be coaxed for a time from the rookery land into the rooms open to receive them, coaxed perhaps when hunger indisposes them to learn, where parents forbid them to leave the house, where persons round about them are on the watch to bribe and ensnare them. Boys love play and hate work. Training alone makes them quit the sports congenial to their age and disposition, and devote a portion of their time to learning. Parental authority must back the arguments of the teacher, and second his efforts on their behalf. In rookeries no one forbids the children to waste, in sports or other less harmful occupation, the precious seed time of life. Whilst rookeries still are, whilst any of those remain who were bred amidst their purlieus, there must be ragged schools. But with what especial care should they be organised, if suiting themselves to the wants of those for whom they are intended? No ordinary stretch of wisdom or benevolence will satisfy the call made on us. We should remember that rookeries will furnish our pupils. The habits rookeries generate must be eradicated, and as our sectarianism has not descended to this level, as different bodies of professing Christians have not yet begun to quarrel respecting the doctrinal teaching of ragged schools, and are content to proselytize birds of a higher flight, let government, with intuitive discernment, seize the happy moment, occupy the vacant ground. For once, whilst the clamour is hushed, devise some plan of their own for teaching sound religion and useful learning. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Section 19. It may be very well in the face of all this to plead that the miserable condition of rookeries is owing to the habits of the labouring population, that the sum of money spent in public houses bears a large proportion, we forget the exact amount, to the poor rates of the country. Are there no rookeries, then, in foreign cities where drunkenness is rare? Do not wretched and dear dwellings produce recklessness and disgust, which in this country vent themselves in intoxication, rather than cabals, factions, and insurrections? Men, even in the higher orders of society, whose homes are not comfortable, seek other resorts, though not confined to a single room, and use stimulants too, though not always such as produce inebriety. But the reading room and the society to which the purchase of intoxicating liquor is not the passport supply a refuge in the one case, which in the other the tap-room alone affords. We want a large, comprehensive national remedy. We must have an Act of Parliament. Let it discard as much as possible that which renders so many of these documents inoperative. Let it be compiled by practical men. Let nuisances, rookeries, fever courts, et hoc genus omne, die the death. Let them be replaced, not by shops for the tradesman, but by dwellings for the working man. Let the number of inmates for each house be fixed, the due supply of water regulated by some provision which shall bring water companies to their senses. Let each family have a sitting room and at least 2 bedrooms. This may be done not merely at little cost, but at a remunerative outlay. It has been proved by those lodging houses which have been lately erected in St. Pancras and other parts of the metropolis. On the adjuncts to such colonies we will not dwell. There is here a noble field for ingenuity, philanthropy, and religion. Our space only allows us thus generally to allude to the subject. We do not say that the legislature has done nothing. Doubtless there is great opposition to contend with. It is obliged to wait for the impulse of some popular movement to display its energies, rather than volunteer a measure to meet the difficulty, but it has not done well what it has done. In 1845 an Act of Parliament came into operation, which forbade henceforth that any kitchen should be inhabited which had not an area of 7 feet to each window, making also many other judicious regulations, and vesting some powers in the parish officers. Doubtless, for a time, these pauper landlords were alarmed, their province invaded, their gains abridged, but only for a time. Why? Because the poor themselves were bribed to connive at infractions by the supposed cheapness of kitchen lodgings. The parish officers, instead of being required to make periodical visitations, or keeping a person whose duty it was to do so, were obliged to wait till their interference was called for. We know how much the old adage is acted on, that an Englishman's home is his castle. There is then a difficulty in getting access to houses. The jealousy of the landlord, the independence of the lodger, is soon aroused, so that it is scarce possible to make the necessary inquiries. Paid informers would find it difficult to ply their calling here, and the efforts of the philanthropic are, of course, futile. It is only when disease breaks out that the surgeon called in finds how the law has been broken, and for a while remedies the evil. Even then there are difficulties in his way. He must lodge a formal complaint. The parish must take the matter up, indict the refractory, and be at some expense to enforce the law. And after all, there is no guarantee that when the tumult has subsided, the landlord and lodger alike shall not return to their old practice. Nor must we forget the nature of English legislation. When some giant evil has at length broken bounds, the cause of the oppressed is taken up by the public. It gets into the newspapers. Our countrymen bear long with an evil, shut their eyes to it, till at length they have no excuse for sleeping any longer. All at once a chorus of different, yet on this occasion accordant elements strikes up. Local meetings, leading articles, pamphlets, parliamentary agitation lend their aid. Ministers listen attentively to the voice of their countrymen, and make an effort to remove the nuisance complained of. An Act is passed in all good faith, yet couched in cumbrous, technical, old-fashioned language, which errs precisely where it ought to be most direct, and is clear when clearness is not wanted. The evil is lessened, but not destroyed. Frequently some new Act is needed to make up for the shortcomings of its predecessor. The hotbeds of the Rookery system were for a time invaded. They have risen again, after the panic, in yet ranker luxuriance. In any reform proposed, we have to encounter the cry of interfering with the liberty of the subject. The poor have gone on very well as things were. They desire no change. We are humanity-mongers. That laissez-faire, that unreadiness to act but in great emergencies, is the bane of the English character. It will impede us. Yet recollect, at one blow rotten boroughs fell. The Corn Laws, backed by the most powerful aristocracy in Europe, are no more. Let us then take courage. All legislation is to some extent an interference with this liberty of the subject. Still, it is that interference which a mother exercises for the welfare of her offspring, which the doctor wields for the recovery of the patient. This same palladium is fearfully misconstrued, an aegis too often used to destroy rather than protect, the stronghold of those who resist all interposition. Yet the practical absurdity of such a theory has ever been too powerful for its adoption. We do interfere, are always interfering, sometimes most dangerously. Witness the window tax. Sometimes suicidally. Witness the national debt. Sometimes to the perdition alike of taste and comfort. Witness the Building Act, for at least some of its provisions. The very Republican calls for interference, knows it is necessary, sacrifices his favourite theory to it. And shall you hesitate when a nation's character and a nation's safety are at stake? But suppose that we throw up our cards in despair, because every inch of ground won from the selfishness or indifference of the mass is won by protracted struggle. Suppose even good men like the late renowned Dr. Arnold, tired of a continual antagonism, grew weary of the contest, that, like him, disgusted by the selfishness, borne down by the opposition of the interested, we pause, and yet his sympathy ended but with a life, alas how short, and he died like the warrior, with his face to the foe, in knightly harness donned for a noble contest. Yet if we dared to appeal to lower motives, there is much to encourage us in improving the dwellings of the working classes. The lodging-house lately established in St. Giles's finds that it can give each man a separate bed, a place to cook his victuals and wash his clothes in, a common room where he may read and converse with others, for 2 shillings and 3d a week, that such a charge remunerates the proprietor. In St. Pancras parish, the apartments let at 5 shillings a week consist of a bedroom, sitting room, and kitchen, and yet the scheme is organised by a company who have shares and who consider it as a profitable investment, inasmuch as it yields them 5%. So that, supposing the plan to be carried out, and an adequate trial given it, the annuitant would consider one of these societies a better means of investment than the funds. The Soho Model Lodging House is in Compton Street, in the parish of St Anne. It is a commodious establishment, making up 125 beds, divided into 2 classes. The front bedrooms, 75 in number, are let at 3s. 6d. a week, and the others at 2s. 6d. Attached to this institution are baths and a reading room. The working classes do not seem hitherto to have appreciated the advantages here afforded them, as during the first year of its course it has unfortunately not been well filled. Some time must elapse before the comforts offered to the working classes are fully acknowledged. Yet surely a place like this, which offers each man a separate sleeping room, a kitchen where he may cook his food, and a bath where he may wash, should meet with every support, and find favour in the eyes of those for whom it is especially intended. In one instance where lodging houses have been established, it is believed that the owner is an eminent builder, who has erected them for his workmen, and who lets them at a remunerative price, though for size, cleanliness, and cheapness they are most favourably contrasted with the usual dwellings of the poorer classes. Shall it then be said that we shrink from the task which humanity imposes when it finds favour in the eyes even of the capitalist? We have lately spent nearly £1 million of money in rebuilding the British Museum. Thinking people are of opinion that the like sum might be expended in a picture gallery worthy of the nation, some proposing that Whitehall should be finished according to the beautiful plan of Inigo Jones as an English Louvre. Footnote: some proposing that Whitehall should be finished according to the beautiful plan of Inigo Jones as an English Louvre. Whitehall was originally the residence of the princely Wolsey. It was presented by him to Henry VIII. In the reign of James I. it is supposed to have contained 1,000 chambers of different descriptions, so spacious was it in its former splendour. Inigo Jones drew out the beautiful plan for rebuilding it. This plan may now be seen in the lobby of the banqueting house and in the British Museum. Access may readily be obtained to the banqueting house, the only portion of the building still remaining, though it is surprising how few avail themselves of it. Divine service is celebrated there every Sunday. The ceiling is particularly fine, being painted by Rubens in his usual bold but gaudy style. This was the only part which was rebuilt after Inigo Jones's plan. The political troubles of Charles I's reign interrupted this great work. Here the king had his magnificent gallery of paintings, which the Protector's government, despite the protest of Cromwell, dispersed by sale throughout Europe. Charles I, as is well known, was beheaded in front of the banqueting room. He was led to the scaffold, not through one of the windows, as is generally supposed, but through an opening made in the wall. The remaining part of Whitehall was little in keeping with the magnificent structure which still remains, fragment as it is. It extended across the road, occupying the site where the Treasury now is, and there was a beautiful gate by Hans Holbein, through which carriages passed. A spacious garden stretched along to Westminster Bridge, in which was a very fine fountain and several beautiful statues. The Duke of Buccleuch's and Richmond Terrace now occupy this space, called the Privy Gardens. A large vane still glitters in the sun, which was placed here by James II, that he might ascertain when the wind was favourable for the expected descent of William III on the English coast. The older part of the fabric was burnt to the ground in 1697, as is reported through the carelessness of a servant maid, who is said to have set fire to the building when lighting a candle. No attempt was ever made to rebuild it, and though 150 years have elapsed, the English sovereigns have ever since been without a town residence suitable to their dignity and the country's wealth. End footnote. And truly such proposals are worthy our national greatness, and the patrons of the fine arts are well entitled to expect such a boon at the hands of government. But with one such plan accomplished and another proposed, is no project for the due accommodation of the labouring poor to be entertained by the National Council, a project whose very safety as an investment is demonstrated, a project which by the grant of £1 million would at once be answered, so that the rents of the houses built should be applied to the extension of the plan. Is it not the province of government to set in order the abuses which now are? Has not each industrious labourer a claim on them, even in virtue of the taxes he pays, had he no higher or nobler title? Or is it decent to leave to the tardy and impeded effort of individuals the task the nation is bound to accomplish, which, when accomplished, would bind hundreds of thousands to the ruling powers by bonds which a sense of benefit has knit, and spread far and wide the blessings of a civilization now in many respects but an empty name? End of section 19. Section 20 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beames. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Yearsley. Section 20. You are tempted to ask under what landlords such traffic exists. Someone must be much to blame. Men cannot thus be traded with as though they were corn, molasses, indigo, or any other marketable article, without some grievous neglect of duty, of fair dealing we had almost said, in some quarter. But here we involve ourselves in discussions about price and value, and so on. Well then, we will say such things are a disgrace to a Christian country and to our boasted civilization. The system, if system it be, manifestly halts somewhere hinc ille lacrimae. Hence disease, sacrifice of decency, disgust with the ruling powers, and a host of ills. Few, perhaps, are aware that some of the most densely peopled localities in London are owned by men of great property and high rank, that some of the most wretched streets in the metropolis, if you went deep enough to find the real owner, swell the income of an opulent speculator who has brought them as a good investment, that in many cases they are the hereditary estates of some country magnate, who maintains upon the proceeds his costly establishment of hounds and horses, that some again belong to corporate bodies, public charities, some to deans and chapters, to endowed schools. In short, they are owned by various landlords whose occupations are of every description. Some of them have been in possession of their present owner's family for 200 or 300 years. Others have been more recently acquired. You ask, are these landlords the recipients of the 5 shillings a week per room or story, as the case may be? Do their stewards superintend the repairs, take the rents, levy distresses in the name of their masters? In most cases they do not. Originally the landlords only leased the ground on which the houses were built for a term of years. 200 years since, great part of the West End of London was in fields. Cattle strayed, and, it might be said in the words of the poet, Passimque armenta videri, Romanoque foro, et latis mugere carinis. The owners let out plots of ground for building at so much a foot for 99 years. At the expiration of these leases, the ground and the houses erected on it came into possession of the family, and the descendants of the original owner found themselves enriched. In some cases the property is encumbered with long leases, so that the heir succeeds to an inheritance. The wholesale control he ought to exercise over his property alienated for half his life. A middleman has bought a long lease. The father or grandfather of the present owner has received a fine as a premium. Such binding hand and foot of the landlord's duties alike as his interests is but too common. Men enter upon these covenants because such is the rule which all follow under similar circumstances, which legal advisers recommend, which present necessities render prudent, much in the same lax and inconsiderate way in which oaths were administered in the last century, without thought or reflection on their terms or obligations. The system of long leases and heavy fines is unjust, fatal to improvement, checking all reform, and giving a charter to the errors of our forefathers. If it could be abolished, rookeries would decrease. But suppose the landlord to manage his own property. The collection of rents from many of the tenants of these rookeries would be difficult, tiresome, and, from their very number, expensive. It would not sound well to hear that some man of influence had distrained upon one of these hewers of wood and drawers of water. The necessary communication between landlord and tenant would be next to impossible. In short, without tasking the imagination, we can readily suppose some method of obviating these impediments would be invented. And most injurious has that system been, which, to save trouble, litigation, and notoriety, has been put in the stead of the natural relation between the lessor and the lessee, which has broken a bond honourable to the one, invaluable to the other. As things are now, we have a large class of middlemen, even in the mildest form the case admits of. In many instances, the houses are let out and underlet again and again, so that there are several links between the owner and the occupier, the latter perhaps not knowing the name of the former. Footnote: as things now are, we have a large class of middlemen. We doubt if we have Johnsonian authority for the use of this word. Perhaps the clients of old Rome, the men who stood between the patrons and the plebeians, are representatives of this class. They took the trouble of letting and leasing from the shoulders of their patrons, and indemnified themselves by oppressing those who really tilled the ground. In Ireland, the term middleman seems to imply absenteeism, the landlord too often spending in continental cities the sums which are wrung from the children of the soil, and the middleman one who manages affairs in his absence. Perhaps in some instances there is something like a lease from landlord to middleman, or the latter farms the rents. At any rate, whilst he spares his principal trouble, he intercepts, not wittingly but in effect, the favours his master, if resident, would bestow on his tenant. An irresponsible person is set over them. To him they address complaints he either will not hear or cannot redress. And although much of the distress of Ireland be owing to the perfervidum ingenuum of the people, this element of their misery should not be forgotten. The Tales of the Munster Festivals give us perhaps as great an insight into the Irish character as any book extant. Mr. Lever's works, especially the O'Donoghue, describe the miseries of Ireland and their causes. Whilst Great Britain has made an extraordinary progress, the state of Ireland does not seem to be much better than it was in the time of Cromwell. One difference there certainly is, however. He sold those whom he took prisoners as slaves for the West Indies. We allow the surplus population to emigrate. Middlemanship, though under a somewhat different shape, is at work in the rookery system. The landlords of rookeries are often men who scarce know where their property is situated, and these middlemen, the links between them and the real tenants. Thus these poor creatures are shut out of the charities which would accrue to them were there no intermediate agents between them and the landlord. There would be a really responsible person to whom application could be made when abuses were palpable, and the landlord would feel an interest in his tenant. We fear that the greater part of the poor dwellings in London are let out in this way. Yet it seems obvious that you cannot build model lodging houses without putting a stop, or at least giving a check, to this system, whilst at the same time you lower the average of rents which the working classes now pay. End footnote. No one supposes that a middleman sees any abstract beauty in long rows of dingy houses, or that there is anything peculiarly elevating in the occupation of letting lodgings. The man who by heaping manure upon land doubles his produce may have at the same time food for thought. He may bring chemistry to bear upon his art if he be learned in Liebig, and every acre bear an increased crop. But few will be hardy enough to argue that love of science is kept alive, although a love of gain may be pampered by quartering the greatest number of human beings within a given area, so that every square foot should yield an increased rental. There is then the strong motive of gain in these transactions. The middleman supposes that he shall be more than indemnified for his trouble by subdividing these tenements into floors, or those floors into single rooms, and if such an occupation be lucrative, competition will increase in the same ratio. There will be several middlemen in the field whenever a rookery is to be let. The ground landlord will have no difficulty in disposing of his houses. The only questions with him are who is the highest or the most solvent bidder. This very competition puts money into his pocket. But from what source must the middleman, who ultimately obtains the lease, be indemnified for the high price he has paid? He must wring it from the hapless poor who tenant the apartments which he lets out. They are the real victims. Thus, a carpenter will be a candidate for a number of houses which are to be let. These houses will be very much out of repair, the landlord unwilling to lay out the money to make them tenantable. The carpenter considers that at a very small expense he can render them habitable. He takes the property on a repairing lease, and repays himself by the rent he exacts. Or suppose, as is often the case, that the first middleman, the actual tenant, dislikes the trouble of collecting rents. He underlets these tenements to middleman number 2, as we will call him for the sake of distinction. Number 2 is himself a working man, more thrifty, more cunning than his brethren. He has gained the ear of number 1, is in some degree connected with him, pleads plausibly, in some way or other induces number 1 to give him what we will call an under lease. But who is number 2? One who has been for some years the victim of the system he is now about to administer, on whom at length the conviction has flashed that he has been egregiously silly to pay rent where he might not only live rent-free, but put something into his pockets besides. He enters upon his new trade. He finds that the interests of the tenants have been habitually set aside. You can scarce expect this man, with the recollection of his wrongs, the force of custom strong upon him, with his imperfect education, with that absence of religious or moral restraint, too, which is so fearful among the working classes, You can scarce expect him to be more conscientious or more feeling than his brethren. He will grind others as he has been ground, prey upon his species as he was preyed upon. Their loss will be his gain. He will indemnify himself at the expense of others for years of oppression, oft unconsciously, as by mere force of habit, because others do it, because it is the rule, not by nature an unkind man, for, after all, the English are a generous people, not unsympathising, but adopting the creed which prevails, not reasoning about it, well nigh unconscious, and quite forgetful that it is wrong, looking at it as a trade, considering his gains payment for his trouble, only doing to others what they would not scruple to do to him. Yet this man wields a fearful power. He can turn out his tenants at a few days' notice, his caprice or his resentment guiding him. He can prevent them from obtaining other lodgings, for the next landlord will come to him for their character. This man wields a power which the best and wisest might shrink from exercising, which is environed with difficulties, so that many a conscientious man would dread it, lest he should be betrayed into injustice or oppression. And this, our middleman, has been the victim, though now to be the victimizer. Think what a catechism he has imbibed, under what a system he has been trained. Does not the heart insensibly harden, as we read of persons long immured in prisons, who have at length lost the sympathies of their kind? Does not some such process go on within one thus oppressed? His nature is to some extent transformed, just as men, looking at vice for a long time, by degrees forget it is hideous, begin to sympathise with it, so that it becomes at first bearable, then pleasing, at last indispensable. As habit, so metaphysicians tell us, is that facility which the mind acquires in all its exertions in consequence of practice. Suppose a man of indolent habits to become a middleman, one fond of low pleasures and debauchery. This occupation furnishes an excuse for neglect of his business, whilst, because other aids are withdrawn, he is thrown back upon the gains to be obtained by subdivision of the property he controls. If thus to sublet be a source of profit, is not this of itself an argument against the system? Is not the poor man the victim? Does it not show that if men would reflect, they might lodge the poor both better and more cheaply than at present, should the tenant be called on to pay for each separate link between the landlord and himself? Just examine this system. Take a house which, because of its size, its dilapidated condition, its want of yard behind, and the scarcity of its accommodations, would be dear at £25 a year. By this system, its first tenant pays somewhat more than £30. This house contains 10 rooms. These are let out at an average of 4 shillings each per week, in other words, £104 a year. But deduct from this bad debts, which may be supposed to be many. Take the general average, at which these are calculated, at 25%. There will still be a surplus of about £78. Is not this monstrous, when you consider the class of society from whom and from whose ill-paid and precarious labour these rents are levied? Is it not fearful? Shoemakers and tailors, perhaps, who during the season earn good wages, yet who have an interregnum of 5 months in the year, during which trade is almost at a standstill. Take an instance of the evil which has come under the writer's observation during the last few days. Some years since, a journeyman shoemaker came to London. He got work, but it was precarious. He was a cunning man, and was soon employed by an unhallowed fraternity as what is called in cant terms a smasher or utterer of base coin. His trade of shoemaker, at which he continued to work, was a good cloak. He amassed a little money. From tenant he became middleman of the house in which he lives. He was fond of drinking and disliked work. His new trade was more profitable, less tiresome. Still he was not satisfied. He joined with this occupation the task of collecting rents. He is now broker and middleman, his original calling neglected. He lives upon exaction. Whilst his tenants are able to pay, he exacts a heavy percentage. When they are in arrear and their goods seized, he plies his trade and swells his gains. Take another instance. A decent old couple occupy 2 rooms on a first floor in a low and dirty street, where the sewerage is extremely bad, and where there were several cases, 2 fatal, of cholera during the prevalence of the epidemic. The old man lived in a family of rank, and but for the rascality of trustees would have had a handsome competence instead of a bare annuity. Like many of the domestics of the nobility, he has acquired a courtesy of manner and regard for cleanliness and comfort, and thus he is desirous to rent 2 rooms instead of the usual single apartment. Yet for these 2 rooms he pays 8 shillings a week, more than £20 a year. In the country he might get a pretty cottage and garden for the same sum. The person who lives under him and has female lodgers pays the same for the same accommodation, yet the kitchen is let out, and the 3rd floor, with a workshop at the back, to separate tenants. The house is a small one. In the neighbourhood of St. Pancras, houses occupied by professional men are often let for £45 per annum. They have 10 rooms, and all modern comforts about them. These 2 individuals whom we have named pay nearly as much for scarcely half a small house in a bad situation. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beames. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Section 21. We do not find the evils of middlemanship peculiar to our country or our times, for it is instructive to call to mind that some of the great social disturbances of ancient Rome may be traced to the same source. The patricians having obtained large grants of conquered lands, rather than be at the trouble to cultivate them, leased them out to their clients or dependents, who again wrung a large revenue from the labours of those who really tilled the soil. These men were scantily paid, were always in debt. The client could enforce payment by the harshest punishments, and hence the famous assemblage of the people at the Mons Sacer, the seditions of the Gracchi, and many other tumults which shook the state. Yet much remains to be said in explanation. We admit that the wages of the tenants are precarious, their employment fluctuating. Must not the losses of the middleman be greater than we have allowed? It may be very well to say that men would not be so anxious to get leases if they were not lucrative, and yet the gains be much less than we have supposed, though quite sufficient to tempt cupidity. In answer to this, we can only say the middleman has his remedies, and they are many. He ejects the insolvent, yet this insolvent must be lodged, and therefore goes to some other locality. Before he can get a room, he must pass an ordeal. Where did he come from? Why did he leave his last quarters? Can he get a recommendation from his last landlord? Can he show any resources wherewith to pay his rent? Is he a decent and orderly person? If he has children, the difficulty is increased, for middlemen have a Malthusian horror of children, though in most cases they are the adjuncts of the poor. Is not this, rather are not these, several checks upon the poor, all tending to make them careful in their payments? But suppose all these terrors fail, there is a very Cerberus in the background. It would seem to be enough that the tenant is at the mercy of one who was once a tenant himself, and who knew well a tenant's wants, the diseases to which that body are subject, their several little lets and hindrances, the tricks and customs, in short, that one, a member of a body corporate, should understand the wants of his own corporation. There is yet in store for the refractory a minister of no ordinary wrath, the broker. You will urge that in rooms scantily furnished there is little for him to seize. Should the poor man on whom the distress is levied get free from his embarrassments, he cannot repurchase even that little, but at double or treble the price, which has been put upon it by him who seizes. Bedsteads and bedding are costly things too, even to the poor. Again, you will say, is not the broker obliged to submit the goods seized to auction, to give an account of their sale? Is he not precluded from bidding himself? We believe the law runs thus, but how often, we would ask you, is this law evaded, which may be so easily evaded? Where the poor man so often forbears further inquiry, where this inquiry may be so easily eluded, where recourse is so seldom had to the magistrate, and where, even with the best intentions, it is so difficult for the magistrate to unravel the complications of the affair, where magistrates undoubtedly are favourable to the poor, yet are checked and hindered by laws in which there are so many loopholes. We need scarce allude to the case of Jones, so recently reported in the Times, and which created so much sympathy, and that ready instrument of iniquity, the Palace Court, which, now that our English spirit of fair play is roused, has fallen to the ground, as most obstacles are wont to do before the excited mettle of our countrymen. How easy it is for the broker to swell his expenses, how difficult to tax his bill, even when inquiry is made, and too often the recklessness or ignorance of the tenant forbid it. An execution is put into a dwelling, a broker's man quartered in the premises as the first step, at 5 shillings a day, with certain attendant expenses. An endeavour is made, for a time at least, by the tenant to compromise, to borrow the money, or otherwise to meet the demand. It is futile. The furniture is then seized, the rent paid by its sale, whether that be nominal or real. The expenses of the process swallow up the surplus. We said that the broker is forbidden by law to buy the goods upon which he distrained. But ask if it ever happened that the broker was not at the same time a dealer in furniture, kept a shop for second-hand goods, so that his trade of broker was only a sort of subsidiary adjunct to his real occupation. Is not the connection obvious between the goods seized and the goods exposed in the shop? Suppose a bona fide sale to take place, and we cannot but doubt that such is commonly the case. How easy it is to get a second party to bid for these goods, and then to hand them over again to the broker. There are not wanting kind middlemen. There are not wanting, on the other hand, refractory tenants, whom it is difficult to eject, even when the rent owing by them is forgiven upon the stipulation that they leave the house. It would be wrong to represent the injury as being all on one side. No doubt there must be remedies to check dishonesty, a fair means of redress for those who seek it fairly. The landlord must be protected as well as the tenant, and moonlight flittings are not so obsolete that we can yet dispense with protection. Tenants here and there will set landlords at defiance, and cling to the fancied security of some unwritten law. Still, we must not take refuge in these individual cases. We have shown you what powers a broker has, how easily he may abuse them, what temptation he has to do so, and these are fearful engines in the hands of a vindictive, an angry, or a covetous man, fearful stimulants to those who would uphold the system we decry. Many of these brokers, at best, are but harpies who prey upon legalized food. A Christian would loathe such a trade, would shrink from it in disgust. It must demoralize those who exercise it, deaden their sensibilities, rather sear their hearts. Vultures of the body social, preying upon ruin, fattening on the carcasses of nobler beings, gorged by the distresses of their brethren, they live and thrive amidst scenes of sorrow which would poison another man's existence, seize the bed upon which consumption reposes, and, as the writer of this paper knows, the agonies of childbirth have been enhanced by the bare boards upon which the patient lay as she brought her offspring into the world. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Section 22. We may not be able to scare away these evils for ever. We may mitigate them. We may provide against their frequent recurrence. We may narrow the circle in which they can occur. We may do away with middlemen, and there are few, we may believe, who pretend to the rank of gentlemen, or the dignity of the Christian, who as landlords or agents would evoke the law under circumstances such as these, or sanction the abuse of enactments already too severe. The broker, confined within proper limits by statutes which were founded upon present experience, would have less temptation to overlap his bounds, and his occupation would languish when he was called in only in cases of confirmed obstinacy or reckless frauds. They who used their power would use it wisely, because an act of cruelty would recoil with a force proportioned to the station of him who perpetrated it. We do not anticipate under a better system a Saturnian age, but let us not rest upon that stronghold of indolence, that because we cannot do all we wished, we must fold our arms. There are several degrees between the serf of Russia and the servant of England, though both perhaps be capable of improvement. And here we shall be pressed again by the assertion that the working classes are prone to drunkenness, that if they can find money for this purpose, they could find better lodgings. Comparisons will be instituted between the comparatively sober character of the French and ourselves. Alison the historian be quoted to show that the northern nations are more prone to intoxication than those of the south. It will be said to be the fault of our unmercurial climate, rather than owing to social neglect. Strange this, that 30 years ago the vice was prevalent among all classes of society, and is now banished from all but the lowest. Does that prove that climate is in fault? Do you wonder, as we said before, that the hard-working mechanic escapes from the only room where he and all his family eat, drink, and sleep, to the public house, when either as a refuge from domestic disagreeables, or because he can enjoy the society of his own sex there, the rich and powerful joins the club and spends there much of his time? Suppose we allow, for the sake of argument, that drunkenness is at the root of these social evils, that this places the working classes at the mercy of middlemen. To this refer bad ventilation, unhealthy drains, want of water, crowded rooms, and the like. Admit this monstrous fallacy. Yet Father Matthew has laboured long and well, many are his disciples, many who never touch intoxicating liquors, some from constitution or habit averse to them, some from prudence, some from religious feeling. Is there such a marked social difference, as confessedly there is a moral one, between the drunkard and teetotaler? The lodgings of the one doubtless are more cleanly than that of the other, yet not more spacious, the supply of water not more copious. The sober man must wait the issue of a long course of prosperous industry, must change his grade in society ere he change his social condition. Grant that all these evils are the offspring of drunkenness, yet why is he who is exempt from the sin not exempt from the effects of it? Why does he suffer for the vices of others? Has any attempt been made, in connection with better lodgings, to elevate the tastes and open sources of intellectual amusement to the working man? For recollect, mechanics' institutes are calculated for the tradesman, not the mechanic. You cannot stroll through the Champs-Élysées in Paris in the evening, but you remark groups collected to see some mountebanks perform a vaudeville, bands playing, fountains dancing in the setting sun, picturesque cafes lend an interest to the scene. At the same hour in England, walk down the Blackfriars Road, and before dingy brick houses, at the side of a dusty road, are artisans besotting themselves with beer. Which is the more innocent amusement, the Frenchman's or ours? The tenants of the Rookeries are bowed down by heavy toil. Work too often gluts the market, too often deserts it. During the season, a court ball will set at work many thousand hands, if you consider the division of labour in the making of a single shoe, and very thankful are the artisans for these opportunities. Yet how many nights as well as days are devoted to work? This perhaps could not be entirely avoided. George IV was not a model of moral purity, yet many workmen bless his memory for the impetus he gave to trade. Masters, however, too often are little careful to save trouble. Sunday, instead of being given to rest and devotion, is the scene of labour. Persons leaving London, from pure thoughtlessness, never give an order till the last week before they quit town. How many of their fellow creatures are deprived of their night's rest, that it may be executed? Yet men so spent by continued labour should have opportunities of relaxation, not merely parks, but places where they can play cricket or any other manly national amusement. There should be cheap libraries for the studious, and the 7 months during which trade is slack in town would give time for study and beguile many an hour spent in questionable relaxation. Someone will say we are straying from our subject. We might perhaps in this place speak a word about the necessities of the poor during the seasons when work is slack. Then, it is well known, recourse is had to the pawnbrokers. We do not accuse these tradesmen of injustice. The interest they may levy is fixed at 20%. At first sight this appears enormous, but then many of the articles are perishable. They suffer much by fraud, and on particular occasions, Saturday night for instance, such is the rush to the pawnbrokers that they are particularly liable to make mistakes. If they advance money on any articles which have the government mark, they are fined heavily, and these are often offered to them at night by way of bait. Undoubtedly many of them make large fortunes, but many of them fail. Would it not be better to establish some loan societies? The Monts de Piété of Paris are an instance of this, where the interest required was only sufficient to pay the expenses of working the society. Up to this point we have merely dealt with the general evils of rookeries, shown the lets and hindrances to which these bodies corporate are subject, because in truth there is an hideous sameness between St. Giles's, Saffron Hill, Minories, and other haunts of the destitute or the abandoned. There are, however, in some districts, peculiar trades in operation which add to the ills to which this kind of flesh is heir to. The Rookeries of the Mile End Road, Lambeth, Maiden Lane, Paddington, and others recognise no sanitary discipline other than that of their class, yet are environed with nuisances peculiar to themselves. In one district the air is polluted by the decomposition or boiling down, or perhaps both, of dead horses, the unfortunate creatures degenerating from a carriage horse to a cab hack, passing through the intermediate stages by gentle gradations, are at last consigned to the care of what is called in cant terms a knacker, and having been quickly put an end to, are boiled down for glue, or their remains turned into some other profitable use. The stench from such a necropolis, or colony of the dead, is dreadful, must feed disease, and, when fever breaks out, aid its ravages. In another locality, tan pits spread an unwholesome odour, taint the sewerage of the neighbourhood, and add much to the mortality. The Times newspaper, during the late epidemic, noted a petition emanating from the Archbishop of Canterbury and other householders in Lambeth, praying that bone crushers be henceforth forbidden to ply their trade in that neighbourhood. The memorial stated that the epidemic then raging in Lambeth with unprecedented severity was aggravated by the miasma generated from the decomposed bones. If the late pestilence did no more than lay bare the nuisances of the metropolis, and spur our lagging energy to agitate for their removal, it had its end. Just as a wasting malady discloses to the patient's observation symptoms of other deep-seated diseases which otherwise might have lurked in his system unobserved, so the cholera settled down upon some plague spot, where everything was at hand to feed it and extend its ravages, and thus laid bare the inward sores of London. Within a given circle hundreds sickened. Science quailed before it. It struck down right and left the doomed victims. Baffling the usual arts of the physician, it drove him to a new analysis. He became a disciple of the sanitary science. At length discovered in some reeking sewer or licensed pest yard the source of the disease, endeavoured to cope with the new adversary, now happily dragged from his hiding place. Gasworks, too, already began to line the southern bank of the river. Copperas works, white lead works, and other factories are established in dangerous vicinity to a crowded population. And recollect that large houses are scarce in these localities. Rookeries, indeed, spring up all around, or small streets little better than these, for the workmen employed in large numbers must live near the scene of their labours. In other neighbourhoods, accumulating dust heaps take a pyramidal form, and too often surrounded by rows of small cottages, on the outskirts of London, because the metropolis, ever stretching out its arms, each year embraces some new plot of ground, engulfs some small suburb, encroaches upon some outskirt, and thus the dust heap, which of old marked the limits of our great Babylon, becomes the centre of a district. You will say that the necessities of the citizens create these several depots, that London must be lit, and that the other trades of whose exercise we complain are called into being by our wants. It would be difficult to prove that necessity involved their exercise in the very neighbourhood of the metropolis. If suburban cemeteries are being put in the place of London graveyards, suburban factories in many cases might do the work now carried on in Lambeth, Mile End Road, Maiden Lane, and Bermondsey. Large establishments connected with the crepe trade are found at Enfield, Ponder's End, and other places at some distance from London, and some branches of trade are carried out at least 10 miles from the metropolis. Yet suppose that we could not help ourselves, that we were compelled by very need to endure the presence of these establishments, Are we compelled to build rookeries in their neighbourhood? Would it not be better to allot a certain district to those who carried on these trades, to have a factory suburb in which these works might be erected, where they might blend their several odours, and perhaps by blending neutralise, but that no dwelling should be erected near them, that they, whom choice or necessity compelled to work there, when the night drew near, might escape to a purer air, and return refreshed, because they had breathed for a while a better atmosphere. Is this utopian, an advance little to be expected from this mammon-worshipping generation? Is it a task a dictator alone could accomplish, meet for the iron rule of a despot, or are we looking forward to the golden age of a millenarium? Shall we ask some sterner plague to teach us our duty, or wait till science has found that even trade cannot ply her full energies under such a system? Are we wholly utilitarian, and not, in a large sense, even this, rather the victims of paltry selfishness, with the cunning of the small trader, not the ample foresight of the lordly merchant? Other countries have done their wondrous works, raised trophies to the science and the humanity of their age. Our streets are disgraced by the sufferings of overdriven bullocks. Savage butchers belie our national character. Accidents occur. The animals, maddened by heat or overdriven, turn restive, attack those passing by, gore those who cannot escape. This impediment to our traffic, this injury to our fellow subjects, still remains. Smithfield is a pest to the neighbourhood, disgusts the eye, offends the nose, brutalises the mind. Yet, gentle reader, you are perhaps in happy ignorance of what are called vested interests, corporation monopolies, the licence to trade to the injury of the many, to the benefit of the few. Hallowed age defends these precincts. Some quaint allusion of Ben Jonson, Beaumont, or Fletcher would lack interpretation were the place and the memory of Smithfield blotted out. Our fathers walked in shoes which pinched their feet. Shall we, their degenerate offspring, forego the penance? Are we better than they? The cholera seems to have interposed, if not to settle, yet to moot anew the question of removal. And who is there that does not blush for his country as he looks on the abattoirs of Paris, the order with which everything is managed, the different departments into which the establishment is divided, the ample space around it, and recollect the slaughter-house near Montmartre is not the only one, though the most frequented. 4 or 5 different abattoirs are placed in different parts of the city. Yet the Islington cattle market, judiciously arranged, is covered with weeds, the victim of a giant monopoly. Intramural burial grounds are already doomed. Many of these had long offended public decency, and their removal was long cried out for. Sensible of the evils of such receptacles within the walls, several of our larger parishes have, for the last 50 years, possessed cemeteries in the suburbs, although these suburbs have since been incorporated within the metropolis. The attention of philanthropists has lately been called to the cowsheds, of which there are so many in London, in the very heart of the city too. Few nuisances are greater than these. The animals, fed upon improper food, give milk scarcely fit for use. Their sheds reek with an abominable odour, and not long since the public mind was disgusted with an account of cows kept, we believe in Whitechapel, in underground sheds, where for a long time they never saw the light of day. Such intramural dairies should surely be removed, if we wish that the rookeries, in the midst of which these are situated, should be reformed. We said in the earlier part of this work that the most aristocratic parishes are not without their background of wretchedness. that they have their rookeries, though not always such dens of destitution as those of St. Giles's. In a report addressed to the inhabitants of St. James, Westminster, in 1847, is the following statement. Quote, "There are in the parish 14 cowsheds, 2 slaughter-houses, 3 boiling houses, 7 bone stores, 1 zinking establishment." End quote. It then proceeds, quote, "2 of these sheds are situated at the angle of Hopkins and New Streets," note real rookeries, end note, "and range one above the other within a yard of the back of the houses in New Street. 40 cows are kept in them, 2 in each 7 feet of space. There is no ventilation, save by the unsealed tile roof, through which the ammoniacal vapours escape, to the destruction of the health of the inmates. Besides the animals, there is at one end a large tank for grains, a store place for turnips and hay, and between them a receptacle into which the liquid manure drains and the solid is heaped. At the other end is a capacious vault with a brick partition, one division of which contains mangold wurzel, turnips and potatoes, and the other a dirty liquid called brewer's wash, a portion of which is pumped up and mixed with the food of the cows." End quote. After many other details, the report, drawn up by Mr. Anselbrook, a medical practitioner, concludes, quote, "From the above-mentioned facts it is obvious that much of the milk sold at the west end of the metropolis is elaborated in the udders of animals unnaturally treated, and kept in an atmosphere impregnated with gases detrimental to common health." End quote. The slaughterhouses alluded to, we are told, are in the vicinity of the cowsheds. Many of the animals slaughtered there help to swell the mass of diseased meat which is sold to the poor, nominally cheap, but doubly dear, as cheating them of the expected nourishment, and robbing them of their health. The extent to which this practice is carried may be judged of from a statement made by a slaughterer that he took annually £200 from one man for slaying diseased cattle. The working classes have much to complain of here. They will tell you, if you ask them, that their poverty compels them to purchase their meat in small quantities, that they pay quite as much as the rich for a pound of meat, and yet, because they cannot buy so much as a joint at one time, are compelled to take the refuse at retail price, for which otherwise the butcher would have no sale. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beames. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. In a lecture delivered in the Mechanics' Institute at Plymouth in 1845 by Lord Ebrington, he says, quote, "I will now give you an account of a visit I paid, in company with my benevolent friend Mr. Toynbee, to a number of dwellings in the neighbourhood of Golden Square, close behind the magnificent thoroughfare of Regent Street. It is a quarter inhabited by the most respectable of the labouring classes. They were all deeply sensible of the misery brought on them by the condition of their dwellings, and the impossibility of keeping them tidy, and by the fetid smells to which even habit had not reconciled them. These families have but one room, about 12 feet square, in which they sleep and live, and some carry on their trade besides. I found many of them full of steam, from clothes hung up to dry across the room after having been washed, many of them in the same water, owing to its scarcity. In every family we heard of sickness and death. Some had lost 2/3, hardly any less than 1/2, their children. Their houses had, for the most part, been once inhabited by separate families of some fortune, and were now partitioned off into lodging rooms, at rent varying from 1s. 6d. a week for a very bad cellar to 5s. for a large upper room, the average being about 2s. 6d. End quote. We think his lordship puts the average too low, though his inquiries were directed to the worst district in the parish. In many parts we should be inclined to put it at 4 shillings a week. Quote, "In no case," he continues, "had they any but an intermittent supply of water at the bottom of the house, which in some cases was kept in water butts of decaying wood. Some of these rooms were overcrowded cow-houses, where cows, diseased by the badness of the air, supply the neighbourhood with diseased milk, some close to slaughter-houses. And yet here were living the most respectable of the labouring classes, porters, policemen, and such like, who, though earning high wages, are pauperised by the expense of sickness, brought on them by moist dwellings, for which they pay in rent for their one miserable room as much as Mr. Ashworth of Egerton, a manufacturer such as this country may well be proud of, receives from his prosperous work-people for cottages which I saw, containing 5 and 6 and 7 rooms each, with every convenience." End quote. He then shows the rate of mortality in 3 districts. Quote, "St. James's Square, 1 in 90. Golden Square, 1 in 36. Berwick Street, 1 in 42. End quote. Yet we complain that convicts increase, that they are the country's bane. The colonies reject them. The counties where penal establishments are reared loathe them. Have we ever tried to remove the evil by social cures? Bigotry, peculiar to our island, denies a system of education to the wants of our countrymen. Yet one day jarring sects may wrangle over a corpse, for dear food, scanty lodging, imperfect training are eating deep into the heart of our brethren. We admit then, I hope, that these rookeries are a disgrace to our age, that they have sprung up in part from neglect, in part from the tide of fashion setting in another direction, that unless legislation check them by fixing the number of inmates to a house, according to the number and size of its rooms, such things will always be. Our selfishness may be alarmed by fevers there generated and thence wafted to wealthier streets, our humanity shocked by this very slight and imperfect sketch, which aimed not so much at a statistical account of rookeries as at a description of their effects, which has been, perhaps, rather an historical essay than a sanitary report. All, however, agree in this: the remedy is difficult. Though why should it be thought so? Why not hope better things of our national character, generous in the extreme, kind, sympathizing, charitable? Of our land the hospitable refuge for distressed foreigners, the rich spending much of their incomes in a wise benevolence, the merchant and the noble often vying in generous ardour to surpass one another in the number of their charities, most men thinking they are bound to do something for the poor, many giving a considerable portion of their income in charitable donations, notwithstanding the many private claims upon them. Would to God they would consider this vast social question, that they would superintend their own property instead of committing it to needy middlemen, and leaving to their tender mercies the dearest interests of their poorer brethren. They little know or think how much misery is caused by their neglect and even ignorance, their obedience to bad custom and unhallowed tradition, so that because the fathers did wrong, the sons cannot emancipate themselves from the paternal trammels. And what shall we say to those who are the owners of large factories, makers of steam engines, and so on, men who employ commonly at one time 500 or 600 workmen, some double or even treble that number? If these men were sensible of their duty, would they not form little colonies in which those employed by them would be decently lodged, with some attempt too at innocent relaxation when the business of the day was done? Is it just or right thus to bring together large bodies of men merely to wring from them at a certain price a certain amount of labour, and then to consign them and their families to rookeries. Are not the consequences in the perspective fearful with our teeming population and increased intelligence? Is it not the grossest selfishness or the most criminal indifference thus to treat men as draught horses or beasts of burden? And shall we be checked by a homily on the danger of interfering with capital? What is capital to the value of men's bodies and souls? Can they be put in competition by the legislature? Although, if we spoke to individual avarice, we have little doubt to which side the balance would incline. Is not brotherhood the very essence of society, all freemasonries living by it, all corporations proceeding upon this as a foundation, all religion teaching it, the savage feeling its need, and civilized man forever forming new combinations? And yet, how is it set aside in establishments such as these? End of section 23. Section 24 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beames. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Yearsley. Section 24. And since these pages first saw the light, pestilence hath ridden like the angel of destruction upon the tainted gale. Well nigh 15,000 victims have fallen beneath him. What a human hecatomb! How many fissures gape where his foot hath trodden? How many widows and orphans pine beneath the stroke? Yet where did he do his work? Amidst the dwellings of the rich, where wealth could soothe disease, and tax the powers of science in its aid. Where, if death left aching hearts and yawning voids, it left not poverty to aggravate domestic sorrow. Were these homes laid bare? No, seldom. But where want and scanty food and confined cabins fostered disease, where the cesspool found no vent for its Stygian tide, where open sewers generated noxious vapours, where crowded courts and pent-up masses beckoned the destroyer. Footnote: where want and scanty food and confined cabins fostered disease. The writer was sent for one Sunday morning to see a poor woman attacked by Asiatic cholera. It was decidedly the worst, though not the only fatal case he witnessed in the same street. The woman and her husband, with their family, occupied 2 miserable rooms, rather closets, which smoked in winter and were stifling in summer. These apartments were situated at the back of a public house, a small wooden gallery in front. Just beneath, a sewer was arrested in its course, and the odour diffused by it fetid in the extreme. She lingered scarce 24 hours, and then died. In the house opposite lived an old man, who soon sickened, as did his next-door neighbour, with the same complaint. He, after a most severe struggle, recovered, only to die of weakness within 2 months of the seizure, and his neighbour is still on a sick bed, suffering from the ill health which cholera often produces. In the same street, an old woman died after 24 hours' suffering, and several fell ill, though they afterwards recovered. The accuracy with which those acquainted with pauper districts can prophesy where fever or disease will settle is remarkable. Certain portions of the parish are badly drained. These places are well known, and there almost invariably disease alights, as though beckoned to the spot. When the Irish fever was extending throughout London, the writer called the attention of the commissioners of pavements to a spot where the drainage was particularly bad. The complaint was promptly attended to, yet not before 2 children had died in the house opposite. End footnote. Is this mere declamation? Lambeth, at once a poor and a crowded district. Rotherhithe, the centre of a squalid population. Fleet Street, named from the stagnant ditch which it conceals, were the spots where cholera was most virulent. St. James's and St. George's felt its influence, and many were the sufferers. yet the deaths bore no proportion to those of less favoured parishes, and there too the disease was confined to the dwellings of the poor, few of the wealthier classes sinking under its effects. 15,000 victims, taken chiefly from the labouring classes of the metropolis. Liverpool too, Manchester, Leeds, Bristol, Hull, Plymouth, each with its tale of woe. Is not this the signal to be up and be doing? Who can tell the amount of suffering entailed? Who, but those who witnessed cholera in the Rookeries of London, appreciate its malignancy? Not that the patients were uncared for, not that surgeons denied their aid. Most fearlessly, most ardently did the members of that noble profession labour in behalf of the plague-stricken. All that science, all that personal energy could do, the surgeons of London did. Nevertheless, how could they cope with disease thus suddenly fatal, passing rapidly into the worst stages, where bad diet and ill-ventilated dwellings had broken the patient's constitution? How hope to stay the ravages of the destroyer, where the train, already laid, waited only for the fire to kindle it? Since the Great Plague, 148 years ago, a mortality so extensive has never been witnessed in the metropolis as that which occurred during the present autumn. An able pamphlet has been published by Dr. Webster, in which he mentions the ravages of the pestilence in districts abounding with rookeries, and where, too, the rookeries are of the worst kind. Quote, "In Lambeth parish the deaths by cholera were 1,570 during the last 6 months. The ratio was therefore 1 in every 91 inhabitants. In St. George's, Southwark, where cholera proved fatal to 811 individuals, 1 person died in every 64 of the population, whilst in Bermondsey, with its tan pits, glue yards, tidal ditches, and other local nuisances injurious to the health of the labouring population resident in that insalubrious part of London, not less than 704 persons died by cholera, so that the very large proportion of 1 in every 56 inhabitants became victims to the pestilence. But even this excessive mortality was exceeded by the numbers registered in the parish of Rotherhithe, where 1 death from cholera actually took place in every 38 inhabitants." End quote. Dr. Webster then proceeds to point out a most singular exception to this fearful mortality. We do well indeed to dwell on it. Quote, "Although cholera proved exceedingly fatal for several consecutive weeks throughout the neighbourhood, Bethlehem Hospital, with its numerous population, remained perfectly free from it, although situated in a district otherwise unhealthy in reference to the recent epidemic. At this Royal Hospital, having a constant population of about 700 individuals, comprising upwards of 400 lunatics, besides the juvenile inmates of the House of Occupation, officers, attendants, and so on, whilst there are weekly admissions and discharges of patients and others, whereby during the last 6 months perhaps 1,000 persons have resided within its walls, not a single case of cholera has occurred during the entire year, nor indeed previously. The ventilation of the hospital is excellent. The utmost attention is paid to cleanliness. The food is wholesome, plentiful, and regularly served, and there is an abundant supply of pure water throughout the whole establishment, alike for baths, washing, and cooking. A very deep artesian well, reaching to below the chalk, supplies the water required in the establishment, which a steam engine pumps upwards of 20 gallons a minute into the numerous reservoirs on the roof of the building." End quote. What a homily this upon rookeries! The hospital, in the very centre of the plague, insulated from its effects because well drained, ventilated, and supplied with water, because well furnished with those very comforts which rookeries want, as though this fearful mortality was inflicted on us solely through the agency of rookeries, they, the foci of the disease, the rallying points beckoning its attacks. I had well nigh said decoy ponds, so that if they had not been, we might have been passed over comparatively unscathed. They, meanwhile, like the conductors which were placed to attract the lightning, and almost to confine it to themselves. Bethlehem Hospital is not the only place which has enjoyed an immunity from cholera. Bridewell, some of the prisons, and other well-regulated public institutions have been spared. The felon, whose crimes have outraged his country's laws, the lunatic, whose existence is a burden, are preserved. The mechanic, whose labour supplies our wants and luxuries, expiates the neglect of others by his life. End of section 24. Section 25 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beames. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Yearsley. Section 25. We cannot conclude without a few reflections upon the results of the evils we have considered. The mass of the working classes, not only in London but our great towns, are wretchedly lodged, the distinctions of sex confounded, a system sanctioned which overthrows all the decencies of life and fosters immorality. Are you surprised, after this, that women are thought marriageable with damaged reputations? That previous offences against chastity on the part of the woman are lightly regarded, not considered a subject of reproach? That men degenerate? Love of truth, the foundation of all morality, grows weak? That they become indifferent to religion? That they rail against divine and human laws, as though both were answerable for the ills under which they suffer? That infidelity is rife among the male part of the working classes? That lecturers in different parts of the town fan this discontent, endeavour to root out their attachment to divine or human ordinances? That, under the cloak of lectures on science, their political grievances are magnified, our system of government decried, and men's worst passions roused by the invectives of artful demagogues? That schools are established for the rising generation in connection with these hotbeds of sedition? That on the Sunday Chartist orators harangue? That there is a sullen feeling of discontent brooding among our working classes? That they lack the power, not the will, to overthrow the institutions of the country? That for several years pamphlets of a revolutionary character have issued from the press? That sedition and blasphemy have formed a close alliance, and that men are banded together to upset the religious as well as political establishments of the country? We say not that they have made great progress, for our national character is on the whole fond of order, averse to commotion, patient long, and bearing much, yet these things should not be forgotten. We say not that the disposition of the nation at large is revolutionary. We are, perhaps, more secure against such attempts than any nation in Europe. But of what nature is our security? Some will say our safety lies in our army, faithful to its trust. Yet is this a proper ground for security in a nation whose form of government is popular? Has not the Liberal party, ever since the times of Cromwell, lifted up its voice, at first against the establishment, ever since against the increase of a standing army? Have they not professed to regard a large military force as fatal to the liberties of the country? And is it right to rely upon the fidelity of our army alone, as standing between us and popular disturbances? Yet some will say that our middle classes, not our army, are the palladium of the country, that the moral and physical force of an intelligent, wealthy, loyal, powerful middle class is the best defence of our country. We are not inclined to question this. We will admit, if you will, that if there had not been a soldier in the country on the famous 10th of April 1848, we could have stood our ground. Yet the Times, not usually the organ of alarmists, conceived that we were preserved from an outbreak because the Liberals held the reins of government, and the sympathies of the middle classes were with them. Would the result, think you, have been different had ministers persisted in carrying out their plan for an increased income tax? Thus you reduce our liability to popular commotion to the chances of support afforded to our government by the middle classes. But suppose a case where this influential body was divided, indifferent, sullen, disgusted. Not, we admit, a very likely case, considering the property at stake. And suppose also any unforeseen combination to arise, and recollect we have had too many such in Europe during the last 2 years. The stability of our institutions would be endangered, though they might be tough enough to work through the convulsion. New elements have been brought into the field, and we must expect new combinations. So thought Dr. Arnold, a man whose mind was essentially an historical one. And so thought Lord Byron, whose poetical works were accompanied with notes indicating much foresight and discrimination. In one of these notes, appended to the 4-volume edition of 1829, he thus writes, quote, "The government may exult over the repression of petty tumults. These are but the receding waves repulsed, and broken for a moment on the shore, while the great tide is still rolling on, and gaining ground with every breaker." End quote. So thought Wilberforce, no mean judge. So thinks his eloquent and far-sighted biographer, Sir James Stephen, who thus records the misgivings of that celebrated philanthropist. Quote, "Wealth," says he, "such as avarice had scarcely pictured in her dreams, was accumulated in the centres of mechanical industry, and the higher class of English society, commercial as well as noble, revelled in a sumptuousness of living for which a description or an example could be found nowhere but in the fabulous East." End quote. Yet behind this brilliant spectacle his prescience saw the lowering of that storm, the approach of which is now confessed by the forebodings of every thoughtful man in Europe. His meditations and his discourse continually pointed to the still widening gulf between the two extremes of English society. He mourned over the coming conflict between vice, ignorance, poverty, and discontent on the one hand, and selfishness, sensuality, hardness of heart, and corruption on the other, between our loathsome cellars and our luxurious palaces. While these rookeries remain, there must be something rotten in the state of Denmark, and we cannot forbear to recollect that some of the greatest convulsions which have shaken Europe at different times have had their origin in social discontent. We say not that the popular indignation has always triumphed, or that the stability of the governments under which these seditions occurred has always been sacrificed. We merely indicate the source whence they arose. A review of some of these will not be an unfitting conclusion or moral for the present work. If it be nothing else, as an historical essay, it may interest many. End of section 25. Section 26 of The Rookeries of London by Thomas Beames. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Yearsley. Section 26. In reading history, few things strike us more than the historical parallels which so frequently suggest themselves. Certain phenomena, if we may so name them, distinguish a particular reign, period, or century. Certain peculiar features characterize an epoch, give it an idiosyncrasy, and these features belong not to one country, but are rather common to several nations, so that men speak of the European mind being engaged in a particular object, or the fortunes of Europe as affected by a series of events in which each nation had a common interest. We do not mean to say that as, after the decline of the Roman Empire, you have first a series of convulsions which uprooted all the ancient institutions of the empire, then an age of conquests, then an age of chivalry, then succeeds the feudal age, then the age of charters and municipalities, then the age of revivals, then the age of popular risings, and the like. but that the history of different nations is connected together by closer bonds and more intimate associations than these, and that the coming events of a future generation have been typified in the experience of times gone by. Thus Europe, not a single country, has been the scene of several distinct convulsions which have modified, changed, and at times uprooted forms of government and political conditions. There is a wonderful similarity between the progress of popular discontent and its outbreaks, whether we consider the history of the 14th or the 18th centuries. Such revolutions have not been confined to any particular country, but have extended throughout the whole range of modern civilization, as though several nations had only one pulse, which beat with a like throbbing. Thus a particular age has been marked by great commotions, and these have extended throughout a great part of Europe, instead of being confined to a particular nation. Thus, again, too, the same features of popular discontent and outbreaks have been reproduced after the lapse of centuries, as though certain changes in the history of our quarter of the globe must succeed one another in regular order and after a certain time. We do not wonder that such an impulse should extend itself in an age of intelligence like our own. The press, the railroads, steamships, and constant exchange of information knit nations together, and the account of what has taken place in one country soon finds its way to that of its neighbours. Yet the simultaneous movement of the European mind has not been confined to our times. It has been discernible for many centuries. Another parallel cannot escape him who reads history in a discerning spirit. Two kingdoms have alike suffered at the same time from popular commotions, although these commotions, originating in very similar causes, have not had in each case the same results. Yet the parallel does not fail us even here. One nation has passed through a particular trial earlier than its neighbour, but the latter has not escaped the probation. Similar incidents to those which distinguished the political fortunes of the one have been repeated, after the lapse of more than a century, in the annals of the other. Thus Charles I, upholding the remnants of the feudal system, perished in 1649, was succeeded by a military dictator. A restoration followed, and his son, who had not profited by the misfortunes of his father, was exiled within 40 years of the death of Charles I. Louis XVI fell beneath the guillotine in 1793. Within 40 years his brother was driven from the throne, the nation in the interval having experienced a dictator's rule. In both cases the first revolution was sanguinary, followed by civil conflicts, coerced at length by the successful head of the army. In neither case did they who were brought back to the throne of their fathers learn or forget anything in exile. The second revolution was of a much milder character in each kingdom than its forerunner, well nigh bloodless, and the monarchs who succeeded those that were banished connected closely with the royal family, and coming in with a promise of large popular concessions. And had the life of William III been spared, as was that of Louis Philippe, it is not improbable that he would have passed the remnant of his days in exile, for he soon lost his popularity. The reign of his successor was cut short by the political intrigues which weighed on her spirits, was disgraced more than any period of her annals by political rivalries and party tactics. Thus Blenheim was to England a barren field, and the triumphs which saddened the closing years of the Grand Monarque neutralized by the jealousy of a faction, and two formidable insurrections made the foundations of the throne rock ere many years had passed. But the parallel we are most interested in is that between the popular commotions which disturbed the reign of Richard II and the contemporary disturbances of France and Flanders. During the latter part of the reign of Edward III, the father of Richard, the first symptoms of revolt against the hardships of the feudal system began to show themselves in France. The peasants felt themselves aggrieved. The unhappy state of the country during the wars with the English no doubt aggravated the distress of the peasantry. They assembled together in large numbers, headed by a peasant whom they called Jacques Bonhomme. They attacked and plundered several castles of the nobility, under pretence of avenging their wrongs. Their numbers soon increased to 6,000. Old Froissart tells us that, at length, after several successful expeditions, they were attacked and defeated by the royal forces. Yet that at this time they were so much increased in number that, had they been all together, they would have amounted to 100,000. When they were asked for what reason they acted so wickedly, they replied they knew not, but they did so because they saw others do it, and they thought that by this means they should destroy all the nobles and gentlemen in the world." Froissart habitually passes over the social inequalities of the times, and makes light of the slaughter of peasants and others of this class, being only alive to the chivalrous influences of the age, the daring of knights, the heroism of princes. There is no doubt that these assemblages of working men were provoked by their poverty, and a sense of the injuries which they sustained at the hands of their feudal landlords. This insurrection was the first protest made by the peasantry against the feudal system, yet so little were they ambitious of political privileges that they were generally called into the field to aid their lord in his struggles with the municipal towns. Not many years after this, the famous Wat Tyler insurrection broke out in England. Froissart tells us, that the evil disposed in Kent, Essex, Sussex, and Bedford, although he admits that they were much injured, began to rise, saying they were too severely oppressed, that at the beginning of the world there were no slaves, and that no one ought to be treated as such, unless he had committed treason against his Lord, as Lucifer had done against God, that they had done no such things, for they were neither angels nor spirits, but men, formed after the same likeness as their lords, who treated them like beasts. But they had determined to be free, and if they laboured or did any other works for their lords, they would be paid for it." Their leader, a priest named John Ball, thus addressed them, "My good friends, things cannot go well in England, and never will, until every thing shall be in common, when there shall neither be vassal nor lord, and all distinctions levelled, when the lords shall be no more masters than ourselves. How ill they have used us, and for what reason do they hold us in bondage? Are we not all descended from the same parents, Adam and Eve? And what can they show, or what reasons can they give, why they should be more masters than ourselves, except, perhaps, in making us work and labour for them to spend? They are clothed in velvet and rich stuffs ornamented with ermine and other furs, while we are forced to wear poor cloth. They have wines, spices, and fine bread, while we have only rye and the refuse of straw, and if we drink it must be water. They have handsome seats and manners, when we must brave the wind and rain in our labours in the field, but it is from our labour they have wherewith to support their pomp. We are called slaves, and if we do not perform our services we are beaten, and we have not any sovereign to whom we can complain, or who wishes to hear us and do us justice. Let us go to the king who is young, and remonstrate with him on our servitude, telling him we must have it otherwise, or that we shall find a remedy for it ourselves. If we wait on him in a body, all those who are called slaves or are in bondage will follow us in the hope of being free. When the king shall see us, we shall obtain a favourable answer, or we must then seek ourselves to amend our condition." To this period belong the well-known lines, which were the rallying cry of the insurgents: "When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman?" This extract sufficiently shows the spirit of this great rebellion, which was not put down before many ravages had been committed. Froissart, speaking of the great Flemish rebellion about the same time, after relating the defeat of the Commons under Philip van Ardevelde, sufficiently explains the cause of the war when he adds, "This event was very honourable to all Christendom, as well to the nobility and gentry, For had these low-bred peasants succeeded, there would have been unheard of cruelties practised to the destruction of all gentlemen by the common people, who had everywhere risen in rebellion." Mr. Hallam has an interesting note appended to his sketch of this period in his History of the Middle Ages. It is as follows: "The Flemish rebellion, which originated in an attempt, suggested by bad advisers to the court, to impose a tax upon the people of Ghent without their consent, is related in a very interesting manner by Froissart, who equals Herodotus in simplicity, liveliness, and power over the heart. I would advise the historical student to acquaint himself with these transactions, and with the corresponding tumults at Paris. They are among the eternal lessons of history, for the unjust encroachments of courts, the intemperate passions of the multitude, the ambition of demagogues, the cruelty of victorious factions will never cease to have their parallels and analogies, while the military achievements of distant times afford in general no instruction, and can hardly occupy too little of our time in historical studies. To the example of the Gantois, or men of Ghent, Froissart ascribes the tumults which broke out about the same time in England as well as in France. The Flemish insurrection would probably have had more important consequences if it had been cordially supported by the English government. But the danger of encouraging that democratical spirit which so strongly leavened the Commons of England might justly be deemed by Richard II's council much more than a counterbalance to the advantage of distressing France." We need scarcely, en passant, refer to the very serious commotions which took place in the reign of Henry VIII, a similar peasant insurrection having broken out about the same time in Germany, in which the famous Götz von Berlichingen of Goethe distinguished himself so much. Speaking of this peasant war, Menzel tells us, "The condition of the peasantry had greatly deteriorated during the past century. The nobility had bestowed the chief part of their wealth on the church, and dissipated the remainder at court. Luxury had also greatly increased, and the peasant was consequently laden with feudal dues of every description, to which were added their ill treatment by the men-at-arms and mercenaries maintained at their expense, the damage done by the game, the destruction of the crops by the noble followers of the chase, and finally the extortions practised by the new law offices, the wearisome written proceedings, and impoverishment consequent upon lawsuits. The German peasant, despised and enslaved, could no longer seek refuge from the tyranny of his liege in the cities, where the reception of fresh suburbans was strictly prohibited, and where the citizen, enervated by wealth and luxury, instead of siding with the peasant, imitated the noble and viewed him with contempt." Much of this was owing to the extravagant lengths to which fanatics wished to carry the Reformation, but much also to the depressed state and great poverty of the peasantry. This is evident from some of the demands made by them in the 12 Articles, as they are called, presented in their petition for a redress of grievances. The second article is as follows: "That the dues paid by the peasantry were to be abolished, with the exception of the tithes ordained by God for the maintenance of the clergy, the surplus of which was to be applied to general purposes and to the maintenance of the poor. The 4th and 5th, the right of cutting wood in the forests, hunting, fishing, fowling. 6th and 8th, the modification of socage and average service, the modification of the rent upon feudal lands, by which a part of the profit would be secured to the occupant. 11th, the abolition of dues on the death of the serf, by which the widows and orphans were deprived of their right." In England, the abolition of monasteries had deprived the poor of their usual refuge in times of distress, and, stung by poverty, goaded by the withdrawal of their customary aids, they took up arms to redress their wrongs. So great was the distress that the famous Poor Law of the 43rd of Elizabeth was enacted for their relief, when other intermediate measures had fallen to the ground. The great revolutions of England and France grew out of financial difficulties. The frequent applications of Charles I to his Parliament for subsidies were met by their determined opposition, and his endeavours to levy ship money and other duties the proximate cause of the outbreak which followed. But in the case of France, it was not only the accumulation of monetary embarrassments, but rather the smouldering discontent of the masses, which eventually brought on the revolution. Had other causes been wanting, had there been no struggle between Great Britain and her American colonies, no encyclopedists, that revolution would have come. Louis XV only hoped that the storm would be postponed till his death, and Lord Chesterfield, 40 years before, had predicted what followed. Quote, "In short," he writes, "all the symptoms which I have ever met with in history, previous to great changes and revolutions in government, now exist and daily increase in France." End quote. Taxes there were, large taxes, but the peasants paid them. The nobles were nearly exempt. Thus the rallying cry so fearfully distinct, "Peace to the cottage, war to the chateau." You cannot read the history of these times without remarking this. Arthur Young, the celebrated agriculturist, published an account of a tour made by him just before and during the period when the revolution broke out. He was a plain, practical man, more the farmer than the politician, much better pleased to describe crops, grasses, cattle, farming instruments, and the like, than to moralise over the fate of nations. Perhaps on this account he is a better guide. He had no very strong political bias towards liberal views to influence him, no favourite theory to maintain in what he wrote. On the contrary, he was a Tory of the old school, the decided enemy of reform. He published a pamphlet in which he dealt roughly with Major Cartwright, Tom Paine, and other worthies of that class, venting antiquated anathemas against them, muttering venerable grand-papa-isms, like others of his day, terrified by the French Revolution, and fearing lest the infection should spread, watching the germs of the Irish Rebellion, and foretelling from the gatherings and speechifyings of the manufacturing districts a similar outbreak in England. He calculates that in 1789, the year when the Revolution broke out, the rural labourer in France, taking into view the price of provisions, was 76% poorer than in England. That is, he had 76% less of the necessaries of life than fell to the lot of a similar class in this country. Quote, "With very few exceptions, their houses dark and comfortless, and almost destitute of furniture, their dress ragged and miserable, their food the coarsest and most humble fare." End quote. Footnote: in 1789, the year when the Revolution broke out. The seeds of this great commotion had been planted by Louis XIV. He wished to break the power of the nobles, and to extinguish the remains of the feudal system. He drew the landlords, therefore, away from their chateaux, and centralised them, so to speak, in Paris. For this cause the metropolis was adorned with fine buildings. Versailles, the most extensive palatial building in Europe, perhaps in the world, was erected, with its statues, its fountains, its gardens, everything around it in a style of lavish magnificence and grandeur. But such a place entailed immense expense upon the nation, and created or fostered a love of show among the nobles. Expensive, and towards the close of this reign disastrous, wars added their sum to the general distress. The profligacy which was veiled beneath the forms of the court under Le Grand Monarque was undisguised under the Regent Orleans, and Louis XV seems to have set decency at defiance. When you pass along the splendid galleries of Versailles and wander through its gardens, you cease to wonder at the Revolution. Money must have been poured out like water to create such a marvel, and courtiers would ape at a distance the splendour of their master. Meanwhile, a passion for military glory took the place of interest in the useful arts. On the pediment of this gorgeous palace is sculptured the motto of the nation, "À toutes les gloires de France." Feed them with these, and what will they not do? Let a peaceful sovereign endeavour to reduce their burdens, and behold a revolution. Splendid as were the chateaux of the nobles, read Arthur Young, and you will find them ever in juxtaposition with lands barely cultivated and a starving peasantry. End footnote. In addition, says Mr. Allison, to an indigent peasantry, France was cursed with its usual attendant, a non-resident body of landed proprietors. This was an evil of the first magnitude, drawing after it, as is always the case, a discontented tenantry and a neglected country. Arthur Young, writing in 1787, says that, quote, "In Montauban the poor people seem poor indeed, the children terribly ragged, if possible worse clad than if with no clothes at all. As to shoes and stockings, they are luxuries." End quote. In another place he speaks of a meeting with a poor woman who told him that her husband had, quote, "but a morsel of land, 1 cow, and a poor little horse, yet he had 42 pounds of wheat and 3 chickens to pay as quit rent to one seigneur, and 168 pounds of oats, 1 chicken, and so on, to pay another, besides very heavy taillis and other taxes. In one district all the women and girls are without shoes and stockings, and the ploughmen at the work without shoes or sabots, or feet to their stockings. The poor people's habitations are miserable heaps of dirt, no glass, and scarcely any light, but they have earth chimneys." And in another place on the borders of Brittany, husbandry not much advanced, the people almost as wild as the country, and their town one of the most brutal, filthy places that can be seen, mud houses, no windows, and a pavement so broken as to impede all passengers but ease none. End quote. You cannot read the journal of this eminent agriculturist without meeting with remarks in every chapter of this kind, of the wretched food and miserable habitations of the poor, and this too when the condition of the farms and system of farming were his more immediate object. Thus he says, quote, "The houses and cottages of wood, filled between the studs with clay or bricks, and not covered with slate but tile, with some barns boarded like those of Suffolk. The fields are scenes of pitiable management, as the houses are of misery, yet all this country highly improvable if they knew what to do with it. The property perhaps of some of those glittering beings who figured in the procession the other day at Versailles. One opinion pervaded the whole country, 1787, that they are on the eve of some great revolution in the government." End quote. Was it not this, the degraded social condition of the labourer, that made him a tool in the hands of the anarchist? Do you suppose that a man badly educated, little conversant even with the course of events, became a political enthusiast, that he could enter into nice distinctions between hereditary monarchy and republican government? Is it not rather the case of the patient sick with an inveterate malady? He gains no relief from the regular practitioner, and at length, as a last hope, in the very despair of his heart, resorts to the empiric. The working classes had lived in the midst of contrasts the most appalling. They had seen rents rigidly exacted and thoughtlessly squandered. They who resided in the capital were scandalized by the excesses which marked the age. They who tilled the soil of the provinces knew that the wealth wrung from their labours was withdrawn to be squandered by their landlords. They knew what the country produced and how little their share in the plenty which others abused. The Revolution promised a change. In that change was hope. If it failed, what did they lose? If it succeeded, they would enjoy their own. The historical student can afford to smile at such aspirations. Seldom has the wild tempest of a revolution swept across a land and left anything but the traces of havoc and desolation, and the greatest social and political blessings have been achieved by moderate reforms. But can you teach the mass this? Are not the victims of poverty, the victims of recklessness and impulse, catching at any gratification, however short-lived, which promises forgetfulness of their woes? And can you hope to check this when men vaunt political millenniums and glow with visions of the plenty which is to fill the hungry stomachs around them. In truth, poverty is a strange thing. The poverty, not the will consenting, so well brought out by the great master of the human heart. At one time it presses so that men seem to lose the freedom of the will, and to resign themselves to the current, not caring where it bears them, to be content to drift down the tide without an effort to escape the ruin which is before them. At another, it makes them the tools of the designing, as though they lent themselves willingly to the delusion, hopeless though they knew it to be, which prompted hope. You may tell him who is the victim of such a condition of being that anarchy will profit him nothing. You may prove that the expenses of the state during the reign of terror doubled the expenditure of the mild and retiring Louis XVI, that the conscription under Napoleon entailed upon the peasantry a burden which preyed upon them to an extent unparalleled during the history of France. But men do not reason when their hearts have been long seared, who have been trained under the discipline and imbibed the habits which Rookeries foster, and even if they did, there is enough of real suffering around them. The injustice of the present system is palpable enough to give a show of truth to the railings of the demagogue. Old Hooker could write, about the end of the 16th century, quote, "He that goeth about to persuade a multitude that they are not so well governed as they ought to be, shall never want attentive and favourable hearers, because they know the manifold defects whereunto every kind of regiment is subject. But the secret lets and difficulties which in public proceedings are innumerable and inevitable, they have not ordinarily the judgment to consider, and because such as openly reprove supposed disorders of state are taken for principal friends to the common benefit of all, and for men that carry singular freedom of mind, under this fair and plausible colour, whatsoever they utter passeth for good and current. That which wanteth in the weight of their speech is supplied by the aptness of men's minds to accept and believe it." End quote. The French peasantry lived in mud hovels, yet around them rose those glorious old chateaux, some of which are still standing, the relics of different ages, the strongholds of power and feudal greatness, the palaces of that golden age of nobles, the age of Louis XIV, all speaking of riches and power and many retainers, pomp and splendour sadly contrasted with the ruined dwellings of the peasant, and then the duties whose name was legion, and laws, some of which, from their severity, would seem to have been rather the fictions of the romancer than the records of history. Do you wonder that the Revolution swept like the blast of the destroying angel over the devoted land, that chateaux were first pillaged, then given up to the flames, whilst memory would drop a veil over the excesses which accompanied the havoc? Footnote, and laws, some of which from their severity would seem to have been rather the fictions of the romancer than the records of history. Mr. Carlyle, in his quaint style, thus describes the supposed, though of course obsolete, law to which we allude. See his French Revolution, page 16, volume 1. Quote, "For the rest, their privileges every way are much curtailed. That law authorizing a seigneur, as he returned from hunting, to kill not more than 2 serfs, and refresh his feet in their warm blood and bowels, has fallen into desuetude, and even into incredibility. For if Deputy Lapoule can believe it, and call for the abrogation of it, so cannot we." End quote. It seems incredible, and certainly we should like to have the proofs before us, very much doubting the whole story. Yet during the reign of Louis XV, within 100 years of the present time, Damien, who attempted the sovereign's life, was put to death by torture. Goldsmith alludes, we may recollect, to quote, "Damien's bed of steel." End quote. End of section 26.